Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew Built Conicals. You can trust Brew Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew Built at morebeer.com.
Home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, beer drinkers.
Get ready for an all-new experience in information exchange and beer culture.
Your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers from around the globe
right to your home.
You're not just listening to broadcasters, it's the Brewcasters
on the Brewing Network.
I hear you on the radio.
Good afternoon, boys and girls. Welcome to the Sunday session on the Brewing Network, and a great show planned for you today. We got a lot of guests in the studio, replacements for brewcasters that aren't here. Everyone's on vacation, and we have a great crew of replacements.
Those bastards.
Chris Graham, you're Doc today. You're Doc Graham.
I better go get some more beer quick.
Yeah, you already don't sound like Doc. First of all, you're here on time.
Strike one.
Yeah.
Sober. Strike two.
Yes, and you drove up in a fuel-efficient vehicle. Strike 3. You are out, Chris Graham. Chris Graham filling in for Doc today. Sean O'Sullivan, fashionably late as always. He'll be filling in for JP. Sully was a bit offended because I called him and I was like, hey, Sully's a great brewer. He's been doing this for years. He's got medals, the whole bit. And I call him and go, hey, I need you to be funny like JP for a week. Can you come do the show? I don't need him. I don't ask him to come and give me beer information, or I don't give him any respect for what he's done in the industry. I just tell him he has to sit here and be funny.
Well, then I feel pretty honored then that I'm being Doc, not JP.
You should. And don't tell Sully that I asked you to be Doc. And so he was a little offended, but I think he's over it.
Maybe you can't be funny.
True.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you're the one who should be insulted.
I'll have another beer for that one.
Yeah. So a lot of things going on today. We've got the White brothers hanging out with us, both Chris White and Mike White, back in the studio again. Love it when you guys come to town.
Great to be back.
I don't like doing the phone-ins with you guys.
No.
It's not as fun.
It's just never the same.
Nice beat here.
It's good to have. Because you guys pause too much to do the phone-ins. Like Mike White, he's a very thoughtful speaker. And in radio, to me, that equals like 8 seconds of silence.
I'll need a minute to think about that.
Yeah. So I like having you guys in the studio so I can throw things at you in your thoughtful moments.
And you put a beer in front of us.
Yeah, that makes it more fun. Well, you guys actually brought me beer this time, which was cool.
Nice.
You guys were drinking a little bit of Shat's homebrew. Hey, Shat, Chris Graham poured out your glass of homebrew.
Oh, come on. Come on. Hose Clamp Brown?
Yeah.
Come on.
Hose Clamp Brown.
With a name like that, I just couldn't drink
It's a nice dark ale.
Do you know the story of the Hose Clamp Brown?
I do not.
It's your fault.
Oh, bullshit.
Absolutely.
Well, the false bottom in the bottom of my igloo, I don't know if it was just a mistake on the one that I got or if you guys don't do it. There was no hose clamps from the hose to the spout to the false bottom. You know what I'm talking about? It's just put on there.
Yeah.
So Chat's in there, now that we batch sparge instead of fly sparge, you have to...
Stirring the hell out of it.
You got to stir the crap out of it.
the bottom up.
And it came disconnected, and we spent, 3 hours trying to get that wort out of there.
Just a mess.
In the future, just pour it out into another vessel, hook that up, put it back in, rest 15 minutes, and you're done.
Well... in our defense, we did do that. It just took us 3 hours to figure out that that's what we should do.
Don't blame the equipment.
Call Chris.
So now there's hose clamps on it, though.
for sure.
That's why it's Shet's.
And they're tight.
Clamp Brown. All right, so we're going to be talking Yeast with these guys. We're going to be talking about the Siebel class that both Chris White and Chris Graham just went and taught out there. Got a lot of things to talk about, and it's going to be the no fun show. I don't want anybody having any fun today.
Perfect.
I don't want any laughing, overly laughing, no fun, no messing around. The listeners got really upset with me this week. Everybody's very serious about their beer this time of year, apparently, and there's a whole uproar in the forum.
Justin, can we put on a pot of coffee?
Yes, we're going to need coffee, and I want straight faces at everybody.
I'm glad this is non-alcoholic beer.
Yes, I'm giving everyone O'Douls for the rest of the show. Mike White, especially you. No dicking around out of Mike White.
I'm having apple juice.
That's all that he'll be drinking
That's all
today.
I ever drink.
Yeah, there's this whole thing. People are concerned that we've been messing around too much. And they're concerned that I'm going to be turning off sponsors. I think it's fascinating that all of my major sponsors will actually be in the studio today, dicking around with us. There's a couple other sponsors out there that won't be here. Northern Brewer, although I'm sure they'd love to come into the studio and mess around with us.
Call them up and dick around with them, too.
Yeah, we'll do. And I'm sure they'd love it. But yeah, people were very concerned. I think the sponsors won't be happy. And I'm like, okay, they're all going to be in the studio Sunday, so we'll find out how serious they want to be.
We want 100% seriousness here.
Okay.
There's no laughter.
Okay.
And Chris, if you start laughing, I'm going to take your spot.
That's right.
Yeah, now which one is really the question.
Either one of you. Because Mike White's good at the straight-faced humor, too, so he can be funny without actually even cracking a smile.
Let's see, whichever Chris I can get out of the chair.
So we're all business today. So much so, Chris White, I want you to put me to sleep with your yeast information.
Okay, I will.
I know you have it in you.
No, it depends.
Yeah, it depends. Give me a calculator.
Yeah.
And we'll start punching some numbers.
This is not going to be the It Depends show either, Chris White. You have to give...
You want a real answer?
We have to go to the bathroom this time?
Yes. I want definitive answers out of everybody, and no fun. Sully's just coming into the studio now. Sully, no fun today. There's a very serious program.
Tired.
He's tired, so he's perfect. He's all set for the no fun show. Do we have a caller, Shat?
Yeah, Bub on the line.
All right, go ahead and hang it up. It's Steph, you know how to do it. Steffi's just getting here. She's going to run the chat room for us. Chat doesn't know what he's doing.
Sorry.
Bub, what's happening, brother?
Thanks.
Yeah, I know. I had to listen all like in a tin can there. It was kind of crappy. I want you guys to be absolutely serious and sober tonight.
Okay. All right. I was going to be very serious.
I was thinking of sponsoring you, but that went all to hell with the last two shows.
It did. Okay. So you're one of those sponsors that we turned off.
Yeah, I mean...
okay.
If we need to send Oz out there to start whooping some keister...
Okay.
We'll do that.
No, point
I want you
taken.
I want you to be circumspect.
Yes.
And clean in thought.
Okay.
And remember to respect the beer. I think we had this discussion a few weeks ago.
I'm going to respect the beer.
You need to learn to respect the beer.
I'm not even going to say fuck today. That's the only fuck I'm going to say. If I say fuck again today...
Fuck that.
Then we'll have gone downhill. So
Graham,
very serious.
Watch it.
Okay.
I'm watching you.
All right. Thank you, Bub.
All right, bye.
Cheers. 888-401-BEER, that's our number. If you'd like to participate in the serious show today, you can call us. Sully, you look like hell.
Dude, I've been going strong for 3 weeks.
Man, do you look in shambles.
I just woke up.
Did you? Were you up all night? And then
we won the IPA thing last night.
Yeah, this was awesome.
Microphone's all left up.
The Bistro IPA Festival, their 10th annual. Sully's IPA took gold.
Yeah, nice. It was exciting. It was
Congratulations.
Great.
It was really very... I was so stoked for you, man.
Yeah, it was great.
It was good to see.
After I did a beer dinner with Bruce Patton last night at Cathedral Hill. I was out of my frickin' mind. I have to apologize to everybody there.
I don't think you have to. Shat and I crashed the dinner.
Were you there?
Yeah, we crashed the dinner, and my fault, Steffi, not yours. You're good.
Oh, did we hang up on him?
Nope, you got him. I just did a weird thing with the mixer there. Okay, anyway, but you were in rare form.
Yeah, I couldn't lie. I had to get up there and talk about my beer. I mean, I'm never getting invited back to these things. There's absolutely no frickin' way. I just got up there and said, I gotta apologize. I'm out of my frickin' mind right now.
The whole problem with that was we were only supposed to stay at the bistro for like an hour. We had this great plan for the day, and then Vic, the owner of the bistro, pulled me aside. He's like, you can't leave. Yeah. I'm like, no, we got to get to this dinner. He goes, no, you can't leave.
You have to be here for the awards.
Well, then he goes, well, your boy won gold. I was like, oh.
So you had to keep him there.
Well, I told him.
Oh, you did? Oh, so you knew even before they announced it then, Sully? You had to.
No, you know what? I'm going to pretend like I didn't. Stephanie just kept me there. What's going on with this microphone?
What's wrong with it?
This is pretty fun for the hungover guy.
Yeah, it's like limp.
Oh.
Okay.
I did that on purpose for you.
I mess with me right now.
Gave the old guy the limp micro. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it's very serious.
Get some Viagra here. Stephanie, where are my pills?
Because you often, you know, the phrase pull a Sully, everybody knows that. It means you just disappear, so they had to tell you in advance just to keep you there.
Well, we had, I mean, okay, just to back up a little. Okay, I got a little energy right now.
Good.
So what happened is that we were at the event. We were going to be there for an hour. We were going to take off, and then they pulled Stephanie aside, and they told her the good news and all that. So we had to hang out.
Yeah.
And then you know, you're hanging out. What are you going to do when you hang out at the bistro? You drink IPA.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
So we actually met a listener there, Augustina Baruna. Is that how you pronounce it?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he was
we
there.
met him there.
Yeah, he was there.
Was he a nutball?
No, he was great. He was a good guy. He was nice. He was had a lot of calm. He was wearing a shirt.
Ah, he had to be an Army shirt on.
Yeah. And then after that, we ran out to the bistro. No, we ran to the city, excuse me.
We went to the Tornado.
But we decided to go to the Tornado before my dinner. Like, that was a great idea. You know, because I was like, we just got to go there because everybody's going to be there and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So we showed up. We were there for like an hour. And then I showed up late to my dinner, of course. And then I just walked
and then we left
in there.
early.
There were a lot of people. There was like
And ran back to the
65,
Tornado.
70 people there.
There was a lot of people. And
there was a good dinner.
At our table, the table we crashed, there was a Tank Deer, a listener of ours. He had a Be On Army shirt on. He was at the dinner, him and his wife, I think, maybe his girlfriend, I'm not sure. But yeah, so you kept, you know, when you do these beer dinners, the beer chef does it. He's been on our show before. It's beer-chef.com. He does these beer dinners all the time, and with each course he pairs a different beer, and he has the brewer get up there and talk about the beer to go with it. So Sully had to get up and do these talks every time a new course came out.
Yeah.
And as it went forward, you were having fun up there.
You know, I got to tell you, I don't even remember it.
You don't?
That stuff.
You know what I started wondering? I wonder if Nico gets upset with you, like, because you guys are partners in this thing. Does he kind of look at you and go, "Man, I wish you wouldn't have stopped at the Tornado first"?
Well, he probably didn't say that. He probably said, "I wish you'd stop talking right now."
No, he was at my table and he just kind of kept putting his head down. He goes, Stephanie, he goes, how many beers did you guys have?
Yeah.
And I said, why don't you go up there? He goes, no.
So what ended up happening, I think, you know, and of course you're kind of drunk already. You know, that little chip in your head doesn't go, "Hey, I shouldn't be up here right now."
Yeah.
That little chip in your head says, "Hey, I'm going to keep talking because I'm doing great."
Right.
I'm killing up here.
Look at me. Look at them. They're all laughing, having a great time.
Everybody had a great time. The food was really good, of what I remember, and people were having it was a lot of fun. So we had the watermelon funk there, which was nice.
That was
awesome.
very.
That beer that I did with Vinny up at the Russian River, where we took 60 gallons of watermelon and funkified it 2 years ago. So, and they also served it at the Tornado. So we went to the Tornado after that, and that was just more chaos.
Yeah, I ended up getting to the Tornado late. You guys were already gone, which is probably a good thing.
It was.
You must have been just a mess at the end of that.
we had a burrito and hung out for a while before we got out of there. So
Yeah, I didn't get there till like midnight. We went and saw Cold Hot Crash play.
Oh.
So
Wait, were you there at the bistro or at the Tornado when we got there? When
no,
you were there?
no,
Not at all.
We did not see each other after the dinner.
Okay.
Steph.
Anyway, so.
Okay, back on track.
Yeah.
We need to be serious, and so we respected beer all night yesterday.
We did. We didn't have any fun with it.
And it was awful. I had a miserable day, and today we're going to continue the misery and be very serious about it.
So you guys, we just jumped in here. You've been talking about that whole thing that happened
in a forum.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying, Sully, that people are worried that our messing around is going to turn off our sponsors. And I was like, it's really interesting that like 80% of my sponsors are sitting in the room right now.
Well, Justin, this is actually an intervention. We didn't want to say this to you.
You guys are here to make me serious.
And Chris and I wanted to talk to you about that. We'd like to clean the show up.
Okay,
for the youth market.
Chris Graham, though, he's allowed to do anything he wants with the show. If he tells me to mess around more, I have to do it. He's our longest-running sponsor, and he trumps all of you guys.
Sweet. When are we doing the swimsuit show, then?
He's naked right now.
He doesn't even wear pants to the show anymore.
That's JP's role. He's over there.
Yes. I'm actually really excited to have everybody in the studio. This is going to be a lot of fun today, in a not very fun kind of way. And we got a lot to talk about. So we're going to be doing that. Just hang in there with us. We're going to be talking all kinds of things yeast with Chris White and some interesting things that we haven't covered in the last couple of shows we're going to do today. We're going to talk about some infection issues. The last time you were here, people were really concerned about how to count yeast, and you've got some new information about that and some helpful tips. We're going to do all of that with you guys today. Sully is here to be funny.
I love the fact that I'm like a professional brewer for, 16 years now, and you said, I need you to come on the show and be funny because JP's not going to be here.
Yeah, I didn't want any information.
That sounds great. I'm like...
You're like a dunce.
I'm the guy with a little clown suit on the corner.
Yes, Sully, come to the show and wear your funny hat.
Be the jester.
Look at me, I'm the brewing guy.
Just won a gold medal. And I don't want him to talk any beer at all. Just want him to say funny things. Caller, you're on the air. What's happening?
Yeah.
Who are we talking to?
This is William Larry Wood from Rolla, Missouri.
Hey,
I'd like
Wood.
to say hello to Dr. Chris White and Chris Graham.
Great.
And thank them for helping provide a great SIBO advanced homebrewing course at Durango.
Oh, were you one of their students then?
Oh, hell yes.
Beautiful.
I am just finishing my last bomber of Durango Derail Ale right now.
So did you guys brew a beer at the class? Is that what he's talking about?
We did. Chris brought out a couple of his big brewing architectures, and we set them up at SCA, and we had us a blast.
Gotcha.
We knew it was going to be a good class starting from the get-go. First evening, we went over to Steamworks and had a 4-course meal paired with beer.
Wow.
Excellent. Every night, we did the town.
We did the
had
town.
a great time.
That sounds a lot of fun.
Keep that one quiet.
I don't know if Dr. White remembers me, the old dude on the front row that was into the Lambics.
Oh, yeah.
He remembers you.
Did he make you call him Dr. White the whole time?
Yes.
I mean, that sounds a little... What's going on there, Chris?
Dr.
Chris,
Sully.
It's still 100 degrees here in Missouri. 7 o'clock at night. I've got all my blankets on all my horses, trying to get some of that sweaty horse blanket for my
I see, for the sours. Good. Good. We didn't know where you were going with that for a second, Will, I have to admit.
So what I'm thinking is maybe I could do that with yeast, so maybe you could address that sometime during the show.
About the how to get a horse blanket flavor?
You bet.
We can do that, absolutely. We're gonna. In fact, you guys have got some new strains we're going to talk about.
How to get a blanket on the yeast.
We'll get into that. Thanks for the call, William. I appreciate it, man. All right, then. Cheers.
All right.
Wow. Very good, then. Do you really make them call you Dr. White?
No.
Yes, Dr. Crossley.
He does, doesn't he?
What did you say, Dr. White?
Do you make your brother call you Dr. White?
Dr. White, paging Dr. White.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't ever call you Dr. White.
Let's call each other doctor the whole rest of the show. That's a great idea.
You have to. Come on now.
Actually, in reality, there's a lot of employees at the White Labs who want to, address him, in documents as Dr. White.
Yeah.
Dr. White this, whatever. And he actually tells people, please don't, put the doctor in there.
Right.
Because it embarrasses him a little bit. We prefer to be called, Chris White.
Okay.
So... it's kind of
say we prefer that.
We. Well, they're twins, and everything is a we when you're twins.
I like the fact that you chimed in really strong there, you're like the PR arm of the whole thing. Here's the spin doctor there of the White Labs.
Yeah.
Like Chris couldn't even talk about it. He just sit back go for it.
Right. Actually, Chris does not like to be called Dr. White. I'd like to be called Dr. White.
I would like you to refer all future questions for today's show through Dr. Mike White to get to Dr. Chris White.
Exactly. Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Crosby, that was well put.
Thank you.
The whole
Dr.
class,
Sully.
Chris wears a little white lab jacket and writes things down on a prescription pad. Nobody can read it. But
do you wear a lab coat, too, when you teach these things?
Never.
Yes, you do. What a jerk you are.
It says doctor on it.
He's in scrubs.
It's a big doctor on the back.
I own one lab coat, and it has a lot of blood on it.
Oh,
actually,
it does?
from grad school. Yeah.
Really?
So that's the only lab coat I have, and it scares people when I wear it.
Yeah, you could have a lot of fun with that white coat, though.
I kind of think you should wear that every time you come to the studio from now on. Your bloody lab coat.
Yeah, it's Ugly.
All right, couple of bits of serious business to get to here. John Palmer Jamil book, my apologies. Brewing Classic Styles is now for sale in our store. It's for pre-sale. Some of you have bought the book, and you're asking me why you haven't received the book yet. It hasn't been published. But it gets published in, I think, late October, due to ship in November. But if you buy from us now, you get a signed copy. Jamil himself will sign your book. And there's two different ways to do it. You can just get a autograph from him in the book, or you can get a personal message, and you can write anything you want him to say to you. I've seen some fun ones already. Anything. I told Jamil.
How much is this option?
It's only a couple bucks more.
Priceless?
I think it's priceless. Exactly.
Because I'm going to have Jamil write some very nice things to me.
That's what people are doing. People are like, they're having him write, your beer is so much better than mine. I wish I could brew like you. Signed, Jamil.
Thanks for teaching me how to brew.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the signing is $19.95, and I think the personal signing is $21.95. A little more effort. Jamil's got to sit here and write a sentence, so we charge a couple bucks more for that. Yeah,
I can get them wholesale, and I'm buying it right from your website.
You got to. It's been a lot of fun. I've seen some really cool messages. So you guys can go to our store now. You help us by doing that. You keep the show alive. You help Jamil. He wrote the book, and he gets a little cut, of course, for every book that gets sold. So help the man for all that. He worked hard on that thing. I remember trying to get him over here to do shows, and he couldn't leave his computer for months.
Jamil's ultra serious when you give him a project, too.
Yes, that's why he's good for this show.
He would be great for today.
It's very serious.
Yeah.
He wrote that in about 4 months.
He did.
That's quick.
And he not only did he write it quick, but I guess when he turned it into the publisher, who had to, I think it was Ray, who has to read over it, he was like, this is the most polished first manuscript I've ever been given. Jamil's he takes his stuff very, very seriously.
Yeah.
That's
why I keep trying to get him fired where he works, so I can hire him.
Yeah,
he's super serious. We actually are doing a brew project together.
You are?
We're doing there's a part of the competition at the GABF. Jesus, this mic is just
this is great. This is a lot
crazy.
of fun.
I'll switch it out at the break.
Yeah, you better.
Just deal with it.
Doctor.
Sort of.
So part of the GABF, there's this brew pro-am competition where basically a pro brewer gets paired with a home brewer.
Yeah.
And we decided to do it together this year.
With Jamil.
Jamil.
You're stacking the deck, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm on this medal roll right now.
Yeah, you got to go for it.
So we're doing a dark Belgian strong ale. So
beautiful.
And he gave me his recipe. We use recipes and write things down at the 218.
That's a good idea.
Like everybody,
like doctors do.
Yeah, like doctors. Yeah. And but Jamil gave me his recipe for this beer that he brewed because it was his recipe, and it was insane.
Really?
I mean, he has like 3 or 4 different ways he figures out his hopping in the beer and all that, and it's just so. It was 3 pages long. I was like, good God.
You guys just looked at him like he was speaking another language.
No, but it was funny because when it came down to it, he was, whatever you want to do. I mean, you want to do that? You want to, it was kind of like whatever you guys want to do. He was really laid back about it when it came down to the short strokes.
Yeah. What?
What were you guys doing in the brewery?
I was talking to your brewer, Jesse, about the whole thing yesterday, and he was like, I really wanted Jamil just to take it, but Jamil's very respectful,
he
too.
was.
And he doesn't want to step on anybody's toes, and Jesse was like, hey, I could really use the day off, man. Go to town.
Well, he went to work. He cleaned the mash tun out. There's a lot of grain in there. It was a huge beer, 21 Plato beer.
Wow.
And so we had a lot of fun with it.
Great.
And we looked at the recipe because we had to make a little changes for our efficiency in the system and hop utilization and all that. But
sure,
he was really laid back about it. But he dove right in the cleaning and all that. So that was fun to see.
Great.
Yeah,
that's going to be a good beer. I'm looking forward to that. Plissé did it last year at the GABF with Firestone
and won, I think.
No, he didn't.
No,
it was a good beer though. Now let me take a phone call real quick. Caller, you're on there. Looks like we got Derek from St. Louis. What's happening, brother?
Hey, not much, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Hey, I just was excited. I'm kind of like a little kid again, man. I've discovered your show through the beer school program, and
cool.
Like the Brewing Network. It's like cool.
Well, thanks, man. You're a home brewer then.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not a home brewer. I used to be a home brewer about 17 years ago when I was in college.
Okay.
And it seemed like, let's see, I started off with a Budweiser clone. Boy, that turned out ropey and pissy.
Oh,
and
go figure.
It's all extract brewing, and we were drunk while we were doing it, so you imagine the results.
Yeah, sounds like me. You're not brewing any better than I am, man. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you found us.
Yeah, dude, I've been telling everybody about you guys, especially, it's really interesting because there's a new bar that opened up in town that serves a lot of good specialty beers on tap.
Okay.
And I've been turned on to, like, so many different beers, like Lagunitas and,
good man.
Just rediscovering Anchor, and I wish I could get my hands on some Steam and, like a lot of the other, brew pubs around, your guys' area that we just can't find out here. Right now, Lagunitas seems to be like, the thing that we can get right now. And
well, distribution is kind of slow for a lot of these guys. Certainly, we get a lot of comments about that in the show. People love it when we talk about all the beers here, and they also hate it when we talk about all the beers here because they can't get them. But you just got to look around, and sometimes we do exchanges on the forum. That's on the down low, and it's very serious. But you can occasionally find beer that way through us. So, but hey, cool, and thanks for checking us out, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem, man. I'll be listening from now on. Thanks, bro.
Right on, Derek. Cheers.
Bye.
Is this mine?
Yeah. All right. Well, that's good to hear. I like new listeners calling in and let us know what's happening. 888-401-BEER if you want to do the same. That's fine by us. You can ask questions that way. If you're a brand new listener, there's a Chat Now button right on our homepage, thebrewingnetwork.com. If you click that Chat Now button, you go into our chat room. There's a whole bunch of other like-minded people in there. Stephanie is your moderator today. You can ask us questions that way. Anything you ask in there, she writes down, and we'll pass it on to Dr. Mike White, who will then pass it on to Dr. Chris White, who may or may not answer it. We don't know.
It depends.
It really depends on how things go. But it's a really good way to communicate with our other listeners.
Well, I have to see if the doctor's in the office first.
Let's check.
We'll page him.
Paging Dr. White.
You can never reach a doctor when you want to.
You never can. So that's how you can communicate with us during the show. Just hit the Chat Now button. Just enter a name. Don't put in a password. Don't register. Just type a name, whatever name you want, and click enter. You'll get right in there. It's a piece of cake. And we welcome all the new listeners out there. I think we got a lot of people today, and that's going to be fun. What else do I have here? Brewing Network shirts. The BN Army shirts still selling out pretty fast, Sully. We've already lost a few sizes. So get in there fast for your BN Army shirts. You saw a bunch of people with them on yesterday, right?
I have been going to several events of late, and Dr. Crosley, and I noticed that you are seeing more and more people, and people are coming up and talking about the network. I had a guy come up to me. He actually mentioned it in the forum for the Breast Fest in Marin Brewing Company, and we were there for 35 minutes, like pouring our canned beer as frantically as we could. And anyway, this guy comes up here and he said "rat pad" to me and ran away. I forget who it was.
And ran away.
It was like really weird. It was drunk, and I was like, and apparently I offended him or something.
You jerk.
But it's nice to know that at least I'm offending people, and then they know about the network.
Well,
since this is a serious show,
yes, Dr.
and I'm
Mike.
a seriously big person, what's the largest size of shirt that I can get?
Yeah, seriously.
I'm like a triple Dr. Large.
You are. You're a big man.
What's the largest shirt I can get?
You can get a 4XL from us.
Wow.
Now, there are other places. One of our sponsors, as a matter of fact, who won't even carry 4X shirts, but we do that for you. And so I got emails for like
White Labs. What is with that?
I got emails for like a year, everyone asking me, get me these 4Xs, I need 4Xs. And for a while I was just like, I'm not going to condone that sort of behavior. I think you should slim down and buy a 3X.
Good God.
But I got them. I think I sold like 4. Like 4 people bought the 4Xs. So thanks a lot, everybody. I've ordered 300 4Xs. Turns out there's not that many fat people in the world. But, yes, you can get it's a good question,
and now
Dr.
that
Mike.
you've offended all of them,
all the fat people.
They're going to be returning them.
They know how I feel. I care for them. I just want them to be healthy.
Everybody is served here.
That's right.
It's like a George Bush policy.
Extra larges are already gone, so I'll be trying to get some more of those soon.
Fatten up.
Yeah, that's right. I got to get up to the 4Xs.
When are you going to learn your XL lesson?
I know.
We order shirts. We order like 144 XLs and like 12 total of all the other sizes.
Of the others, really?
And that's the beer drinking crowd.
Yeah. See, I thought I did learn my lesson. I ordered a bunch. We sold a lot more than I thought. This logo's very popular. Everyone likes the grenade.
Yeah, I think it's a great...
Have you guys seen the shirt, Whitey's?
You're wearing it.
I think one of our students at the class had it.
Totally forgot I'm wearing it. That was a really stupid question and not very serious of me.
Dr. White, can we have a grenade in our shirt, or should we keep the microscope?
Yeah, you guys can't have the grenade.
That's
you
a
can't
little
have
aggressive.
It is, but that's because our listeners call themselves the BN Army now. Have you heard that?
No.
Yes, they're out in force.
The terrorist group known as.
Yes, the BN Army. We also have the BN Militia, and those are people who live too far out to actually be in the Army, and they're in our BN Militia. And we have to make a logo for them. JP?
Where do you have JP in here?
He's on the phone. Yeah, we've got it.
Don't be funny.
JP, I thought we got a week without you.
What did you say to me?
Turn down the radio.
Yeah, don't listen to yourself, you jerk. And I thought we had a week without you.
No. Why would you ever think that?
I don't know. I need you to be very serious and not funny in your call today.
No, I don't want to be.
I have to hang up on you.
I just wanted to call and say hi.
Okay, well, hi.
Hi, hello.
Listen how depressed JP sounds.
I'm eating a stack of hot nuts.
Uh-huh, that's
and
good.
I thought of you guys.
Thank you. Why are you so depressed?
Because I've gone through a lot of emotional difficulties the past few days.
Uh-huh.
Really? What's going on?
Yeah, you want to talk about it?
We got 5 doctors here.
I'm just really glad Chris White's back in the country so I can continue my love affair with him.
Good God, are you hammered right now? You sound like something wrong with you.
Yeah, I gotta go because this is a very serious show, JP. And you're not...
Oh, my God, I'm sorry. You guys want me to tell you what's happening on Family Guy in 2 hours?
No, thank you.
Damn it.
All right, brother.
All right, jerks.
See you next week. What a depressed guy. JP's a jealous guy, too. Like, if anyone's traveling and doing things, he's like, I bet that Chris is out of the country today. I'm like, wow, JP.
He's usually right.
Yeah, I was going to say that's an easy guess. Dr. White is not in the country.
That's right. Jet setting around the world. All right, we got to do the feedback. I don't have our feedback music today.
What?
Yeah, well, because I finally got a new computer. It's not working very well already.
Nice effort.
Stupid thing.
Get a Mac.
I'm such a moron. I can't get... No Mac
music?
For me.
Get a Mac.
Why don't you whistle something for us, Dr. Sully? Yeah, let me do the feedback quick. We've been going on for a long time with all this serious stuff. First of all, just want to give a big thanks to everyone at the BN. I have an hour drive to work every day, and the brewing podcasts are all that get me by. Nothing could be better to inspire me and motivate me to brew more often and brew better beer. That's kind of cool. It's also really great to hear all of the homebrew and craft brew icons. That's you, Sully, in a casual atmosphere. Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy the more serious podcasts out there, but for entertainment, there's none that holds a match to you guys. That's kind of like me inviting you on the show just to be funny. It's like a nice thing to do, but not very nice at the same time.
A backhanded way of saying it.
Yeah. Whatever. And just for the record, Doc, you rule. JP, you're okay. Justin, you suck. And stop picking on Shat. We all know that he's the brains behind the operation. Your first fan, producer Shat. There you go. It's probably, I bet your mother wrote this. The real point to my email is to do a bit of bragging about how wonderful my wife is. I'm going to kind of go through this fast. Yeah, it's like, I guess their 5th wedding anniversary falls on the 12th, which is during the Great American Beer Festival. And so he thought he wasn't going to get to go, and he just was planning on doing something else with his wife. You know, something boring. You know how this goes, Mike White. You have your anniversary, you have to go do other things.
Anniversary trip, yada, yada, yada.
But it turns out his wife comes back to him a couple days and goes, hey, why don't you go to the GABF? He didn't even have to ask her. He didn't whine. He didn't even make any sort of backhanded innuendos.
Wait, you guys are saying when I get married, I don't just tell her what I'm doing anymore?
Yeah, Graham, your funeral is soon, and it's all over.
Was she drunk at the time?
I don't know. He's just saying that he wants to tell the world how wonderful his wife Sarah is because she's letting him go to the GABF for the first time, even though it's their anniversary.
But she's not listening, right?
Well, let me get this right. This is the first time she lets him go.
Yes.
They might have been married 20 years.
It's their 5th anniversary.
Their 5th. All right, so 5 years. This is the first time he gets to go.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a great story.
Wow. Because it's taken this long. Maybe she's
a little bit of JP just rubbed off on Mike.
To get to go to the largest and most interesting beer festival in the country.
I see. Listen, he was going to get laid tonight because I mentioned his wife in the air, and you just peed all over that.
Call me doctor.
Collect the sample.
Yeah, Chris Graham, I'm going to just lose your cell number. I'm going to have to call your wife when I want to book you on the show from now on. Can Chris come out and play? You know,
like you do with Doc?
Like I do with Doc, yeah.
Wait, no, you have to call him in 5 years.
So
he can play once every 5 years.
I do look forward to your and JP's first dance at the wedding, though.
That is going to be exciting, actually.
Wow.
Here's one from Angry JP, actually. Angry JP's even angrier than the Angry Jameel, and this one is...
He was just on the phone.
I know, and now he wrote in, too. This one's really mean, actually, but I kind of like it. Justin, you goat doing Coors Light with grenadine drinking, monkey spanking, hanging out in the Castro on your knees, meeting new friends, German midget porn watching, no girlfriend, math, baby crying, talentless hack.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Take a breath.
Yeah, he goes for it. Your show has reached rock bottom and has begun to dig. It used to be good. Stop braiding JP's back hair and do a real brewcast. I really think you need some professional help concerning your math phobia. I'll wager that you dookie your pants just walking into a Safeway to shop. Wah, numbers, wah, help me, mommy. That was that whole thing. Did you hear that, Sully? I revealed that I'm really afraid of numbers.
Yeah, I've known that for years.
You're going to force me to start my own podcast, one that respects beer. And then he says my show will be as good as one of those other brewcasts. He names a bunch of them. And then the other people in the studio must feel like giant hemorrhoids after being around such a huge ass as you. Stop menstruating and respect the beer. Some people are has-beens. You are a never was.
How many times did he use the word ass?
A lot.
He likes it.
Good God.
Kind of angry JP. I can't believe I'm a never was. That sucks.
You're Dr. Never Was.
My new name.
You're going to
much better.
Dr. Never Was. I like it, actually. Okay, what else happened?
After that inspiring note,
Dr.
Yeah,
Wolfie.
I've got more. This feedback was entitled F.U. And then he comes on, he says, not really. I wanted to send you guys some brew. So I gave him the address. He says, I've been listening for the last 6 months or so, and I've learned a lot from the session and Jamil's show. Lunch meat, not so much, although I do love the show anyway. There are a lot of brewing podcasts out there, but I really appreciate how you guys somehow manage to F around and get all the info out there, too, and keep the structure of the show intact. Brewcaster Jay, you deserve some credit for knowing how to manage these knuckleheads and making sense to the rest of us. Peace out, fuckers. That's from Richards in the forum. So that's a nice thing. Thanks for the good words. Hey, Justin, met you guys at NHC. Don't know if you remember meeting me. I don't. Back when you guys were doing shows from Downtown Joe's, there was a lot of talk about the Water Show Part 3, but it doesn't seem like anything ever panned out. Any word on that? Yes, Colin Kaminsky, brewmaster over there at Downtown Joe's, been working his ass off in the show, but him and Doc have to coordinate together and figure out what they're going to do. So I'm waiting on them. Whenever they're ready, we'll be doing Water Show Part 3, but we haven't forgot about it. Every time I talk to Colin, he brings it up, and he's working on it, so hang in there for that. What else here?
I miss the music.
I know, it's not very fun without the music.
It's serious, though.
Just the
but
AC.
It kind of goes with the theme of today's show.
It is.
Very serious. Hey, Justin, you no-talent hack. I was listening to the most recent Sunday show while at work and had to email you when I heard you all laughing about people who listen to the shows 3 or 4 times a week, or listen to 3 or 4 shows a week. I do most mind-numbing data entry stuff in the world, so to make it through the day, I listen to nonstop BN podcasts for 7+ hours a day. He said, this might be a she, actually. I keep saying he. I didn't think it was a problem until last night when I drunkenly wandered into my neighbor's house and started giving him a happy ending. A la Shat. Thanks, Justin. You've turned me into that crazy woman. When my day in court comes, I'll blame you. Thanks for doing an awesome job with the rest of the BN crew. You guys make my workday bearable. And I won't say the person's name. I can't tell if it's Gavin. Can Gavin be a chick's name, too?
Apparently, they're a crazy woman.
Yeah, but they could have just... maybe it could still be a guy.
Gavin Newsom. I can't think of any male or female Gavins.
There's a loyal brewer from New York. That's all I know. Do I have somebody on the telephone, Steph? No, I don't, do I? Okay. Last one here. Hey, Justin, been working my way through the archives and found the episode last year about one of the California homebrew competitions where all those BNers entered the BN as their club. You mentioned you had submitted the BN to the AHA. Was wondering if it ever went through. And he wants to enter his beers as part of our club. I don't know if it ever went through. I submitted it, and I asked them about it, and I didn't really get an answer. It was like talking to Chris White.
It depends.
Yeah, you might want to do that. You could do that.
Yeah.
Or...
So, I don't know. I mean, I think we are officially a club. I
would just enter it as it. I mean, not going to hurt anything.
Yeah, I don't think anybody cares.
You didn't get, like, your membership ring or anything like that?
I didn't get
the Dakota ring.
I didn't get my secret Dakota ring. I know that a lot of people entered the Nationals as the BN as their club. Nobody won any medals, though, go figure.
Yeah.
It's because we're all entertainment and no information.
You're making them make worse beers.
Yeah, we're not helping anybody.
That's all changing today, though.
Today, we're going to be very serious.
This is the turnaround show.
All right, so it's break time, kids. We're going to take a quick break. Like I said, those of you new listeners, hit the chat now button. Go into the chat room. Join Stephanie in there. It'll be a lot of fun, and you can pass your questions along. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Siebel class in Durango, some of the things that the two Chris's did there, and then we're going to start talking all things yeast. So it's going to be a really good show today.
Pitching rates.
Everybody. Pitching rates.
Get out your calculators.
Going to need that. How to count yeast. We're going to do that. Jesus, I'm going to sleep already.
Math.
Yeah, numbers.
Did you guys see the yeast cell I have in the studio for you? A little stuffed yeast cell?
I actually have that next to my bed.
You do?
I really do.
That's very sweet.
That's hot.
And you got it right side up, too.
Somebody gave me that. It looks like a yeast cell.
I think, actually, Danielle and I gave it to you. Now that I think about it. I think you were here for your birthday last year. And we gave you a plush yeast cell. That's how thoughtful we are.
Wow, what a great
I still
present.
have it.
And it's next to your bed. Now that you know we gave it to you, you're going to think of me before you go to sleep every night when you look at that stupid yeast cell. You're going to go, oh, Justin gave me that.
Pleasant dreams.
It won't look so white.
It's the name of it is Doctor.
It's just
Good night, Doctor.
That's what Whitey does before going to sleep. Good night, Doctor. Good night, Chris. I love you. All right, down to business, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. Couple words from our sponsors, I think, maybe in this break. I don't know. And then when we come back, we're talking about the Siebel class with the Whites and with Chris Graham. And Sully's here to be funny in a very serious sort of way.
I'm getting that.
You're listening.
Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
And you're back
with the Ultimate Homebrewing Show, where today's topic is
dark beer. But first, let's go to the phones.
Who are we talking to?
Jamel Zanishev.
What can we do for you, Jamel?
What were you guys saying about dark beer?
All dark beer is really strong
and bitter.
Well, you guys might want to look for a new source of brewing knowledge.
We're using Poor Harold's Almanac 1947. You know of something better?
Brewing Classic Styles by Jamil Zanishev and John Palmer. 80 award-winning recipes and how to brew them by the #1 names in home brewing.
Extract, partial mash, all grain, we cover it all.
Reserve your copy today at the Brewing Network store.
I will sign one just for you.
Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details on Brewing Classic Styles, the homebrew book of the year.
So, do you cover Bock beer in there?
You betcha.
Because I've been saving all the sludge from my fermenter so I can make some real soon.
Oh man, you really need this book.
Order your copy today.
Visit thebrewingnetwork.com, the official broadcaster of the Great American Beer Festival.
Fix that door. You better get out of my general store. You sold me one, you can sell me one more. I ain't gonna sell you no beer no more. See why? Don't you think about it, might as well try. All the pretty ladies that are giving me the eye. I done told you once, I told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man vice. Left, left, right. And a right, right, left. Ooh, ooh, ooh. make you do that shit? DUI. Come to think about it, might as well try. All the pretty ladies that look at me in the eye. Walk in line, heel to toe, tilt my head back and I touch my nose. Walk in line, heel to toe, better get hard and go, dude, go. Walking line, heel toe, till my head back and I touch my nose. Put your hand on your hip, follow the pen. I can't hear you, man. Say it again. Put your hand on your hip and follow the pen. I fucked your sister in the back of my van. Put your hand on your hip and follow the light. Sir, just want to go home tonight. DUI. Do nothing about it, might as well try. Cocaine show night, 4th of July. I told you once, I told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man vice. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man vice. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to
The Session.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's the new face of the Brewing Network Sunday session.
My mic is working fine.
That's good. Dr. Sully, welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Justin.
It looks better.
Thank you, Dr. White.
Dr. Mike White, welcome to the studio. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Graham, good to have you.
I think we should talk about beer today.
You think so?
I think that might be a good idea.
Going to talk about yeast and beer.
That'd be nice.
Everybody listening has to be a doctor.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
I see.
The monotone?
I've never learned that happy medium. I either completely dick around,
which we'd much rather have,
or I talk about water and yeast.
Well, spice it up a little bit.
Okay.
Chat rooms, rather.
A lot of things to get to today. So I'm afraid it's going to be one of those long shows, Whites. Good thing you guys are in the studio. I don't have to pay the phone bill. I can't play your song, Sully. It's an M4A. What's this watermelon funk thing all about?
This was a song that Sven and Push put together for me for this dinner that I did last night. It's a watermelon funk song. I forget the name of the artist because my mind is in a whirl right now. And I said, if you open it in iTunes, it should come right up.
My new computer sucks.
So
I just paid a bunch of money for a stupid computer. This is going to make me very serious when I get angry.
You got it there, champ?
You can't just drag it into the application. That's a PC, dude.
You can. That's what you do. Open.
But anyway, so Sven worked his ass off on this. He put it together and did it in record time, and
we can't hear it. So
and we can't hear it right now.
Just keep talking about it.
It's a fun little thing.
I'm glad we did this bit. I can't play it.
Can't you open iTunes and play it?
I don't have iTunes yet.
Download it. It takes 10 seconds.
Not at this rate. We have other things to get to anyway.
Here, that's the sound of the show coming to a screeching halt.
Now we got serious.
All right, here's what I want to talk about with you folks. First off, I want to mention, because we've got all the major sponsors in the room, we're giving away a trip to the Great American Beer Festival this year, courtesy of Beer, Beer, and More Beer, and White Labs, and the Brewing Network, and the Great American Beer Festival itself. This is a cool thing that you guys used to do, right, between B3 and White Labs? Mm-hmm. And you're bringing it back this year.
Exactly.
We're giving an all-expense-paid trip. I think you got to buy your own food and stuff, but you get
airfare, hotel, tickets, all of that.
So all passes to the thing.
They give you a T-shirt.
We're not going to send you to strip clubs and whatnot. I mean,
ooh, can we do that next year though? Because that's a pretty good. I think
Mike White.
Yeah, strip clubs.
Dr.
With
Mike White.
I know nothing about strip clubs, and I'm not saying that because my wife is here.
I'm saying it because it's the truth.
It's the truth. I don't like them.
Can I come along and be funny?
Can you
Mike,
cross those fingers?
Mike White doesn't even like breasts unless they're his wives.
Only my wives.
My wives.
So we're giving away this all-expense-paid trip, which is a really cool thing. All you have to do to enter to win is buy vials of White Labs from Beer, Beer, and More Beer. You can go to morebeer.com and you can order straight from there. For every vial you buy, you get another one of your names in another entry into the hat. It's a big hat.
I was thinking about doing it in a hat this year.
Really?
Yeah.
It would really be a giant hat, wouldn't it?
It'd be pretty fun. 10-gallon Texas-style hat.
It's got to come. You realize that we're going to do the drawing on the air.
I do.
And you have to get that hat here then. So whatever side, we can send the Hummer over.
Send the Eco-mobile.
Send Doc over in the Eco-Hummer.
I'm here with the tickets.
Oh, do you mean Doctor?
Where's the hat?
I mean Doctor. Do we have to call Doc Dr. Doc?
Dr. Doc.
He's a double. It's already
He's
name.
a little guy.
He's a double negative.
He's just a little guy. So we're doing this trip, and all you got to do is buy vials of White Labs from More Beer. You can also tune into every Sunday session that we do from now until September, and we'll be giving away a couple of entries during every show. We're going to do that a little bit later today. We're going to do a call-in competition for you to get your name entered. And then the other bonus is, I hope JP told you two about the bonus, because you're the ones giving it.
What?
If you're listening live when we do the drawing, and your name is drawn, you not only get the trip, but you get a year's supply of White Labs yeast.
Yes.
Wow.
Did you guys know about that?
I kind of.
That's new to me.
I made that, but it's based off of, brewing on average at a certain time.
I think we calculated it to be 20 vials.
Yeah.
Did JP say that means he'll accompany that person to the conference?
Oh, JP will be there. They're going to have to share a room. We're not saying...
Share a room, but also you got to share a room with JP. But they should drive across the country together. I mean, that should be part of the package.
Oh, man.
Jamil, JP, and whoever the winner is.
Can you imagine having to drive across the country with JP?
Can you?
Yes.
Let's just ask.
I have experience.
I was 2 days in Portland with him, and we drove around. It was Chad, Steph, and I, and JP. And I got to tell you, I love JP, but man,
2 days.
The reason he's not getting late.
Pansy.
But he even said that himself. He clearly said, "This is why I don't have a girlfriend."
Right. Well, and this is the thing, and JP knows this about himself. That's why it's okay that we're doing this. He knows that he's just a difficult individual.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. And I also think it's great that we didn't put that in the contest rules, that, by the way, you have to spend the week with JP when you're at the
That's like the fine print at the bottom, but nobody reads. Wouldn't it be great if you're reading that and you're talking to, you're absolving yourself of all liability and all that, and then there's that one line, must spend the entire time with JP.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's awful. But we are doing that and really excited to do it. So if you tune in live for the giveaway show in September, just stay tuned. We'll let you know all the details for that. And you're the lucky winner, then you're going to get a year's supply, which is equal to 20 vials of White Labs yeast. You can't brew every single day just because we've given you a year's supply of White Labs, but we'll give you 20 vials, and it's just kind of a cool bonus to listen live and hang out with us. So everybody's excited to be doing that.
I'll even up that. If the guy who wins, or person who wins, wants to brew over 20 batches in that year and buys all that batches from me, I'll just keep kicking them down free vials.
You will.
Oh,
wow.
Absolutely.
Look at you. The listeners love it when Graham comes
because
on
he
here.
just and you know what I'll do?
Yeah.
I'll let them own half the shop.
Every time
for
he comes
a year.
in here, he has like half a beer, and he's like, and by the way.
Hey, if they buy the rest of the ingredients from me, that's a win.
That's a fair deal.
Yeah.
That's a great deal. All right, so there you go. Keep buying for more beer and keep throwing in yeast for you. If you're the lucky winner, there's only going to be one lucky winner, so just keep in mind, the more you buy, the better your chances are to win. And keep tuning into the Sunday session because we put extra names in the hat for you for participating.
This is just great. JP just joined the chat room, but he's not listening to the show. He can't get it. And so everybody is just reaming him in the chat room right now, and he has no idea why.
That's great. Poor bastard.
He's sensitive,
how the
though.
weather is.
That's what you get for missing shows, man. When Sully's not here, we do the same thing to him.
As well you should. I'd expect it.
It's the way we roll around here.
Just don't listen to it.
All right.
Turn it off.
With that business out of the way, let's start talking about the Siebel class. And we should start with just a brief description of what is the Siebel Institute of Technology in general. Chris Graham, you want to tackle that one?
Dr. White is an employee of Siebel, so he would know much better than
Are you an actual employee of Siebel?
Well, yeah, I'm one of the faculty members, but it's all distant faculty. So Siebel, up until about 5 years ago, had a school in Chicago from the 1800s until about 5 years ago, or about 8 years ago. But then it was sold.
Okay.
So now Lallemand owns Siebel.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah. And one of the things they did was sell the building. But now the school is actually at Goose Island.
Okay.
So they have
It's at a brewery.
Yeah,
at a brewery.
It's at a brewery.
Well, that sounds
Which is
awesome.
where a brewing school should be.
Yeah.
And now, is it only a brewing school? Because since it's called like the Institute of Technology, to me that means they teach other things.
We do gadgets and homebrewing.
But that's their main gig. It's a brewing school.
Right. There's lots of institutes of technology, and there's also lots of Siebels.
Ah, interesting.
That name is very common, right?
Really? They don't fight with each other about who actually owns the name?
They probably do.
Yeah.
But Siebel Institute of Technology for brewing is unique.
Okay. And you folks, if you're not part of the faculty, Graham, you're guest faculty?
Basically,
I see. So every year Chris Graham goes out and he's part of this program. It's a week-long course, right? And what is the course exactly?
Well, this course is one of the courses they do, so it's a week-long homebrew course. There's lots of other courses that we call a long course for brewing. There's a course in Germany, in Munich. But this is the one class Siebel does for homebrewers. But it's a good course. It's 1 week, and it's Ray Daniels, Randy Mosher, myself, Chris Graham.
Okay.
And we spend a week in Durango, and we talk homebrew.
That's Dr. Graham to you, by the way.
Thank you. Yes. That's an all-star cast of instructors right there.
And it's pretty fun, too, in terms of it's at Fort Lewis College.
Okay.
It's, starts usually, everyone's there by 8:30 in the morning, go to 5 o'clock. I mean, it's like a whole day.
Wow.
Every day.
With you buffoons.
Yeah.
How many people are doing it in the class?
We max out at 30. So it's, hands-on. We as teachers stay in the same place where the students stay. So they're hanging out with us at night.
So there's a lot of hazing going on.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. Is that a good thing that you're hanging out with the homebrewers at night and during the day?
Some of them, everyone's different. Everyone likes to learn differently. Some of us are afraid of numbers.
Yes.
Where they may not want to speak up in class, but they want to ask you outside of class or whatnot, and this gives them a chance to do so.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And so you guys, it's kind of like dorm life, too, right?
It is a dorm.
It is, okay.
We weren't going to mention that.
The first year, we didn't have garbage cans.
Hangers.
We didn't have towels or hangers.
Wow.
So we've worked on with the university there to give us some more supplies. So this is the 4th year in a row. So this year we had garbage cans.
Okay.
We had towels.
They've sprung for that.
There's no microwave, though. Everybody goes there expecting a microwave.
I think that's great.
But there's an oven.
That's good.
But no microwave.
This is like boot camp or something.
Yeah, wait. Where are the dishes? There are no dishes.
No dishes.
You have to eat with your hands.
Well, no, there's no things to cook on.
So
unless you're going to bring your own
oven with
pan.
nothing. Wow. So you guys ate out all the time, I assume.
I went to Walmart and bought myself some dishes.
You did? You didn't just want to eat off of Chris Graham's belly all week or something?
I did that last year.
And I wasn't going to do it again.
Let's not talk about that.
This year, I went to Walmart with Ray Daniels, and we bought everything you could buy at Walmart is $1. $1 for a plate, $1 for a pot.
Yeah.
$1. So for a few dollars, I had a full kitchen.
It sounds like you guys are like a cute couple or something like that. You're shopping for your first home
Me and Ray, we went to Walmart.
Yes.
Everything was $1.
And the funniest thing, we got the same shirts.
Dr. Ray.
Yeah.
And we were in separate aisles the whole time.
Yeah.
But we bought things together.
Old Jewish couple.
But it is an intense course. I mean, so you're saying that you're there all day, every day for this week in the class.
It's actually, a lot of information all day. The students paid a lot of money to go there, so it's a lot of instruction, a lot of lab class, a lot of brewing.
Hands-on brewing.
Okay.
And they all want to do it.
Yeah.
We have beer at night, But during the day, even when we have beer late at night, the students are there at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
All of them.
Ready to go.
This is not the course for me.
Nah.
I'm going to say
it's not
right
a slacker
now.
class.
Yeah, not at all. But that's great because it's really a unique opportunity for homebrewers. I don't think there's another program like that.
No. And I've been talking about putting something on, and since they're doing it, there's no point in doing it.
Sure. It's like, why? If that was so good, then, well, that's great. And what an all-star cast then. What do you teach there, Chris Graham?
Brewing. No, I'm the hands-on guy.
I see.
So I do a lot of talking to people about dumbing things down.
Okay.
You'd like my role there.
Yeah, I could stick around for that part of the class.
So, I mean, you'll watch these technical slides, and they'll be talking about, I don't know, take something like, Dr. White.
Yes.
We'll be talking about molecular structures of this, that, and the other, and then we'll be talking about cleaning in general.
Yeah.
And I try my best. People ask questions, and I'll try to just dumb it down to use PBW and star sand.
Yeah. So get a scrubby out there and go at it.
So Dr. White's up there, and he explains all this stuff, and then
like
Graham
the
gets up and goes,
I'm like the interpreter in the corner.
You said you dope.
The kill rate for this particular chemical will put you in a sanitary situation within 30 minutes.
Things die. All right, and then obviously you're discussing yeast and sanitation issues as well.
Yeast, sanitation,
pretty much the whole cold side of things.
Right, everything after the boil.
Okay.
But I think Chris Graham's being a little modest.
Yeah,
because he brings a whole brewing system out there.
That's pretty good.
So
that's the only reason you're invited.
People want to go to brew on this system.
Yeah. Yeah. You bring. What do you bring?
What do you bring?
I bring a 1550. I brought a 500 this year.
Wow.
And then we did some other stuff. So Brew Day itself, we brewed at SCA.
Okay.
But in their parking lot.
Okay.
As true homebrewers,
Yes.
It was pretty cool.
We do things in the backyard.
Yes. We did a single infusion mash, a step mash, and a decoction mash all at the same time.
Wow.
And you just separate the class into three groups of 10.
Okay.
And then move them around, so they can be hands-on, do all the dough in, do all of that stuff themselves instead of watching someone do it.
Who writes the curriculum for this course? Because that's very intense.
We kind of write it ourselves. Chris writes his lab days and anything he's going to be teaching. He just writes what he wants to teach, and I do the same exact thing.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I kind of went a little ambitious, but it worked out great.
Yeah. Okay.
I've never been invited. Just to be funny.
The money.
Maybe when they need a funny guy, Sully.
I'll be doing the funny thing between 5 o'clock and 5:10. Come down here.
All week long.
There's nobody's here. Comedy in that program.
Yeah. Oh,
nobody's funny.
Yeah, definitely, especially during the style talks.
Yeah.
Stuck to nod off a little bit.
Chris Graham is our funny man right now.
He is.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. I mean, that's
bring JP out, drive with him across the country, and go teach a class.
You guys don't understand. I've done plenty of more than 2-week road trips with JP. I know him all too well.
Really well.
Dr. JP, by the way.
Dr. White, I understand that.
His brother.
He calls brother,
so
twin brother.
It makes him do that at home.
I love it. When he calls him.
Absolutely.
Hey, Chris.
Doctor, are you
Don't call me Chris, call me Dr. White, by Jesus Christ.
I call his house, is the doctor in? I understand there are a lot of repeat folks, so does the curriculum change from year to year?
No, we've never had a repeat.
No.
Really?
I must be thinking of another class.
There is a lot of Siebels, as Chris White has said.
Classes,
It could have been the other one.
Siebel Magazine.
Now, Siebel, I actually spoke to the folks over there. They're going to be doing a couple of shows with us. They were really very cool. In fact, Chris White introduced me to them.
Right. They first were cautious because
we weren't serious. You weren't serious.
I told them people listen to your show.
That helped.
I see homebrewers all over the country and world, and they listen to the show.
Yeah.
So when I told that to Siebel, then they were
right.
Little interested.
It's funny because you're like pointing at me, like it's that guy over there, and they're going, "Well, really? He does."
You're actually better off not going.
Yeah,
just being behind a booth. And
you're like rocking in a corner, and they're pointing. See that guy over there? They listen to him.
I'm like
that guy right there.
I'm washing my hands all the time, and
you're picking your fingers.
Yeah,
that guy there.
I should do all of my booking via telephone, all of my meeting and booking via phone.
They can't see you rocking back and forth.
Yeah.
They're like, do you have Skype? We'd like to see what you look like. You just hold up a magazine.
Yeah.
Cut the lips out.
This is David Hasselhoff.
That's That's a good-looking guy.
They actually were very cool, and so they're going to do some shows of this. And the other thing is that they said, if you're ever doing topics, just go ahead and let us know what's happening, because we have lots of instructors that we could kind of pass your way to help us cover that stuff. Okay, so is it just, do you know the website for Siebel? People can check it out?
Just Google Siebel Brewing.
There you go, Siebel Brewing, and you can find out about all these courses. They have courses all year. And
we already have, actually... The 30 students this year sold out.
Okay.
And we actually have 10 already for next year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's next year.
And they will sell out again, and you'll just go into
by
a
about
wait list.
January.
Okay. By January?
Yeah.
Probably January, February.
Okay. And it is a hard one, because you have to take an entire week off of work.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And actually, all of our students in the last 2 years, nobody's retired.
Right. Wow. That's a range of ages.
Mm-hmm.
Young, old, want to do a brewery, don't want to do a brewery. It's not everybody that wants to do a brewery. A lot of people going to that class just want to learn more about homebrew.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they want to learn more about styles, it's just amazing.
Sure. They're just sponges.
Yeah.
How young is young and how old is old when you say?
I'd say mid-30s, low 30s. Okay. Last year we had a guy in college, 20.
Oh, yeah. We've had 20s.
Great.
Yeah.
Guys,
not old enough to drink.
Has this show been going on long enough where you've seen different trends in homebrewing expressed through the show?
Sure.
What's new this year? What do people want to know? What was new this year compared to like 2 years ago?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We didn't get this year that we got a lot of years in the past, is almost nobody had no brewing experience, and then almost none of them had no all grain experience. So this year was really nitty gritty questions of, mash times, sparge times, is it really all that important to do it this amount of time versus this amount of time, final gravities, during the sparge, those type of questions where you're getting the why do you sparge, or what is sparge?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Questions you'd be asking, Justin.
Exactly.
What is 7?
Hops, do I need them?
I think that the development of information that's out there, the books that are out there now, of course, How to Brew and other things,
sure,
are doing such a great job of covering the basics. Certain internet radio shows.
The other ones are doing great.
The other ones, of course.
And the Jamil show.
That's exactly who I was referencing.
The serious one.
Yes. Yeah. That it's great because the sort of basic stuff is covered already, and there's so many great resources for that now that you can be more technical on a course.
It makes it pretty fun. In fact, we left, and I just have been doing a ton of research on something I'll probably release next week.
Okay.
On the show about using refractometers and brewing, and I'll have some cool stuff on our website about it.
Great.
Because they were asking a bunch of questions of, haven't you heard of this? And yeah, I've heard of it, but it's not confirmed, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So I've been doing tests at the brewery next door. Yeah. Rock solid. So it's actually, this year was the first year that really pushed me after the class.
Okay.
And I thought that was cool. And what we do every class is, or every year, is tons of student feedback.
Yeah.
And develop next year's program based off of that.
Okay.
So that's, the first year Chris didn't get a lab, Dr. White didn't get a lab to brew in. And so, or to do lab work in. So it was all just theory, and the students were like, well, that doesn't help us.
Yeah.
To just talk about making starters, talk about cell counts, that doesn't really do anything for us. So
we need to see it.
That was a really cool thing. And then Chris has changed it a couple times, which this year I thought was just phenomenal.
Okay.
Doing cell counts based off of stir plate, no stir plate, that kind of stuff, where we actually did the experiments and they got the count. And
great.
Well, right, because the students after the first year said that they wanted more of a lab. So I put a big lab together where we did a lot of microbiology, we did a lot of testing, and we did that for a couple of years, and then they kind of said that's too much.
Okay.
Because a lab already is advanced.
Yeah.
Just going to a lab setting and do cell counts.
Yeah.
That's advanced.
When I walk into a lab, I feel very advanced instantly.
So I cut back.
Where do you want me to sit?
This year I cut back a lot of the extra microbiology, and I just focused on cell counting.
Okay.
And some microbiology. But because that's what a lot of homebrewers want to know. They want to know cell count. They want to know how many cells do I want for this beer, what is the pitching rate for this batch, what kind of starter should I make. So we just focused all on that. Like Chris said, stir plate, no stir plate, 4-liter starter, 800 ml starter.
Yeah.
What is the best?
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. So the students actually got to experiment.
Okay.
And find out what was best.
Well, why don't we take this point to go ahead and segue into that? I'm going to alter the plan a little bit. We're going to cover some other things later. Steph?
There's just a couple questions for the chat room. First one, how much does the class cost?
You guys know how much that is? You could probably look it up on the Siebel site.
It's a little under $2,000.
It is, okay.
For 1 week.
Okay.
And that does include your beautiful accommodations at the Mears apartments.
Oh, yes.
With Chris Graham.
Yes. I might even be your roommate, you never know.
I would have said Dr. White, but he's obviously with Randy, so you don't get to stay in that room. Anything else, Steph?
Yeah, just one more. What about the online Siebel courses? How do those work?
I don't think they do a homebrew one at this point.
Okay.
I think most of those they're very technical, usually when it comes to beer line cleaning, things like that. They look at a bunch of different target markets when they set up these classes, and not all of them are for brewers. In fact, some of their great classes are for distributors.
Okay.
Teach them, how to sell beer line cleaning and how to actually do it, and then they also teach distributors a lot, just style guides and sensory evaluation, so they know when someone says, we don't think that keg was right, they hopefully know a little bit more how to taste the beer and pick out what's wrong and how to bring that back to the brewery.
All right. Well, there's a lot of stuff available doing the online thing, too.
So I focused on those because I think that's what their online stuff focus on more than the brewing process itself.
Okay.
But I could be totally wrong. It wouldn't be the first time.
Probably not the last.
Oh, it is.
All right, so here's what, I was Chris White's a bit of a world traveler, especially as of late, and not just out gallivanting with beautiful Brazilian women.
Yes, he's doing that.
Not just.
Have you seen his blog?
But there's a lot going on in the beer world all over the world, and I'm going to save that for later, actually. Okay. But I do want to talk Shat. Do not let me go away without talking about that. And the reason is because I think, like you've just said, people are really interested in the yeast counts and things like that. And because of the time differences across the country, a lot of people have to tune out later. So why don't we go for it right now and dive into some of the things that you did in the course and some of the focuses about the yeast counting. And, of course, everybody wants to know about starters versus your vial. And I'm already getting questions, like you said, people already want to know, what is the ideal pitching rate for a 10-gallon batch?
Right.
It depends.
And that's the right answer, actually.
So let's go into, just a bit of the course itself and some of the things you discovered in instructing these guys in the lab environment.
Well, Chris Graham was doing a batch of beer. So he brewed a batch of beer, so we thought we would collect some wort from his beer and make starters out of it and look at them in the lab.
Okay.
So we collected basically pint starters, 800 ml starters. So we collected some wort, and we did stir plate, no stir plate. We also collected some wort before, while it was still hot.
Okay. And now when you say stir plate, no stir plate, you're talking about you're doing a starter, you're pitching a vial of your yeast in, you're sitting it on a stir plate or not. Okay.
Right. And a lot of homebrewers ask about stir plates. So also they ask about nutrients. So we thought we would collect some wort hot, and then we would add nutrients into the kettle.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would collect wort later. So this actual starter that we collected, 800 milliliters, that we collected hot before cold break, before hot break, actually had the best yeast growth.
Really?
And I think that's something I've talked a lot about. I think if you want a good yeast starter, you want Trub.
Okay.
Because Trub adds, it shortens yeast's metabolism. They don't have to make a lot of these compounds. It comes from the Trub.
Okay.
Wow.
And it made a dramatic difference. And we were at this brewery, and we collected the wort, and about 4 hours later we were leaving. And the starter we collected hot, even though we cooled it down to about the same temperature. It might have been a little warmer, which also increased speed, but it was
roughly,
already...
What are you saying when you say warmer? What temperature are you talking?
We don't know.
I'd say low 80s on that one, and the other ones were low 70s.
Okay.
So at first I thought it was just sort of temperature.
Sure,
well,
and I did
we
too.
collected it warmer, even though we cooled it down. Maybe temperature, it was going faster. But it grew to a higher rate, quite a bit actually.
With the Trub, you're
With
saying?
the Trub.
Okay.
Over one day. It grew better than the stir plate starter.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, it is, because in the professional setting, we go to great lengths to clarify the wort. I mean, we'll do a whirlpool on it. We'll let it settle for a certain duration of time.
Let's not get technical.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And but then we also add what is it? It's copper clear. It's a cold break kettle coagulant.
Right.
And that really clarifies it. So.
Right.
You're saying that we should be...
Well, we're talking starters versus... You're doing that on your starters?
No. I'm doing it in the brewery. I'm just kind of curious how that might transfer to
propagation does matter to breweries, too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because I'll get, we buy yeast from White Labs. Chris is in front, I don't get a break. But... And
that's why you're here, Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Dr. Justin. And so, we prop it up, or we'll just pitch it all in. Actually, I think we do a full 15-barrel pitch on our 10-barrel, 12-barrel tank. So, are you saying that when we do that, we should be sludging
putting some sludge in there?
Absolutely, it makes a big difference.
Why is that?
Because yeast use this trub material for cell walls. So if you give it to them in the beginning, they don't have to make it.
Right.
So when you add yeast into a wort, it's a fight for nutrients. We think they just start fermentation. They don't. They start just sucking up nutrients. So that's what they're fighting for.
Okay.
So if you give them more of those nutrients in the beginning, they get those quickly, and then they start fermentation.
Right. They don't have to beat each other up for it.
What kind of flavor profiles can that lend to?
Well, that's a good question.
That's why I'm not a doctor.
I come from the yeast health side.
Yeah.
And yeast health side, it makes a big difference if they have these nutrients.
Okay.
And I think that's great for the practical guy making a starter, as opposed to collecting cooled wort from your batches to use as starters.
Yeah.
Making one with your typical DME right on the stovetop, right in the flask, letting it settle in the flask is a great idea. We proved that works.
Okay.
We also show, because if you collect hot wort, you have less of a problem with sanitation.
Sure.
Because if you, say, transfer hot wort, and then you let it cool down in a flask, your potential for contamination is much, much less than if you cool all your wort, and then you collect that in a flask.
Yeah.
Because whenever you're collecting cold wort, it will get contaminated.
Okay.
So if you transfer hot wort, and then you let it cool down in the container, if you transfer it hot, any contamination that, falls in will die.
Yeah. That's
So if you can have the right, gloves, and equipment, there definitely is a little bit of concern you have to do when you're collecting hot wort.
Sure.
But if you do that right, you can transfer it better from a sanitation standpoint, and you can have more nutrients left in.
Yeah.
So you can make a starter that still that will grow the yeast better.
Right. See, that makes a lot of sense, even with the sanitation issue. Obviously, the other part, the true part, that's still really fascinating. And I think that Sully's point, even though he's talking about coming from the kettle doing a brew, is still relevant here. Homebrewers, we do the same thing. Some of us go to great lengths to transfer a clear wort into our fermenters.
I've never believed in that.
You don't at all, really?
No.
So you just say go now.
Because I don't care about the flavor.
How much are you?
See, that
was
great.
a good honest answer.
Yeah, that's my perspective.
That was the healthiest yeast beer I've ever had.
I want a healthy fermentation.
It tastes like crap.
And
that's what I want. I want
that's
healthy
your
fermentation.
Job. Yeah. But Graham might say then, what about the off flavor?
Well, and I think that's what Dr. Sully was. Dr. JP was really pushing that point.
Don't ever call me that again. I will kill you.
You'll be sleeping with JP this GABF.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But I think there's definitely, in say the brewing setting side of things, even though I'm not a big fan of putting up screens in your boil kettle that are trying to microfilter.
Okay.
A general, using hot bags to kind of hold in the solids, or using some sort of simple screening that can't clog easy, nice big holes. I don't like the bazooka screen style, because I know too many people have clogged them up during a batch, and then their wort's cooled.
Yeah.
And at that point, they're screwed. They're either going to bring it back up to a boil again, or they throw it away. Really, you're going to be contaminated if you have to unclog that.
Yeah, okay.
So, I think there's some validity to separating out a majority of the solids, but trying to get 100% out.
Don't worry about it.
Isn't that smart of a thing to do? But to just say, oh, well, I want it all, and to bring all of those solids in, especially the hot matter, I don't think would be a benefit to you.
Yeah. And
hop matter has tons of nutrients. We don't know how. There is so much nitrogen and minerals in hop material.
But you then advocate bringing all the hop material in?
Absolutely.
That's the thing.
Oh, no, but he is saying...
He doesn't care about the flavor.
I don't care about the flavor. I'm talking about yeast health, and I know those make a difference.
Well, I can understand, because you're a yeast Nazi.
Right.
But the point is that there's that fine line between, like, flavor. You must be aware of it. You're not like, a guy on the... going down the road with blinders on. I mean,
just making a point.
Okay, well, there you go. You made your point.
Yeah.
Dr. White.
Okay, well, let's move on then and talk about cell counts and things like that, since we kind of started with starters here. The last time you were on the show, people were interested in what kind of microscope they should get, and Mike White's done a good job with the website now. There's a whole microscope portion on the website, and Steph, I gave you a link there. You have a White Labs page open, unless it got moved to something else.
No, it's still...
Okay, well, maybe he can reopen it. Whatever it was,
Chad is even jumping up to help out right now. I've got a beer in my hand.
Well, because there's some pictures on there that I want to be able to paste that link into the chat room, and it was a specific page, so it's not just the home page. Maybe Mike White can help.
It's under homebrewing, and then...
so we talked about what kind of microscope people need, and you can go to whitelabs.com. I'm going to put a link in the chat room here in just a minute, and they have a microscope page with pictures. And one of the things that people were really concerned about, not only on the last show you did, but from our pre-interview, also in this course that you just did, was how to properly count yeast and what it is we're looking at. And what did you learn from doing that with the students?
Well, like I said, after the last couple of laboratories, I took more of the microbiology way.
Okay.
Also, from doing this show, I realized how concerned people were with cell counts. And how they wanted to do cell counts. So this lab, I focused mostly on cell counts.
Okay.
So each student did about 5 cell counts. And it seemed like a lot. I knew they would be burdened by a little bit, but it took about 3 or 4 cell counts before you actually could do it yourself.
Okay.
So I wanted them to struggle with a few.
Yeah.
Because we just did, say, 2 cell counts, and you had 3 or 4 students combining on 3 cell counts, they wouldn't really learn how to do it.
Right.
But if each person had to do 5, they'd learn how to do it.
And they would hate
And I saw the light bulb come off, actually. Students came up to me after about the 3rd or 4th cell count and said, I got it.
I see.
I know what you're talking about.
They were hating you up to that point, though.
Yeah.
And then
they
it was
went,
like,
okay.
We love you.
Now, what's the difficulty? That there are so many other things in there?
Because when you look under the microscope, you look at a hemocytometer that's designed to count cells. You see lots of squares.
Okay.
You see big squares, you see small squares. So what squares are you supposed to count? This is very confusing to people.
Okay. And now, when you squares is just the grid.
The grid.
That's how you measure. So
right.
Okay. So you're not so the cells obviously aren't squares. You're talking about the grid.
Thank you.
There's those new square ones there, Justin.
Like Legos, they just lock together.
It's our new strain.
Right. But under, say, you're looking at a yeast about 100-fold magnification.
Okay.
You see a big grid pattern in the hemocytometer, and then you magnify to 400 times magnification. So a 40x objective. So that's what you want to look at yeast, about 400-fold magnification.
Okay.
Then all of a sudden you magnify one of those grids.
Okay.
But people look at that and say, what grid have I just magnified?
Yeah.
Have I magnified the 10 grid thing here, or the 25 grid?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell what you actually magnified.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so that takes a bit of practice.
Okay.
What have I magnified? What should I count? So I would go by some groups, and it'd be 2 hours into the lab, and I thought everybody kind of had it, and I'd go by a group, and they say, kind of sheepishly, are we looking at the right thing?
Yeah. Like, no, that's my fingernail.
And that's how difficult it is.
Okay. All right.
It is. But once you get it, that's the whole point. You take some time learning it, but once you get it, you got it.
Okay.
Then you got it,
Okay.
Oh, I count these cells, multiply by a number, I got a cell count.
Yeah.
Done. Easy, 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
But to figure out what to count is a little tricky.
Okay.
And that's what, so we'd spend maybe 2 hours learning that. Everybody do their cell counts in a few minutes. And they really learned a lot about cell counts, because when we're talking about cell counts, we're talking about millions of cells per mil.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're talking about billions of cells per mil.
Wow.
So until you count it, it's kind of like, when is it billions? When is it millions? What do I want to pitch? What do I want to start with? Is the pitching rate what's in the beer or what I'm starting with?
Yeah.
There's a lot of confusion.
Right. And that's what you found.
And I'm more confused now than before the class.
I'm just picturing myself in the class, 1,500,000, like
afraid of math or attacking.
You're trying to count each one of them.
And Chris White comes and hits me on the backside of the head and goes, "No, you just count one square, jerk off."
I was up here until midnight last night.
I was wondering why this class was a week long.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of error about it because the volume you look at under the microscope when you are counting cells is 1/10,000th of a mil.
Okay.
So you want to know cells per mil.
Yeah.
So you count this little area and you multiply it by 10,000.
Okay.
To represent, if you counted 10,000 of these areas, that would be 1 milliliter.
Okay.
Because our unit of measure in brewing and yeast is cells per milliliter. So little tiny differences you do in the cell count, you're multiplying by 10,000.
Yes.
That's why there's a lot of error associated with counting cells in the microscope.
Okay.
Because it's such a tiny, tiny volume you're looking at.
See, and it kind of fuels the debate, too, about starters versus just pitching a vial, because there's a lot of brewers out there who say, well, I've counted. I have done it, and I've counted. Mm-hmm. And I think that some of them maybe did it right, and some of them didn't do it right. And the confusion in how to count and how to get an accurate number, I think, lends to the debate about, do we need to do a starter, do we just pitch the vial? Right. Did you get the right page up in there, Steph, into the chat room for them?
Yeah, I was able to.
Okay.
It's just the one page.
And for those of you listening, if you're not in the chat room, did it have the pictures from the microscope on it?
It just had one.
That's if it's the right page, there should be like 3. Did Mike White give you the page?
Yeah.
Then it's the right one. That's fine. You can go to whitelabs.com/beer/microscope.html, and there's a couple pictures there. So if you want to see this grid that Dr. White is talking about, there's a picture of it there, and you can see the cells within it. And there's some other. You've done some dyeing of the cells,
right?
Which is a whole other thing. I don't even know.
Well, you add a dye, and
poor Justin, he's like
such a moron,
struggling through this.
The beauty of this dye is that you count the cells, but some of the dead cells retain the dye. So dead cells, for example, in methylene blue will stain blue. So you say, okay, I just counted 10 million cells, but a few of them were dead.
Okay.
So then you can say that's 99% viable. You divide, the dead, you divide out the dead cells.
Okay. No, that's not very complicated at all, is it, Chris Graham?
What? Hey, I think I made an error there, or I'm not sure. Studio audience brought it up. I had said what I meant to say was a great thing when making starters is you can either do the boil right inside of the flask using a DME or something, and not trying to do a separation, just letting that solid settle out right there in the flask.
That's how I
might have said it backwards.
Oh, I think I don't know. I think everybody got that, and that's how I do it too. I do it right in the Erlenmeyer flask. You can boil
I just want to make sure I didn't speak out of, because I make up stuff a lot.
Well, and this is the serious
Welcome
show.
to the Sean Club.
And, just make things up. Did I tell you I'm great? Just made that up.
5.2% alcohol.
Hopefully the ATF isn't listening.
All right, let's take a quick break. It's been a while. I think everybody has to pee. When we come back, I want to talk about the results about doing a starter versus not doing a starter, and the yeast cell counts. We were talking a little bit about this in the pre-interview, and you found some interesting,
fascinating topic. Justin.
Good, and it's very serious. And
I'll provide.
I think I'm the only one here who likes it.
It's great. Everyone else is
looking
yourself,
at
you
Dr.
like
White.
deer in the headlights, and Dr. White's got an erection. It's like, this is my favorite.
Chris and the listeners and the rest of us are just kind of, very nice point.
I'm telling you, though, it's so great having you do these complicated discussions, Chris, because you are relaxed and laid back, so we can call you a nerd, and you sort of seem to like it.
He didn't deny any of that.
Any other scientist in here, I don't know if I could handle, so it works out well for everybody. Hang in there. When we come back, we'll start talking about starters versus just pitching the vial and some more yeast counts. Get your questions to us, 888-401-BEER, or join the chat. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
This year, the
Great American Beer Festival will last for 3 days. Have more than 40,000 visitors, more than 380 breweries, more than 1,600 beers. But only one lucky listener will be going for free. Beer, and more beer. The Brewers Association, White Labs, and the Brewing Network are sending you on the beer trip of the year. Airfare, hotel, all festival sessions for free. Brought to you by the Brewers Association, White Labs, Beer, and more beer, and the BN. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
I'm going to tell you about my younger days when my health was good, but my mind was crazed by chemical interactions in my brain. Yes, I got high, you know it's true, but what I'm going to relate to you will keep you just like me from going insane. 'Cause you know beer is good for you. Beer is good for you. It's true. Beer is good for you. Yeah, keep off crack, speed, smoke. You'll just get dumber with every toke. Rocks in your head, no wonder it's called stoned. Your heart beats fast, eyes red as hell. The monkey just gets bigger till your money, lungs, and mine will all be blown. But you know beer is good for you. Beer is good for you. It's true. Beer is good for you. 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 Dope carnivals inside your head can turn into freak shows instead. Face every imagined horror known to you. Beautiful and exotic, paranoid and psychotic. There's nothing left but sawdust when it's through. Hey, don't feel bad, don't feel blue about all this jive I'm laying on you. I'm just trying to make a point and make it clear. No, don't get angry, don't lose hope. Just because you can't use dope, you can always make a real good case of beer. 'Cause you know beer is good for you. Beer is good for you. It's true. Beer is good for you. 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 Dark or light, it's brown as honey. Worth its weight in gold or money. Oh, baby, that beer is good for you. Get your tongue a tingle and your mind a buzz, and wake up in the morning with a mouthful of fuzz. Oh, baby, that beer is good for you. And you know beer is good for you. Beer is good for you. It's true. Beer is good for you. Not as good as sex, but it's better than jail. Hookers cost, but so does bail. Oh, baby, that beer is cheaper, too. So tell the man behind the bar, B-E-E-R. I'm telling you, beer is good for you. And you know beer is good for you. Beer is good for you. It's true. Beer is good for you. 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 I said that beer is. It's good for you.
Can you imagine a world without liquid yeast or German Pilsner malt? No rinse sanitizer. East Kent Goldings. Neither can Northern Brewer. Since 1993, Northern Brewer has been dedicated to spreading the enjoyment of good brewing and good beer by bringing these and other products to home brewers everywhere. They have a comprehensive selection of ingredients and equipment for making beer, mead, wine, cider, and soda with thousands of different items in stock. Everything you need in one place at a great price. Tech support and order advice from their expert and friendly staff is available by email or phone 7 days a week. Fast and accurate shipping combined with their central location in Minnesota, USA. Means you never have to wait long for your order. Request a free full-color catalog by calling toll-free 1-800-681-2739 or visit them online at northernbrewer.com.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com. Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex. You're listening to the Brewing Network. The Brewing Network. Saving your life.
One beer at a time.
Welcome back, everybody. Everybody's refilled their beer and used the potty. Ready to go. Back into the business. Like to give a special welcome and hello to our newest sponsor, Northern Brewer. You can go to northernbrewer.com. Chris Graham, you all right with all that?
Absolutely.
They're good guys.
Good guys over there.
It's a great homebrew shop in the middle of the country there. Northern Brewer. You can go to northernbrewer.com, and they are the official sponsor of the Jameel Show now. It's
very cool.
Yeah, it's like their show. It's a whole thing that they do now with the Jameel Show, which is very exciting. And they're good guys over there and very nice to us. I met them at the NHC. I'd met them last year at NHC. But I met him again this year, and I'm talking to Chris from
Farley.
Yeah, I'm talking to him, and he's looking at me kind of funny, and he's like, I'm sorry, it's just kind of weird, because I listen to the show all the time, and you just sound weird, which is really very flattering to me when I find out that people in the industry are listening, and he does listen to the Jameel Show too. So he was real excited about the opportunity to get involved with us, and that is very cool. So check out northernbrewer.com. Happy to have them on board with us. All right.
Is Stephanie eating over there?
Yeah, I gotta turn her microphone off. What are you even thinking?
You're not supposed to be eating in here. This is like right up there with germ phobia with this guy.
What are you eating?
Good
even?
God.
What is
It's a serious
that thing?
location.
It's a mango.
It doesn't look
In the
like
studio? Oh, I'm sorry, Justin. This won't happen. Well, I'll talk to her when we get home.
You know what's funny is that Sully yells at Steph like once a show. I think last time it was for talking too loud on the telephone when she answered the phone. But you know I'm thinking of it. Like
I know.
I'm just being nice. And Sully from across the room, he's like, "Shut up! Don't talk so loud." They have a great
That's
relationship.
when we get home or we're in the car and he goes over the rules of the show, like he's in charge.
Now, when you sit down, you will.
I want you to make nice with everybody.
Well, I knew you were going to say something because I knew your eye was going to turn there and you're going to catch her, and I didn't want her to receive a beating on the air.
Appreciate that. It's a good thing that you did it too, because I would have done it right in the middle of some important factoid from Dr. White, and I would have brought the show to a screeching halt to yell at Steph for chomping. Get that thing out of here. Chat.
I want one.
Remove the food from the studio. Physically remove it. I don't even want to see it.
I want a pizza.
All right, let's start talking about starters versus vials and yeast counts that way. You did a couple of different kinds of starters at the lab for this class, didn't you?
We did.
And what kind of results did you guys find out?
Well, we did the pint starter, the 800 mils, a little bit bigger than a pint. And then we did a 4-liter starter. And what I noticed when people were doing the cell counts, I was walking around and they said, wow, the 4-liter starter doesn't have a lot of yeast. And I kind of smiled a little bit because I
feel like a sinister guy.
He is so fascinated by this, right? You should see the look on his face. It's so great.
It's funny because when he's telling this, he's looking at Chris and I like we're like students in the class, and he's giving me that kind of like that professor look.
And his face says,
"Can I hold your hand?"
His face literally says, "Can you believe this? Do you believe what I'm saying?" Okay, go on, please. Sorry.
Well, because I knew what they were looking at was a low cells per mil, lower than the 800 mils. But we added 1 vial of yeast to 800 mils. We added 1 vial of yeast to 4 liters.
Okay.
We added 1 vial of yeast, 3 vials to 20 liters.
Okay.
To a homebrew batch. So the 4-liter batch, when they looked at it on a microscope, there was less cells under the microscope.
Okay.
However, when you do the calculation, there's more cells total.
So it's a volume thing?
It's a volume thing. For example, so when we added a yeast vial to 800 mils, and we added about 100 billion cells to 800 mils.
Okay.
After 24 hours, it would be about 110 billion cells. There looks like a lot of yeast on the microscope, but they don't grow that much because it's a small volume they're introduced into.
Okay.
Now, in the 4-liter flask, they were at about maybe instead of 150 million cells per mil, 160 million cells per mil, they were at 80 million cells per mil. So they looked like less yeast per milliliter. But when you multiply by the 4 liters, they were actually about 280 billion total cells.
I see.
So they were actually able to grow more in the 4 liters. So that growth factor in 800 mils, 100 billion cells added. After 24 hours, 110 billion cells. Right?
Okay.
So very little growth. Metabolism, yes. So you add the same 100 billion cells into 4 liters, and after the first day, you have 250 billion cells.
Wow, so it more than doubled.
A 2.5 growth factor, right. So now you're adding yeast to enough volume so each yeast cell gets nutrients, gets sugar.
Okay.
It can grow more.
Gets more food.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was Chris Graham. It did more food.
That was not me.
That was Sully.
I mean, but at the class, that would have been your role.
Like the interpreter in the back for the dead.
Yeah.
But the story doesn't really end there.
Okay, good.
Because then the homebrewer says, well, 4 liters is what I need.
Yeah.
Look, it grew more.
Right.
But you still have to go back to what are you brewing. If you want 200 billion cells in your beer, say you're brewing a 10 Plato, would be a 1040 gravity beer.
Okay.
And you want 200 billion cells. If after 24 hours in 4 liters, you're at 280 billion.
Yeah.
And then maybe you let that start to go another day. Now you have more cells than you wanted.
So now you're talking about over pitching.
Right.
I see.
So there's lots of intricacies of when's too much, when's too little.
Yeah.
How much do you start with?
Yeah.
How much is in the vial compared to how much it grows?
Right. See, I seem to remember that this kind of being your... I got Doc on the phone. I got Dr. Doc on the phone. We're going to have to go to this really quick.
Doc.
I seem to remember this being kind of your argument about, like it's not as if you were against starters, but you kind of said, why mess with it? We've put the right amount of cells in the vial, and the more you do to mess with it, the more you're risking. Now you're talking about overpitching,
right,
or contamination, or any of the other things that could happen when we start dicking with what you already did.
Right.
See, I can't imagine overpitching a beer. I want to talk to you about that when we come back. Hang on just 1 second. Let me go to Dr.
All right.
Dr. Doc, what's happening, brother?
I'm hanging by the pool with the fam. I'm lit. And
no. Hey,
I'm lucky I remembered to call in.
Hey, are you calling in to check in on me? Because I did order those tickets.
Oh, good.
Chris Graham is you today, Doc. He's sitting in your seat, and he's Dr.
I'm trying my best to get wasted here.
He's sober.
It's Dr. Graham.
Is he wasted?
He's not. He's not doing a good job.
Very sober.
Oh, dang.
Where are you at?
I'm in Kauai. I'm at the Marriott in Lihue.
I see.
Wow.
The life of a doctor.
It's gotta be hard to be a doctor. Those freaking doctors.
You know, it's tough.
Doc, what are you drinking?
It's really tough.
Yeah. What is there to drink in Kauai?
The usual. They had a lot of Heineken, a lot of Sam Adams.
Okay.
I got a Bass. And then the usual macro swill.
Yeah.
You took a bath?
A lot of rum drinks.
And a lot of rum.
And a lot of rum drinks.
A lot of rum drinks.
Now we're talking.
All right. Hey, Doc.
And I'm waiting for my next, but there she is. I can see her across the pool, and she's got my rum drink.
Is she hot?
Oh, yeah.
Doc.
Oh, yeah.
Love this guy.
So the kids are out there with you.
Well, the kids are in the pool. They will not come out of the pool. But, it's amazing how, there's little hot chicks here. I wish my parents would have brought me here when I was 16 years old.
There's a little hot chick. Sending your boys over, like, go get
no, it's like, I wish my 12-year-old was about 16, I could give him some pointers or something.
How would you like to be Dr. Scott's kid?
Oh, man. Doc would always be trying to get you laid.
Yeah.
You got to say this to her.
That's what it's all about when you're like...
Maybe that's
15,
what's wrong with
16.
JP. Or...
Yeah. Doc, is his advice. Hey, go up and just show it to her.
That'll work.
Excuse me while
Hey, Doc, listen, I could talk to you all day, but I got yelled at all week long about not being serious. So I got to get back...
You know what?
Yeah?
As long as I'm not there... You'll be serious.
That's right, and that's what we're trying to do. So I have to cut this short. But
all right.
But thank you very much for giving us an update and hanging out a little bit.
No problem. You guys have a great show.
All right, brother.
Take some pictures.
All right. See ya.
Later.
Enjoy the rum.
So basically, pervert Dr. Scott is checking out little kids at the pool.
There's little hot chicks.
Yeah.
I love that. I thought he meant short women at first.
Because he's a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
He was just thinking about his boys.
Yeah, that's right. He is.
Yeah, not about him.
No, he's looking out for the boys.
Yeah.
All right, so I got to get back on track. I think maybe the listeners are right. I don't know how to get back on track now.
Turn the ship around.
One phone call from Doc, and I'm all flustered. All right, we're talking about starters, and I wanted to ask you about this over-pitching nonsense, because it just really seems impossible to me. But tell me what happens when you over-pitch.
Well, over-pitching is a big deal if you are re-pitching into other beers.
Okay.
Over-pitching one batch of beer doesn't make that big of a difference.
Uh-huh.
But when you over-pitch, yeast do not grow very well. So if you add a lot of yeast, now you have less nutrients, less sugar per cell.
Okay.
So instead of growing maybe 5-fold, they grow 2 or 3-fold.
Okay.
So you have a lot of older dead cells. So you repitch again, and maybe you add more, and they grow even less. So what people see is lower viability, start to get yeasty off flavors, cardboardy flavors, weird off flavors, and this is from overpitching.
Okay.
But that usually comes from repitching. It's hard to overpitch if you grow up yeast from the lab, from our yeast. It's more about if you repitch, because now every time you brew beer, if the yeast grow 5-fold, and you repitch that without diluting it, then you're overpitching.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Okay.
Even to me.
So like a 1050 gravity 5-gallon carboy. Yeah. How many vials would it take to overpitch? And don't give me it depends, because I gave you a gravity.
It depends. No, about 5-6 vials, you'd start to get overpitching. But you'd have to add a lot. See, that's the way. It takes a lot in the beginning to overpitch. But you say you pitch 2 vials even, or 1 vial or 2 vials, and then you repitch all of that, like a lot of homebrewers do. They take off the beer, they just add new wort on top of that, then they have overpitched. They haven't cleaned anything, and they've overpitched, and it can work most of the time actually. But then you go again, the yeast is going to die off, and you're going to get some yeast off flavors.
Okay. Sure. All right. Well, that makes sense. I got a phone call question coming in from Richard from the forum. Richard, you got a question for the boys here?
Yeah.
What's happening, brother?
You guys were talking about, pitching yeast starters like, a pint and then 4 liters. What would be the ideal gravity to get your starters going at?
Good question. What kind of gravity do you want in that wort?
Yeah, I think the ideal gravity is about 1040.
Okay.
1040.
So 1040 gravity, usually you do not need to do more than a 2-liter starter. If you want a starter, even if you do a pint starter and the yeast do not grow very much, they get metabolism going.
Okay.
You can do a 2-liter starter where metabolism starts and yeast growth happens.
Yeah.
Now you go into 4 liters and you really get a lot of yeast growth, perhaps too much.
Okay. And in your experiments with the different volumes of starters, did you also find that a 2,000 ml starter was the best growth, the ideal circumstance then?
I've done that before. We didn't do this in this class. We just went from 800 mils to 4 liters.
Okay.
But I was trying to show how, a 4 liter would actually have the right amount. I mean, a 2 liter.
Yeah.
But by not doing the 2 liter, I did notice some students inferred the fact that the 4 liter was the correct method. When the 4 liter had really too much yeast.
Okay. All right, thanks for the call, Richards.
And you're referring to 5-gallon batches or 10?
5-gallon batches.
Yeah, that's what. And I think he was asking about 10. That's what
okay.
That.
Okay.
So 4. Okay. Yeah.
For the caller,
I didn't hear that.
So would we then? So for 10 gallons, would we be talking about a 4,000 ml starter?
Well, yeah. Then your numbers are about right, but the 2 liter is still okay.
Okay.
The 2 liter is still good.
I just did a 2 liter or 1 vial.
1
per
vial,
10
2
gallons,
liter. Yeah.
Per 10 gallon batch.
I think so, but there's you could do 2 liters, 2 vials into 2 liters. You could do.
Yeah.
But then you're not getting a lot of growth. You're getting two vials into 4 liters. I just like 2 days for every starter. I think that's really important.
2 days.
See, I think, and also I think the common theme of everything that you've said today really has to do with are the yeast competing with each other for nutrients. So you're really just trying to create the ideal environment so that they all have what they need. Right. They're not stealing from each other so that they don't...
Well, people think about sugar a lot.
Yeah.
So you add yeast to wort. They think yeast first consume sugar. They don't.
Yeah.
They first fight over the nutrients.
Okay.
They don't care about the sugar. So what they do is they fight for the nutrients. It's a big suction.
Yeah.
They're pulling up minerals. They're pulling up amino acids. When that's all depleted, then they look at the sugar.
Yeah.
So if you add a lot of yeast to a small amount of volume, they do that very, very quickly, and all of a sudden start fermenting.
Okay.
That's not necessarily a good thing.
Okay. Because maybe they're not they might be fermenting,
Right.
but they might not be healthy.
Right, they want to pick up the nutrients.
Yeah.
So that takes several hours.
Okay.
Then they should start with the sugars.
Okay.
At the 2-1A, we don't have any way of counting yeast, so we just kind of do it on feel. It's looking at the slurry and seeing what the thickness is and all that. But it's not very empirical, but we'll actually pitch a greater amount of yeast for the bigger beers. But what I've noticed, and I don't know if you see this in the homebrew side so much, because we have these blow off hoses that come down, is that when we pitch a lot more yeast, we'll see a lot more explosion of activity the next day. There's like stuff all over the floor and all this. There's a lot of yeast going on, and I'm wondering if we're over pitching in that situation. So basically, we have a unit tank, a single fermenter, and we have a blow off hose coming off into a bucket, and then the blow off hose will be blown. It'll be everywhere.
Yes. I think it's very easy to get to over pitching, and I'll say the value that a lot of people talk about is 1 million cells per mil per degree Plato. This is a number that a lot of home brewers have read, but this is a lager repitching rate.
Yeah.
It could be 1 to 1.5, because most of the beer made worldwide is lager. Most of the yeast used is repitched. So if you look in the textbooks, this is what you're going to find.
Okay.
Where ale breweries, generally in Britain, pitched about half that amount.
Okay.
And so a lot of home brewers, a lot of professional brewers do not pitch 500,000 cells per mil. Sierra Nevada, they do.
They do?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. A lot of ale brewers in Britain pitch half that amount.
Interesting.
And what you get is a better yeast growth.
Yeah.
I was just talking to the brewer from Firestone Walker about this yesterday, Matt Brennelson, and he spent a lot of time just pitching yeast when he was at Goose Island in Chicago. Pitching yeast in different amounts. He learned it himself.
He did.
He learned when he added more, he had more problems.
Okay.
So he started backing off. So he wanted to back off until he got just the right amount of flavor he wanted.
Yeah. See, he just went through it himself. That's
but he did it himself,
yeah.
and not a lot of people learn that.
Yeah, the rest of us are lazy.
Because you want to, if you have a problem, you add more.
Yeah.
You add more.
Sure, because that's to me, that's the common sense.
Kill out the other problems.
Yeah. Now, Sully, very serious question for you.
Of course, Dr.
When you hear stuff like this, and when you hear that, say, Sierra Nevada does the half pitch like that, just like they used to do in England, does that make you want to change something about how you pitch? Like, I'm
actually, when you were talking about this, I think of a couple different things. One is we have a process flow, we have a production volume that we're trying to achieve, so we're trying to get the beer on.
Yeah.
So maybe we're sacrificing volume, because what happens, you end up blowing out a lot of beer on the floor.
Yeah.
With the blow off bucket. So we probably I know we overpitch at times, and it might be a good idea to invest in a microscope. Not many small brewer pubs do that to find out what we're doing, because we're trying to save time. We also want to get that beer on as soon as possible.
I love the microscope. I think it allows you to really look at the yeast, but I still don't think you need to as a microbrewery, because the weight and the volume are also good indicators of yeast count. Because when you look at the microscope, like I said, that multiplication by 10,000 is so great. Little errors can be a big difference. So by just doing volume or weight, you can come close.
Now, are there formulas, for an uncentrifuged, mass of trub that you could figure that out?
Well, in professional breweries, yes. It's about a liter per barrel.
Okay.
So, for example, a lot of professional breweries, say you have a 10-barrel brewery, they'll add 20 liters of yeast, 5 gallons of yeast, when they really should add 10 liters of yeast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we overpitch.
Yeah. But it really is fascinating, because you would know more than anyone, because you talk to a lot of these breweries. Is it like some huge number of breweries that you would say are overpitching?
Oh, yeah, and when they do it, when they start backing off, they go, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Fermentations will go faster.
Right.
Because you don't expect that.
Yeah,
that's so anti what you'd think.
Yeah. Plus, there's another thing that happens, I think, especially with some of the hoppier beers we were doing kettle editions, is that you're really blowing off a lot of flavor with the overpitching. A lot of stuff's just being blown right out the bucket as well. So,
I bet that Chris White has a microscope calendar. You know what I mean? Like every month is like a new microscope, and you're like, ooh, I can't wait to get to August.
I love the microscope.
Look at the Carl Zeiss one in July.
Did you see the scope on that one?
We do have a camera and a microscope, and I like to take pictures.
You do?
I do.
You can see the models on our website.
Yeah, we should put more on there.
Now, a lot of cooks like chefs and on Mario Batali has like all these old. He's a great chef on the Food Network. He has like all these old slicers, meat slicers, ancient slicers, and all that. Do you collect microscopes? Is your whole office surrounding with like these old ancient microscopes?
Like bronze?
No, but actually at the school we just did with Siebel, we had an old microscope in the field. So we had about 5 microscopes. We had a really old one. And I asked the students, whose microscope is this? They all knew it was Randy Mosher's.
Oh, is that right?
Because if you have attended a few lectures from Randy, you know he's fairly old school. He's fairly cheap. But he can make an old microscope work. This has no light source.
Oh wow!
Right. So his microscope, we had to get a light. We had to go get a light from one of the offices. Shine the light on the mirror. But it works great.
I had one of those when I was like 10.
Yeah. Randy's like, we have to go outside to do my measurement.
Right. But that microscope works, and it will cost you under $100.
Oh yeah. eBay.
And the Earth is flat.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of really good questions in from the chat room, so let me get, especially about this, how to count things and different things. One listener wants to know, so, about how many yeast cells are in a yeast cake of, say, a 5-gallon 1045 beer. And what he's curious about is, because he wants to repitch, he wants to know how to divide up that yeast cake.
His yeast cake has between 1 to 2 billion cells per mil.
Per mil, okay.
So if he has a good yeast cake, he gets rid of a lot of the beer. He's left with a yeast cake that has about 30% yeast in it.
Okay.
It's about 1 to 2 billion cells per mil. So then he can multiply the volume he has, so he knows the total cells he has.
Mm-hmm.
And then he can figure out how much yeast he needs to add to the next fermentation.
And what is that equation?
Well,
you gave it to us for pro breweries, where you're saying
1 million cells per mil per degree Plato.
Okay.
However, I advocate for ale about 500,000 per mil per degree Plato.
Okay. Great. All right. Here's another one about counting. After doing a starter, should counts be done with Trypan Blue, or should the viability be high enough after the starter that it's not really a big deal?
No, you always have to. Methylene Blue is the standard in the ASBC, American Society of Brewing Chemists method. Very similar, but they should, if they want to, really know viability.
You have to dye it.
You should.
Okay.
But the dyes are so inaccurate anyway that
really
it depends.
You should do it. It's not going to tell you anything.
That's like a line item on the yeast I get from you, viability. No. So don't even look at that anymore.
It's bullshit.
Well, it's true. I mean, the American Society of Brewing Chemists know that the value doesn't mean a lot. We have done a lot of work on this, and we actually found that alkaline methylene blue makes a big, big difference. All you have to do is bring the pH up to about 10 on the dye. We have a recipe on our website. And then you do incubation for about 15 minutes in the alkaline conditions. And now, all of a sudden, a viability that might be 95%, and you say, oh, this yeast is great. I should reuse it.
Yeah.
If you do the alkaline methylene blue, it might come out at 66%.
Okay.
Because now you have less false positives, and you say, this yeast is no good.
Okay.
So I'm really pushing alkaline methylene blue.
What would you say the percentage of yeast to slurry is? Did you say 1/3?
Yeah, 1/3.
Cool.
See what this question is here. When you measure the cell count, is this done with the sample taken from the main solution, just counting the cells in suspension, or must you make a starter completely homogeneous before you can take a sample to measure?
I think that's a great question, and it's what confuses a lot of people.
Okay.
Is the cell count from a starter? Is it from a concentrated yeast slurry? Is it from what you pitch into?
Yeah.
Because we can talk about yeast cells per billion. Billion cells per mil, right?
Okay.
I can say a yeast slurry is 2 billion cells per mil. I could say in your fermentation, 40 million per mil.
In Sully's fermentation, yeah.
I can say, so it depends on what the yeast are in. Usually in a fermentation, you take cells that are billions per mil, you add it into wort. Now they become millions per mil because you basically dilute them
into
wort. Then they grow up again. So say now when you add them and you mix it all up, they're 10 million per mil. They grow fivefold. After fermentation, they're 50 million per mil.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? You count the cells and you might only get 5 million per mil because they're all falling out of solution.
Okay.
So now they fall out of solution. They're 1 billion per mil again.
Okay.
Because now you remove the beer.
Yes.
So it depends what you're looking at, the dilution. If they're fermenting, usually fermenting beer is between 10 and 50 million per mil.
Okay.
Slurry is about 1 to 2 billion per mil.
I'm amazed that this is making sense to me. I just want to point out right now.
Does this make
Well,
sense?
we kind of danced around it, though. So if you had a flask in front of you and the flask was settled down to the very bottom,
Yes.
in terms of you see a cake at the bottom and you see liquid on top, I think what they're asking is, would you swirl that up before you took a sample out to count? Or?
I don't know if that's what they're asking, but that's what a lot of homebrewers ask.
Well,
Maybe that's what they ask.
How about I'm asking?
Okay, Doc.
Yes. Good job, Dr. Graham.
I say if it's under 2 liters, say a starter for 5 gallons of beer. If it's under 2 liters, I would never worry about it. If it's over 2 liters for 5 gallons, I would definitely let it settle out and get rid of that wort because now you're starting to contribute to the flavors.
No, still though.
Yeah.
What do you count? So if you're going to take a sample to count, where
you count what you count, and so no, you count.
Fascinating.
Let me try to make this more sense. You count what you mix up.
Okay, so
do mix it.
I'm going to mix it up.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's what I was.
And I'm going to count it.
Yes.
But I'm also going to know that, for example, the students at Siebel, they said, "Oh, this is not a lot of cells, right?" But it's a lot of cells because it's a lot of cells per mil.
Sure.
See, and I actually understand this. Even this is really unbelievable.
Justin's having a moment.
Because it doesn't matter if you take. He just said if you take the solution, then it should be this, or you could take the slurry and it should be this. So. No matter what you take, there's a measurement for exactly what it should be.
And the cell counts are so inaccurate, I don't even think, Justin, that you need to count it.
Yes,
you could just take these numbers.
I could just weigh it.
You can weigh it because the factors, you can just weigh it.
Okay. Now you lost me. Now I have to weigh things. I was fine with the counting.
I think he's referring to me on that. On a bigger brewery where we're using buckets of yeast.
Right, because on homebrew you're like 0.1 pound per.
I think here's the homebrew world. These guys, they go out, and because I know them. They buy
every one of them.
I know the guys who are basically asking these questions.
Yeah.
They buy a microscope. They spend a fair amount of money on getting one on eBay or wherever they get one. They buy I can't pronounce it. What, hemocetometer?
Hemocetometer.
That's what you said.
Yeah. So they buy one of those, and then they have a starter in front of them. I'm just curious. Or they have, say, a fermenting batch of beer.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the ideal place to draw my sample from? Let's say our 5 gallons of fermenting beer. Is it ideally try to get something from the bottom, from the middle? Right. I think that's what they're trying to, or at least that's what I want to know the answer to.
Oh, in 5 gallons of beer or 20 gallons? You can't try to get the middle. Just get your yeast out.
To the slurry.
You
have to measure
Get it in a separate container.
Okay, so you want the slurry. You want to take a sample of the slurry to do the count.
Even in a conical fermenter.
Okay.
Sean's place.
Yeah.
He's not really going to be able to count
we have
accurately
a conical
the metal.
fermenter here. Just want you to know.
Yeah, where did you get that?
I stole it from you.
I saw that in, your living room.
I always want brewers to get the yeast out, mix it up, whatever they get, the middle, whatever, get a yeast slurry out, then count what they get out. Doesn't that make sense?
But it's count. It's the slurry, not the liquid.
Count the theoretical.
That you want to count.
Count the slurry.
You guys are going to come to blows here in a second.
I was just going to say, I kind of hope
there's a lot of pointing going on right now. I'm right in between them, so I'm nervous, Justin.
Yeah.
Count. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They can count the slurry. They can count what they pitched into. But they've got to count something.
They do have to count something.
We're talking about counting, otherwise who cares, right?
I want to make you a T-shirt that says "Count something, asshole."
Counting is counting. That was the quote earlier.
But it does. I think what Chris brings up is it matters. Like, is it a slurry? Is it what they pitched into?
Yeah.
When we're talking about 1 million cells per mil per degree Plato, what the heck does that mean? It means after you add yeast into wort.
Yeah.
and you mix this yeast up, if you pulled a sample, that's the yeast you're counting.
Right.
So now we're in millions per mill. In the pitching, we should be 5 million to 10 million per mill. We might have added a yeast vial or a yeast starter that was 100 billion cells or 1 or 2 billion cells per mill.
Yeah.
But if we want to know what 1 million cells per mill per degree Plato means, that means in that wort. After we've added the yeast, we've mixed it up.
Yeah. See, Graham, this is what I was trying to explain. I just explained it like half a retard, and he said it properly.
I don't know if that makes any more sense.
It does. I think just a lot of people go, okay, I'm going to take a shot at this. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of know what I'm doing. So do I need to grow up more starter or not? And I think the question I've gotten a lot of times, that's why I'm asking it until I get a definitive answer. And I think I have it now. So I want to take the cake on the bottom and count that. I don't want to try to, if I'm going to do a billions type count before I pitch into a fermenter, to count that later, if we're going to do that.
I think I got that too. So I think you're right. We narrowed it down to that.
Fair enough.
All right, I got more questions. Let's move on from the counting.
You've got to dilute if you want to count like that, Chris.
You have to dilute the slurry?
The slurry. You're going to have to dilute 100-fold to count it.
Oh, see, that's a whole other thing.
I'm done. No, that made sense to me.
Okay. I have a question, a personal question. I have this growth. No, I did a
count it. Let's look at it.
You're a doctor, right? I got
bend over.
Mike White, you know what I'm talking about.
So this itch.
Just count it. Yeah.
No, I did.
Got more than 8, you got a problem.
So I just brewed an alt beer on Friday, and I did do a starter and let it sit for 2 days. I did 2 2,000 milliliter starters for 10 gallons. So I put my word into 2 6.5 gallon carboys. So dividing up, I put 1 vial of your German Kolsch into each of my 2,000 ml flasks. All right, which you said earlier. Maybe I should have just divided 1 vial between the two of them.
That's fine.
But it's okay. All right.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Just a simple question. It sits for 2 days. It does. I can see the metabolism happening and CO2 is coming out. I've got the slurry on the bottom. I don't think I want to pour all 2,000 mils of that starter into my beer because I don't want the flavor to change. So I pour off the top.
Ooh.
Yes, this is where... Now, I used to dump the whole thing in there, and I don't remember who it was, but someone saw me do that and goes, why would you do that? You're changing the flavor of your beer. So I started doing this method, and I did it today. I'm pouring it off today so I could pitch, and as I'm doing it, I'm going... Isn't there a bunch of yeast in solution that I'm pouring out right now?
Because if it's a top cropping yeast strain, like that strain,
like Kolsch,
it's going away.
So I just poured all my yeast out.
If you use the English ale yeast that dropped to the bottom, then you're not losing it. So it's strain dependent.
So would I have wanted to do that with an ale yeast? Would that have been the right way to do things?
You should not pour it off.
I should pour the whole thing into my beer.
If it's under 2 liters or under for 5 gallons, still pour it off. If it's over 2 liters, then give it more time. If you want to do a 4 liters, I would say then you got to refrigerate, you got to cool it.
Yeah.
But you got to settle out the yeast. You still have to settle
fall
it out.
Out of suspension.
Otherwise, if you do a 4-liter starter, and you just pour off, then it's basically a 2-liter starter.
Yeah.
Because you're leaving half the yeast.
Damn it.
You're throwing away half the yeast.
Can we ask more questions about that then?
Poured out a shitload of yeast. Yeah, please do.
So these are questions I get a lot. That's why I want to get them out on the air and talk about them. You mentioned refrigerating that starter to dropping those out. Is there any rules of thumb of speed of which you should allow the temperature to drop? Is there damage at that point being done?
No, you don't worry about shocking yeast. When you want to drop yeast, you drop that temperature.
But doesn't that defeat the purpose of doing a starter if I'm making it go back to sleep because I want it to fall out of solution? Like
you're going to wake it up.
Yep.
Well, then why not just pitch the vial? If I'm going to wake it up and then put it back to sleep and then wake it up again, right?
That's true, too.
So I guess I've gotten the propagation out of it, and then I've put it back to sleep, so that's okay. I've increased my cell count. Mm-hmm. But that sort of the metabolic activity that I want to happen in a starter, so that when I put it into a beer, it's already awake and ready to go, I would be defeating that purpose if I put it in the fridge, chilled it down to get it to drop out of solution, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, warming the yeast back up, is there then dangers there of too fast?
No, and yeast just start metabolism again.
Yeah, we chill our fermenters at 32 degrees, and we pitch off of that.
Mm-hmm.
We pitch cold, so I don't know if that's a good idea or not.
Cold pitch debate.
Generally not.
Rises again.
That work. You're probably holding it for a short period of time.
No, not necessarily.
You're saying he shouldn't pitch cold, Dr. White?
Yeah, that's not generally a good idea, except you shouldn't hold yeast in a fermenter for very long.
Ah, okay.
So, say you hold yeast in a fermenter, say a commercial fermenter, a 20-barrel fermenter, for 5 days. You hold it for 6 days. All of a sudden, it's dead. And you said it's only been 1 day. Right? 5 days, 6 days. But it'll die that quickly. So I think what Sean's saying is he moves it over cold, so maybe that works better.
There's a couple things happening. We're using the 01 yeast.
Okay.
It doesn't flock very well.
Right.
It actually holds up pretty well. It's not. It doesn't autolysize very quickly like some other yeast strains I've used, the English strains. So when I was at Steelhead, we used this one English strain. It was a proprietary strain, but I think it was a variant of 02, and it would die on the vine real quickly. I mean, that yeast was terrible, if you didn't pitch it within a certain period of time. But it seems like you can beat the 01 up pretty well. Yeah. It actually holds through. So
strong yeast.
Very strong yeast.
It's like me.
Strong man.
That's your outside voice.
It's like me.
So I guess we're probably pitching it cold on the second day. It's been cold for a couple days.
Okay.
So
well, let me ask: Can we relate this to homebrewers, since that's a bigger thing of our audience? Right?
I don't really think you can relate this cold pitching to homebrew. No one really could do. I've never heard of people being able to do that in homebrew.
Oh, sure we can. Absolutely. I cold pitched today, my friend.
Tell me how you can.
Well, I chill the wort down.
No, I'm talking about chilling the. We're talking
about the yeast is cold. I'm pitching the yeast cold from one. I'm pitching from fermenter to fermenter. I do an inline yeast transfer. Yeah, you tuned out when you're having your little internal voice there.
Yeah.
No, it's like we hook a hose up to the bottom. The application is hook up a hose up to the bottom of the conical fermenter and basically just pitch out of one into the other, and then you chase the cold yeast with the chilled yeast because that fermenter was cold that we came out of with the cooled wort.
Okay.
So it's coming over around 72, 74 degrees.
Okay. Well, can you guys have this dialogue on your own damn time?
If it doesn't translate.
Well, it's actually it's actually a very intriguing question because it relates to exactly what we're talking about here. Because we're talking about looking, counting, knowing your yeast, and what Sean is talking about does not give you the opportunity to look at the yeast as much as other methods.
And maybe there is an application for other breweries, or homebrewers, because
you were just suggesting with the Kolsch yeast that because it's a top cropping yeast to chill it down in the flask.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's an application right there of chilling the yeast down before you pitch it.
I nominate Mike White as the new host of the Sunday session. I think that we should maybe alternate. What are you doing next week, Mike White?
I'm here.
Right, perfect. I'm done with all this.
Yeah. Mike is going to talk about cell counts next. I'm going to coach him. He's going to come in here and he's all going to talk about cells.
I'm going to bring a calculator with me.
Yeah.
Teach some basic math.
It's perfect. All right, more questions from the chat room. Oh, here's a good one. Just a sort of a general question about your vials.
Okay.
It says, I don't want to throw away my White Lab empty vials. What are some good ways to use old vials? Well, you can carry your weed in them.
I've seen that a lot, actually. I wouldn't have advocated that, but...
Just pointing it out.
Some yeasty,
I've been given some gifts.
You have?
Here's your vial back. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, it's true.
Notice your vial smells a lot better this time around.
Kind of hoppy.
Brewers and the cousins seem to go hand in hand.
What are other uses for the vials? You could recycle them.
Redeem them, get some free, join the customer club, and you can get, send them back, and then you can get free yeast.
How does that work? How many vials do I have to redeem to get free yeast?
Is it 10? I believe it's 10.
I think so.
Yeah, I believe it's 10, and I believe you sign up at whitelabs.com for the customer club. You bring them back to your store where you... actually, you send back to us, and then you bring the coupon into your store for a free vial. Once you've used 10 vials.
They're making fun of you, Mike White.
Do you know what's going on there, Mike, with this company that's doing the free stuff?
No, he's a thoughtful speaker, remember?
He is, actually. It's serious, too.
You'll get a coupon from White Labs.
Yes.
You'll bring in this coupon to your store.
Okay.
And the store will give you a free vial.
Okay.
That store will send the coupon back to us, and then we
reimburse.
Give the store free coupon.
I have a favorite use, though.
Or you could just put your weed in it.
Yes. I think that's the biggest use of the homebrew vial.
Is it really?
What is that?
Yes, that to be true.
People keeping the cousin in there?
But on the commercial side, we mostly sell yeast in 2-liter bottles. And what I thought the most unique use of the 2-liter bottle was for doing oil change out of somebody's car.
Ah, is that right?
Oh, yeah. A guy did his oil change. So the brewer bought the yeast, had his 2-liter bottle. Assistant brewer or person working there took the bottle home, collected his oil in, poured it out, brought it back, and expected the brewer to use it again.
Okay.
Wow.
With oil.
Yeah, he rinsed it.
Now, let's talk about...
I rinsed it.
What will motor oil that's been used
do to yeast?
Flavor-wise.
Luckily, the brewer was smart enough to realize, why is this dark?
I've had a couple stouts that taste like motor oil, I have to say.
Yeah.
Maybe it was one of those companies. Another question from the chat room. Should you use an airlock, or is just foil okay on the top of our Erlenmeyer flask when we do our starters?
I'm a foil junkie, but Doctor?
I am completely with foil. I think airlock is way overused.
Okay.
Well, the one thing you got to remember, if you put a stopper in a flask and you did, say, the boil right in the flask, some sugar is coming out when it's evaporating out during the boil part. So if you put a stopper there, you have this lip of exposed, mild sugars, but it's exposed. Bacteria can fall and live in this little channel.
Okay.
Pull that stopper out. If you don't flame that lip real well, you're going to be pouring over this channel of bacteria.
Flaming lips.
Yes.
Reference. When you pitch yeast, what controls how many... What controls how many times they reproduce? Is there a certain cell count the yeast grow until, or is it more that they reproduce 3 to 4 times regardless?
No, it matters a lot how much yeast you add. So if, like that example before, if you added one of our yeast vials at 100 billion cells into an 800 ml flask, it doesn't grow much. But if you add it to a 4-liter flask, it'll grow. So it's the same thing in beer. If you add more or less yeast, it'll grow more or less. Usually you want the yeast to grow in a beer about 5-fold.
Okay. That's your safe, happy place.
That's where yeast create the right flavors. You as the brewer should look at the beer and say, did I get the right yeast flavors out of this beer?
Yeah.
Did I add too much yeast? Did I add too little yeast? Do I like the yeast flavors that were created here? So you should find your optimal pitching rate, and it's usually not 1 million cells per ml per degree Plato for ale. It's usually about, like I said, about half that. Then all of a sudden you find, wow, I get better yeast flavor here.
Yeah. It's exactly how you sound when you find it. You go, wow.
I want you to find that.
Yeah. Of course you do.
What do you do, getting back to the other question, what do you do with those vials you get back? Do you recycle them? Do you reuse them?
We do recycle them.
Okay.
Yeah, we recycle them.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah.
Good work.
Yeah.
Saving
it's
the earth.
It's important to us, yeah.
I don't think Dr. Scott recycles his.
He does. He collects
weed.
At Beer Beer.
Weed. He collects
Dr.
weed
Scott
in his.
At Beer Beer More Beer, one of the things Chris did in the very beginning, I don't know if you still advertise it, but if you collect 10,000 vials, Chris will come and brew there at your shop.
Yeah.
So I think we're up to 4,000 or 6,000 right now.
Really?
Yeah, we've got 4 or 5 trash cans full.
I've got 8. You can have them.
I'm going to have to do the big trip to here.
So actually, there are people who might be closer. So Chris is going to have to get a ticket pretty soon. Yeah.
Now, are these clubs or?
They're clubs.
Yeah.
And stores. Yeah.
Stores and clubs are doing the same thing.
So work a little bit harder.
Because I don't sell enough.
I like it's the best. Your people are not sending the vials back to you.
I don't want that. Please, customers, do not mail in.
Everybody send your used vials back to Beer and More Beer.
Care of Chris Graham.
Right to his office.
Make them smell each vial.
If you're putting some other stuff in there, maybe.
All right, we have a lot to get to. We haven't even. I don't even think we're halfway through the things we have to cover, Chris White. So everybody, focus. All right.
Okay.
Serious.
And stop laughing over there, Mike White.
There's no laughing here, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm looking at my vial of weed,
and I'm not laughing at it.
That is a joke. There is no weed in this place.
There's not.
Yeah, there you go.
Although listeners aren't going to believe that the way we sound right now. Which is better? These are all questions from the chat room. You can hit the chat now button if you want to get in on this. Which is better, collecting dregs or krausening? Krausening.
What?
What do you think?
So I guess they're talking. Do we do the slurry at the bottom or do we do the foam at the top? That's the question, right?
I only have one option.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom.
Yeah, because of the conical fermenter. Hey, Mike McDowell's with us today. Don't you have some magic krausening collecting method I heard about? Some mythical...
Well, nothing magic. I would...
get right up in there.
Get on that spoon and scoop off some of the krausen and use that to make a starter.
You do?
Yeah.
So, like, in addition to a vial or instead of a vial?
Instead of a vial.
So you'll scoop that krausen right off the top?
Right.
No kidding.
I like what Mike has to say there, and I think a lot of people are surprised when I like krausening or I like taking off the top because they say, oh, it doesn't seem so sanitary. The yeast health at the top is very, very high.
Is it? Okay.
Because that is yeast that only comes to the surface after about 2 days. Then they drop down. So you're getting yeast that's very healthy, very early.
Okay.
So high vitality.
Yeah.
And if you can keep the sanitation part under control, which is up to you as an individual.
Yeah.
But if you can keep that part in control, you can get great yeast from the top.
So, Mike, how do I get a spoon in my carboy?
Yeah,
I keep trying. And
you don't use carboys, right? You're using a conical.
I can see some sort of like wine thief kind of thing with a carboy, but I just have to put the lid on the conical.
Yeah.
And make a scoop. It's not, obviously the sanitary way.
It sounds to me like the blow-off would be a great time to collect some...
I've done a blow-off to an intermediate beaker.
Uh-huh.
And I'm able to take I have like a piece of racking cane I use. I can push it down into the krausen.
Okay.
And then I can go into a sterile closed environment to do it too.
Yeah. So I think carboy users could do the blow-off method.
Cool. And I've talked to Chris Graham about this before. Like, we need to have an open fermenter kind of collection.
I sell
a la Burton Union system. The blow-off collecting the yeast is Burton Union.
Okay.
Well, let's lend us into what kind of stops the average homebrewer from doing this.
Don't tell us what to do.
No, let's talk about storage of yeast.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you what to do because I'm Dr. Graham.
That's right. I forgot.
Right. But no, Mike brews a tremendous amount of beer. I don't know how often you brew, Mike, because legally I'm sure you only make 100 gallons. That's not the question. But how often do you brew?
I'm talking Mike McDowell here.
He just said 3 times a week.
3 times a week you brew? Good Lord.
But, I brew often enough that, collecting like that and making a starter that'll be good for the following weekend is appropriate.
Yeah.
If I'm not going to brew, in a reasonable amount of time, I'm just up at the beer store buying some more vials. To do it the right way.
Well, Chris, if you make a starter, let's say you do exactly what Mike did, and you grow up a starter over a couple of days. You said 2 days was your ideal minimum time for a starter. What are some times for homebrewers to use as a length of time they can store it in that flask?
Well, that's true, Chris. If you're collecting yeast that way, you're brewing one weekend. You're collecting. My idea is you collect it from the top during the week, and you use it the next weekend.
You don't want it sitting around.
So if you're not using it if you're not brewing every week, this doesn't really apply.
Okay. So you got to be doing it like you got to have no life, like Mike McDowell, and be brewing 3 times a week.
I've done this before, where I've top cropped off a 2-day ferment, second day, into a beer I brewed that day.
Yeah.
So I'm doing a transfusion kind of thing.
Okay.
It's the McMinimum's way of fermentation.
And by the way, Mike McDowell is a fantastic brewer. We've been drinking his beer all night. He's a finalist in the Sam Adams competition. Have you heard that, Dr. White? Yeah. That'll be announced at the GABF. He's going to be there, and we'll be there supporting him, too, to find out if his beer gets chosen to get made by Sam Adams. It's cool, in their long shot competition.
What day do they announce that?
Do you know which day they're going to do the announcement?
October 13th.
The 13th. So that's the Friday?
Before the Saturday session.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's a Saturday then. So they're going to announce that. So I only bring that up not to make you blush, but I think we have new listeners who might not know who Mike McDole is. So when we talk about his processes, we're talking about someone who brews great beer. So you should listen.
Now, do you think cropping off a conical fermenter, whether it's in a professional environment or a homebrew environment, that sort of along the lines of wanting to top crop, if you kind of look at the stratification that occurs within the conical fermenter, obviously you're going to get some trube and some dead cells maybe at the bottom, or less viable cells at the bottom of the cone. So if you pull, because kind of getting back to what we were talking about before, pulling that trube off, those dead cells, and kind of going for that middle area, if you're kind of visualizing the cone of the fermenter, don't you think that's where those top cropping cells would settle out in the fermentation process or settling process?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done. I'll see you guys.
That was an unusual answer by Dr. White, by the way, when he says
I just set him up for it.
It was also great radio.
Yes. However,
okay,
trying to get that middle layer, how do you get it?
How do you
in
know?
a fairly large fermenter, you may get good at like letting off the brown yeasty, not looking good yeast, and then getting the creamy yeast, getting that middle layer. But as soon as you start, if you're not in a 20 hectoliter fermenter, if you're not a 5-gallon fermenter, how do you get that middle layer, even in a big fermenter? Very, very tricky.
But you could look at it and actually visually see what the yeast looks like, or what the slurry looks like.
Through a hose?
Well, you take a sample off and look at it.
You take a sample off, but then how do you collect that sample?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I put it on the floor.
Lick
it up.
All right, one more question. We're going to take a break. Someone wants to know where's a good place to get a hemocytometer.
We do sell them at whitelabs.com. But we do. But there are lots of lab supply places sell them. There's a homebrew place. Does More Beer sell them?
No, eBay.
I just said eBay.
Sinmar, eBay,
Sinmar,
those type places are a great place to pick that kind of stuff up.
Is that what Mike was hand signaling to me? I thought you were talking about porking somebody. I couldn't tell what you were doing.
Another beer.
That's eBay. That's the international hand sign for eBay.
He's doing gang signs of eBay.
Yo, throw down for eBay.
Good place to get the money. How come you guys don't sell them at a homebrew shop?
We've talked about it. It's a very, people laugh at me like, why do you sell these, stainless conical temp controlled fermenters? And at first, they sell slow, and we've just kind of choose the battles of what we think homebrewers really want as toys and tools, and I don't know that I can sell microscopes and lab equipment less than what the lab people do it, because that's their job.
Right.
See, White Lab sells a whole microscope kit. Has hemocytometer, dyes, all that stuff in there. So that's usually what we sell.
The perfect gift for every beer geek.
$100.
Couple $100.
Yeah.
Wow, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That doesn't include a microscope, though, right?
No, that's the kit without the microscope.
Gotcha.
The microscope.
A 400 times microscope, what would you expect to pay for something like that?
You can get one for about $300.
Oh, wow. It's pretty cheap.
With a mirror.
and a light
source.
And Randy will come and show you how to use it.
How much are the ones that you can hook your camera into?
About $1,500 starting. Yeah.
How much are the ones you have to take outside and use sunlight, like Randy has?
About $300.
I see.
It's maybe $200, and it works.
Okay.
Buy the Randy microscope.
It does work. All right. How's the chat room doing
I
their
don't know
stuff?
where
Okay. Wait, hang on. Let me turn your microphone on.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
It's actually really cool. This guy just sent me a link for
A link.
Oh.
I see.
Hey, it's going to happen. That's okay.
Okay, turn her microscope back off.
But anyway, it's this link to eBay, and there's this bottle. There's an original bottle from 1852 of this Arctic ale, and it ends in 55 seconds, and it's going for $503,000.
What?
Yeah.
For a bottle of beer? That's got to be a joke.
No, it says...
How many bids?
157.
Oh, so it's legit.
Yeah, it's
not one guy.
It bothers me that there are 157 people that have that kind of money to just throw around.
$503,000.
I was just going to say, we've got Chris and Dr. White and myself here. Let's buy it.
You want to get in on that?
I'm in for like $12.
Yeah.
Well, it ends in about a minute.
Mike White, come on, Mike.
Mike White?
I think it's White.
I'll put my house up.
It says this ale was specially brewed and bottled in England in 1852 for Kane's expedition in search of Sir John Franklin.
We can have it here for the next show.
I think it just ended.
Let's hope that the winner's
we would just open it and drink it.
Yeah, let's see if the winner's a listener and he'll just donate it.
Yeah.
It just ended. $503,300.
That person's a moron. I'm just gonna go out.
But we would drink it and we'd just say it's poundable.
Yes.
The
and then we'd
really
get yelled at.
Oxidized.
How could you just drink it and not talk about every detail?
You know, the White should be bidding on that because as Mike said, he could have gotten the yeast from that thing.
I don't know if you saw Ray Daniels' article on the beer in Britain that he had earlier this year, but I was there. We had this beer called Ratcliffe from Bass Breweries, and that was a 138-year-old beer.
Okay.
So we tried that for $0.
For $0.
How was it?
And it was amazing. The brewer, it really was, because the brewer asked us in this pub, hey guys, I've got this old beer.
Okay.
I want to try it. Ray kind of described it a little bit. But do you want to try this beer? And he asked us how old it was. We all said, okay, 10 years old.
He asked you how old it was before you had tasted it? Or you had tasted it?
As we tasted it, because he didn't tell us how old it was.
Okay.
Or any idea of how old this was. And, how old is it? We all thought about 10 or 20 years old because it didn't break down. The malt profile was still there. It tasted like a beer. It tasted like an old beer. But none of us even assumed anything over 20 years.
Wow. Okay.
And this is a 138-year-old beer.
That's unbelievable. And is it drinkable?
It was completely drinkable.
Really?
It was a barley wine. It was over 10% when it was brewed.
Wow.
And the breakdown was very little, like I said. So it was malty, but it didn't taste. It tasted very much like beer.
Yeah.
It was corked. 130 years old, so it was corked, and it was delicious.
That's amazing.
I just wanted to add to that. I actually brewed that beer. I'm old.
Yeah, Sully brewed that 130 years ago. He was 50 then.
Well, I've often made fun of old British beers that they were not made very well.
Yeah.
They could be contaminated. Thank you, sir. I learned a little something about drinking this beer. In the mid-1800s, the British were brewing some great beers.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Sully can vouch for that.
And you can pick that up at your local Safeway, $4.95 a six-pack.
Yeah.
It's on post-op, so you get $1 off. That's great.
Okay, here's what we got to do. Quick break, but we got more to get to, and we're going to get through it. Chat's going to keep us on track, I'm sure. And we're going to be very serious about it. Yes. Here's what we have to do. When we come back, we're going to talk about yeast around the world with Dr. White here, because he's been doing some traveling. I want to find out what the scene is like. If you have more questions, don't be afraid to send them over. We'll get them in here. 888-401-BEER's the number, and you can also join the chat room, and we'll ask them that way. And also, right when we come back from the break, we have to give away an entry into our Great American Beer Festival giveaway, sponsored by White Labs Yeast Company and Beer, More Beer, and the Brewing Network, and the Great American Beer Festival. And also, we're going to talk about some brand new yeast strains that White Labs is dealing with now. Some of them are really cool, actually. We got like a Charlie Papazian yeast strain right now. Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen and gentlemen. Wow. All right. So when we come back, that's what we're going to do. Hang in there. We'll be right back. It's the Whites. It's very serious. Nobody's having any fun.
I'm not having fun.
Be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Do you have feelings of inadequacy? Do you suffer from shyness? Do you sometimes wish you were more assertive? If you answered yes to any of these questions, ask your doctor or pharmacist about tequila. Tequila is the safe, natural way to feel better and more confident about yourself and your actions. Tequila can help ease you out of your shyness and let you tell the world that you're ready and willing to do just about anything. You'll notice the benefits of tequila almost immediately, and with a regimen of regular doses, you can overcome any obstacles that prevent you from living the life you want to live. Shyness and awkwardness will be a thing of the past, and you'll discover many talents you never knew you had. Stop hiding and start living with tequila. Tequila may not be right for everyone. Women who are pregnant or nursing should not use tequila. However, women who wouldn't mind nursing or becoming pregnant are encouraged to try it. Side effects may include dizziness, nausea, vomiting, incarceration, erotic lustfulness, loss of motor control, loss of clothing, loss of money, loss of virginity, delusions of grandeur, table dancing, headache, dehydration, dry mouth, and a desire to sing karaoke and play all-night rounds of strip poker, truth or dare, and naked twister. Warning, the consumption of alcohol may make you think you're whispering when you're not, is a major factor in dancing like a retard, may cause you to tell your friends over and over again that you're in love with them, also may cause you to think you can sing. Alcohol may lead you to believe that ex-lovers are really dying for you to telephone them at 4 in the morning. Alcohol may make you think you can logically converse with members of the opposite sex without spitting. It may create the illusion that you are tougher, smarter, faster, and better looking than most people, and it may lead you to think people are laughing with you. Alcohol may cause pregnancy, and it also may be a major factor in getting your ass kicked. So what are you waiting for? Stop hiding and start living with tequila.
All right. Brewing classic styles, take 1. So we got to do this commercial for the BN.
Okay. What do you want to do?
I don't know. It's for Jamil's new book. Are you going to get it?
Of course.
Are you going to pay money?
I think we get that stuff for free, don't we?
I haven't got anything for free yet, have you?
No.
Got a free kick in the butt.
Yeah.
This is starting to sound like an episode of The Butchers.
Why haven't we done one of those Butchers lately?
No one likes them.
Oh. There's good reason nobody likes those either.
What's that? Because I'm short and insecure and you're fat and smell like ass?
Oh, man, that hurts.
All right, should we roll tape?
All right, let's go.
This fall, the most anticipated book in home brewing will be available from just one place.
No, you can get it in a lot of places.
Well, the most anticipated book in home brewing will be available for pre-order from only one place.
That's not true either.
All right, smarty pants, but only one place will have it signed.
Oh, that's cool.
TheBrewingNetwork.com offers Brewing Classic Styles by Jamil Zainasheff, the most awarded homebrewer in history, and homebrewing expert John Palmer. Available now for pre-order from the Brewing Network store, signed by Jamil himself.
It's every BJCP style. Every recipe is extract and all grain. Every single one has won awards. Every style has some tips on how you brew the beer, what to focus on, what the key parts are of brewing an excellent version of the style.
Available this fall, Brewing Classic Styles. Pre-order your copy today. Visit TheBrewingNetwork.com for more details.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Sullivan, the brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. 6 years ago, Nico Freccia and I opened the 21st Amendment on 2nd Street with the intent of bringing back the local neighborhood brew pub. Well, the neighborhood has really changed over the years, but the 21st Amendment still remains a great place for people to meet over a terrific meal and a tasty pint of beer. In the past, the only way you could enjoy the 21st Amendment's handcrafted beers was at the brew pub. Well, all that has changed. Now, the 21st Amendment beers are available in cans. That's right, cans. When was the last time you had a great beer in a can? Well, that day has come. We're offering our world-famous Watermelon Wheat and 21A IPA in cans. Cans are a better package than glass because cans keep the beer fresher longer, but you can also take cans to places where bottles can't go, like the beach, lake, golf courses, and sporting events. So join us in the revolution to take back the can from the big breweries and crack open a cold 21A craft beer in a can. The 21st Amendment, 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
the ass out of Brewcast.
This is the Brewing Network.
We are back. We're back with the Whites, and we're back with Dr. Sully, and we're back with Dr. Graham, and Hell, we're back with Dr. McDole even. Why not? And all hanging out here, and we're going to keep talking yeast with you. Get your questions in 888-401-BEER, or you can enter the chat room. Stephanie's in there helping you out. First thing we got to do right now is get an entrant into our Great American Beer Festival all-expense-paid trip extravaganza. We are going to take caller number... Are you eating in my studio again, Stephanie?
No, I'm not.
Steph, we'll talk about it when we get home again.
You better... If you don't beat her, I will.
Beat her.
Just as long as you don't do it in the face. You just keep it in the body area, and then nobody knows. It's our little secret, honey.
Can't be visible. 888-401-BEER. Caller number... Give me a low number from a yeast strain.
7.
Wow.
Okay. Caller number 7. 888-401-BEER. We're going to enter your name into the hat. What yeast strain is 007?
A dry English ale yeast.
There you go. Well, he's quick on the draw. He beat you to it, Mike White.
I was almost there.
Caller number 7, 888-401-BEER. Steph, just when you just pick up and say no and hang up on those people that aren't number 7. Only number 7 gets through. All right. And then we'll talk to him. And
only if we know them.
And we're going to do this twice. We're going to do it right now, and then we'll do it at the end of the show. And the whole contest is rigged. It's how I'm getting to the JBF. I'm going to win.
You should count.
Actually, I was planning on winning.
Mike's still trying to go.
Please.
Yeah. I want to go back to that Brazilian restaurant that we go to every time we're there. You know what I'm talking about, Whitey.
Yep.
Justin and I went this year.
Yeah, we went. And we got the waiter to make fun of JP.
Oh, that was classic.
It was great. Navo actually was there.
Oh.
And we got the waiter to make fun of JP, and then JP went home.
Ouch. It was a little bit of a bad ending.
Yes, but the food was great.
Yeah, set aside 4 hours.
We'll do it again, right?
And don't eat before you go.
Yeah.
Don't plan on doing anything afterwards.
If you've never had the Brazilian cuisine, it's Brazilian, right? I'm getting that right?
It's Brazilian steakhouse, basically.
And they just bring by all of this meat and just cut it off. Like you have like an on switch and an off switch, and as long as the switch is on, they keep bringing you food.
Which was a bit of a battle, wasn't it?
Yes.
Because I was like, leave it on, leave it on.
Yeah. This one, I don't remember what it's called.
But
I want them to be a sponsor so I can get a free meal.
They have the regular Brazilian.
Did we not get to caller number 7 yet?
Next one.
Oh, there it is. Caller number 7. All right.
Winner.
Let's talk to our
winner. Ding.
Dr. Mike White, you want to talk to our winner? Let's have you do it. Why not? Just for fun.
Sure.
Caller, you're on the air with Dr. Mike White.
Hey, Mike.
Hello. How are you?
I'm just fine. This is Larry in Rolla.
Larry, I believe you're number 7.
Yep.
And
really?
Congratulations.
Wow. I told you I vote Mike White for the new host of this program.
He's good.
So are you a Chris brewing any lambics?
Not this time. A lot of our customers are.
Yeah.
Yep. So
tell us about yourself, Larry.
Well, I'm a recent graduate of a class called a Cybel Advanced Homebrewing.
Oh, very good. You were at the class.
I'm a Sagittarius. Yeah. I like to take long walks.
And I specialize in fixing broken microscopes.
Aha!
Yes.
Excellent.
Larry, you did a great job. Thank you very
Setting
much.
up lights for Randy's.
Did this guy call earlier?
Oh, it's the same Larry? Is that right? Oh, great. Good.
Larry helped out a lot in the micro class. Yeah, he teaches science, so he knows what he's doing.
It's like the Larry Show now.
That's I think Larry's the new host.
Larry, can you come out and
microbiology for nursing?
Okay, great, Larry. We have an opening because I'm going to be fired.
Yeah,
Larry, can you come out next week?
We need a new host
to work on the show.
I just want Larry to laugh all show long. Hey, Larry, I got to keep moving because we have to be serious, and you're going to put your name in a hat to win a trip to the GABF, courtesy of Beer, More Beer, and White Labs, and the Brewing Network, and the Great American Beer Festival. Email Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com, CHAD at thebrewingnetwork.com, and just give them all your information, your name and address, and we'll put your name in the hat. Cool? Thanks for calling.
Congratulations.
All right, brother. Cheers. And thanks for playing, and we'll be doing this again before the end of the show, so hang in there with us, and you too could have your chance. Free name and hat. The big hat that Chris Graham has.
Gonna construct. Weld up.
He's just gonna borrow one of Sully's hats.
It's a big hat.
It can fit all the...
I got a lot of hats.
Just take the Vespa helmet.
That was too easy.
That's big enough.
That would work. You guys ever read our forum, Whites? You guys ever seen the pictures and stuff in there?
I've reviewed it before, not for a few days.
There's a picture of Sully on his Vespa that is just for a few. Yeah,
Mike, you're great. You're like in court, and you're responding to these things like you're in a deposition.
I have seen the link. I have gone to the link. I have not gone to the link in the last few days.
You pause for a moment. You think. You look at your lawyer to make sure he's not saying objection, and then you answer the question.
Yes. And Mike White, has Chris White been to the forum ever?
Chris White has been everywhere on the site.
I see. Good.
Oh yes, he's a big fan.
He posts as Milt.
He listens to a lot of the archives. And we can't tell you what his name is
His
on
handle?
the forum.
I think it's like JP or something.
Yeah.
I am
It's
JP.
Cassandra.
Oh, you're the hot one.
Yeah.
You were emailing me for a while there. I thought we had something.
I wanted to meet you.
All right.
In the dark.
Let's get back on
Dr.
task here.
Cassandra. All right.
Oh, here's a question I skipped over earlier. Let's do this quickly. Is it okay to freeze yeast with a glycerol buffer? Is that right?
No.
No. That's how it's written.
No, that's
the
okay.
answer. Oh, I see. Okay.
But the answer is no.
It's not okay to do that.
Well, I mean, in the laboratory setting, if you can freeze it at minus 80 degrees Celsius, that's cold.
That's very cold.
Right.
It's cold.
That's cold.
That would hurt.
Then you can do it.
Okay.
But if you try to just freeze yeast in your normal freezer, which is about minus 20 degrees Celsius, and the yeast loses about 10% of its viability as soon as you freeze it.
Okay.
And then it loses 10% about every couple of weeks because it's freeze. Most freezers now are freeze-thaw.
Okay.
So your freezer freezes, thaws, freezes, thaws, freezes, thaws, and your yeast dies off.
Aha.
So you need a laboratory ultra freezer at either minus 80 degrees Celsius, which is about the temperature of dry ice, or liquid nitrogen.
Okay.
Even colder. So.
Well, I've got a door of that hanging around the house. So.
Yeah.
So generally, no. You keep your yeast in the refrigerator.
Okay.
Between uses, and you try to use it within 2 weeks. If you can't, don't reuse it.
Well, I'm glad we've gone over this because I had some questions emailed to me too. A listener who can't listen live, but will check out the archive. He wanted to know about freezing yeast. He says that he's heard people saying that they've stored yeast for 2+ years in the freezer without negative effects on yeast health. And it sounds to me like you're calling bullshit on that.
Well, I love when people say they've done things, but they're not a scientist. They have no idea how to objectively
My beer was just as good as it ever was. I'll tell you that.
Well, these people were accurate. I mean, these people probably were successful in terms of restarting the yeast, and they were lucky because there's a lot of things that happen in the fermentations that sometimes are just luck. And if you're 2 years in the freezer. And it's possible to get it restarted, but your chances are very small.
Okay.
No, I mean
it's not a recommended program.
It also, I mean, if you put it on a slant, you could get quite a bit of time.
Yes, but you still have to regrow it.
Sure.
It's not like you can put a lot of
and
yeast
then
on a
pitch
slant.
it. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Same person followed up with a different question. Says, when I make a starter for yeast storage, I fill a tube like an old sanitized white lab vial. I fill it with yeast, cap it, and I put it in the fridge. Is there something I can add post-growth? So he's propagated, he's put it in the fridge now. Is there something he can add, he wants to know, to improve yeast health and viability during storage, like maybe a pinch of yeast nutrient before putting them in the fridge or anything like that? Is there a way to help? No whispering, Sully.
Oh, sorry.
What do you think, Sully?
We do everything on the mic here.
Well, don't you sell a yeast nutrient?
We do, but it's the yeast nutrient Cerevomyces still has to be used during yeast growth because yeast take up the Cerevomyces in the growth as a nutrient. So if you just add it later and say the yeast will just look at it and kind of laugh.
You see those yeast. Oh, your yeast nutrients.
I love it that's how Chris White sees his little yeasty friends, as little people who do that.
They're very clicky, too.
Some of them are
like, screw you. You
giving them a finger.
You came too late to the party.
With your imitation Nikes and your no-name sunglasses, you're not getting in here.
I also imagine that the voice of all of your yeast friends is actually Mike White's voice. That's what you hear in your head when you picture them saying that. All sounds like Mike
scary,
White.
Yeah.
Frightening.
So servo has to be used in growth. You can't do it afterward and then...
Right.
Okay.
Because yeast they have to take it up in a certain pattern in metabolism.
Yeah.
And
so is there something else that they could put in, or are you saying we should just use servo in growth and that will...
Well, in growth, all nutrients pretty much in growth. Okay. Just adding later, nothing really.
Okay. So nothing we can do there. Okay.
No.
What else? Here somebody else wanted to know, would it be a good idea to store my yeast in an acidic environment, like a star sand solution? Due to most bacteria being killed off a low pH, would the star sand solution kill off any possible contamination over time without affecting the yeast?
So
it'll kill it.
Yes.
Kill the yeast.
It will. It doesn't happen immediately, but acidic conditions kill yeast too. They just don't die off quickly. So we can acid wash yeast sometimes and kill off some bacteria. But that acid will kill the yeast too over time. You can't just store it like that.
Yeah, you have to regulate the pH when you're acid washing.
And Chris, why would those conditions kill the yeast? I mean, I think there's a simple explanation.
Acid kills every microorganism.
Exactly.
Okay.
But yeast have a resistance to low pH. So you can take down yeast to maybe, say, pH 2.5 in cold conditions. It has to be refrigerated, 40 degrees for 1 hour, and they can handle it.
Okay.
But that's it.
What if I handle my yeast while on acid? Does that affect it?
It's going to die, buddy.
Kill it. just like your brain
They'll
cells.
start talking to you, those little cells. It'll be Mike White's head, floating around in your head.
How many billion?
Yeah. Hello there.
Well, Burning Man's at the end of the month, so I just got to know these things ahead of time.
Oh, no. Don't bring yeast to Burning Man.
Don't. Okay.
You'll end up drinking it.
It's been done before on one of our shows, actually. Okay, let's start talking about the new yeast strains that you guys have out. I always think this is cool when you guys put out new specialized strains, because especially sometimes they're from professional brewers, and if you're a fan of that brewery, you get to then try to make something similar. What are some of the new things you guys got coming out right now? Or that are already out even, I think, some of them.
The main one is, we've got three, but the most popular and the most probably sought after right now is Cry Havoc.
Cry Havoc.
Cry Havoc. It's a,
don't laugh.
Don't laugh now.
I like it.
Now, there's a lot
It's
of questions about
an interesting name, that's all I'm saying.
We'll have to
crazy, wild.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about this yeast. It's a subject of a lot of chat boards. It's a yeast that Chris White has been, Chris White.
Thank you.
Has been
he doesn't want to get beat later.
Has been working with Charlie Papazian for a few years, and they've been talking about it because it's Charlie's yeast that he's had for many years.
Okay.
The books that he's written, he's used this yeast in his recipes. It works with his ales and his lagers.
With both?
Yes.
Yeah.
All of Charlie's beers, basically, in all his books have been made with this yeast.
Really?
It's a yeast it's a lager yeast, but it does ales and lagers.
Okay.
So I went to, about 2 years ago, I went to a beer festival in Nuremberg, Germany, with Charlie. So we flew. This is when I was on the board of directors of the Association of Brewers. So we had a meeting in Boulder, Colorado. So we both flew from Denver to Germany. So on the plane, we talked a lot about this yeast. And then we were in Germany. We talked a lot about this yeast. And it's kind of fun going around a beer festival like that in Germany with Charlie because he knows everybody.
Really? That's cool.
So he's introducing me to lots of people. So I'm hanging out in hops booth, different hop booths that I never would hang out in.
Yeah.
Different Belgian booths. So we just talked, and we continue to talk about the C strain because that's my interest.
Yeah,
that's all you're talking. You care about the hop booth,
right?
Yeah.
This is a great hop booth, but Charlie, what about
that yeast we were talking about on the plane for 10 hours? Yeah, he's trying to ditch you.
He has,
introducing you to other people, pawning you off.
Yeah.
Are you still here, Chris?
Shut up about the goddamn yeast.
Go get a wiener.
Here's a vial of your yeast. There's something else in it, but here, get away from me.
Yeah. But you finally got him to cough
I broke him down, and I said, "Can we? Well, we'll pay you, Charlie. We'll license it through you, and we'll make this yeast available to homebrewers."
Yeah.
So this took a couple of years to come to fruition because of things.
How much you paying him? Come on, give me the goods.
Oh, he's making millions off of this.
A lot of dough?
Just like the cell count.
Yeah.
We're bringing Charlie back.
Yeah, does he get commission on like every cell? Or
$1 per cell.
It's $1 a cell.
Whoa.
Woo!
Hello, Charlie.
Available at your retail cost for the low price of $6 trillion.
Yeah. But, seriously though, because of Charlie's reputation and his experience, it has created quite a stir. It's sold out.
Yeah.
And
you know what? Joking aside, he really wanted it to be the homebrewers, so he didn't really ask for a lot, actually. So it's just a little change money for him, but it's he wanted to make it available to homebrewers.
Okay.
So it's fun that we have it now. We just started this in June.
Okay.
And it's still making its way in the stores. A lot of stores don't have it.
Really? That's so cool. You guys have it yet?
Oh, absolutely. We keep selling out of it.
You really?
Can't keep it in fast enough.
Everyone's just using it, huh?
Yeah.
That's really cool. And it's got to be fun just because you can go look at his recipes and have the exact...
There's a couple of yeast strains you have, though, that are sort of... they can use for both ales and lagers, actually.
Certainly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What other strains do you have that do that?
Guys?
810.
They're thinking.
The 810.
I know, they are.
Chris Graham?
The WLP 810, which is the San Francisco, of course. That's a good dual-purpose one.
Mm-hmm.
Kolsch yeast, the 029.
That's what I'm using right now.
California Ale yeast 01.
California?
You can lager
under 64 degrees. You found
wait, everybody just take a step back.
Absolutely.
01 can be used for everything.
I'm going to beat him up right now.
I am so glad you brought this up.
Wait, can I jump on this, please, for a second?
Go ahead,
sir?
Sully.
Doctor?
Yeah, is it funny? Because that's what you.
No, I'm not here. I got to ask a technical question.
Okay.
So how cold can you go with 01? Because that's our house yeast.
Yes. It depends.
I'm going to kick your ass right now. Like, turn your head. I don't want to see the beating your brother's about to get.
I'll tell you why. It depends.
Okay.
If this yeast is fermenting strongly, you can bring it down to 52. No problem.
Yeah.
I've had breweries do this.
Yeah.
But if it's not fermenting strongly, 65. So if it is fermenting, then it's really able to go really low. But it has to be fermenting strongly.
Okay, how fast can you change the temperature of the overall?
If it's it depends.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to get you a goddamn T-shirt that it says on that.
Oh, yeah.
Give me some diapers.
I
think they make those.
As long as it says doctor on the back.
Yeah, I know about those.
All right, go ahead. Explain. How fast can we cool it down?
If it's fermenting, you can cool it as fast as you crash it. It doesn't care. If it's not fermenting, if it's just starting fermentation or just ending fermentation, you'll shock it by 5 degrees. Right. But if it's fermenting strongly, you could drop it 10, 15 degrees Fahrenheit.
So you're saying when you see a good krausen on the top, you can go as fast as you want.
As fast as you want.
So go in warm and then ramp it down. So you go in at 65, 68 degrees, and then you take it down to 52.
Yes. And it will do it. Okay. I know people who do that.
Do you have to warm it back up as it nears its end?
Yes. Because if you keep it cold too long, then fermentation slows down, and then it sees the cold, and it goes, ooh, it's cold.
It's like a
it goes to survival.
Basically like
Mike, what does it sound like when it does that?
Wow, okay.
All right.
I think that Vinny Celerzo, excuse me.
Yeah.
On my fourth Duvel here, or whatever it is. He told me a story, I heard a story about it, that he had a stout that he brewed, and apparently the glycol jackets froze up, and he ended up, and he was using the 01 yeast, and then he warmed it up, and it ended up getting up to 52 degrees, and that's when it started kicking off again.
Yeah.
Flies buzzing around me.
What's up with that?
Mike, why?
He looks a little like a spaz.
It's because the show is dying. There are flies showing up.
So you're hearing a lot of interesting feedback right now about 001.
Yes.
And that's years worth of experience on that. This strain we just started. We haven't received a whole lot of feedback for it yet because people's beers are not made.
Are we back to Cry Havoc now?
We're back to Cry Havoc.
Okay, thank you.
Not 01.
And what's interesting, we'd love to hear what people think about it, and just take some time because their beers are not done yet.
Yeah.
And we'd also like to have other ideas on how to rename our yeast.
Really?
Cry Havoc,
Where does Cry Havoc come from?
That was Charlie Papazin. That was his name.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, he named it because of the kind of duality of lager ale, the craziness of the strain.
I see.
He thought of some of his brewing book names, and he wanted to be a little unusual.
Okay.
So it's his name.
I like it.
We are not actually.
I think it's a great name.
It is an interesting name, but we are not in the process of renaming all our strains. That was a bit of a joke.
Just so everyone knows.
And just so everyone knows. But we enjoy the name. We enjoy the strain, and then we also have a couple of blends because a lot of brewers are blending their strains, getting something interesting. We also want to offer that to homebrewers as well as professionals. So we have a new Saison blend, a new cream ale blend.
Really?
And
so what is the Saison blend a blend of?
I will turn to Chris White.
Okay.
Dr. Chris White.
Dr. White, do you know it?
Well, the blends are all a little bit secret.
Really?
A little bit.
You jerk.
Yeah, it depends. But no, they're the blend of our Saison yeast, but the Saison and some Trappist yeast and Abbey. But
cool.
The idea is to get a Saison yeast that dries out better.
Okay.
Is blended better, and
I think they're pretty cool for homebrewers when we're making 5-10 gallon batches, even up to 20. We don't get the opportunity to take 2 or 3 different beers and blend them together. That's a lot of fun to sit down and do that, but most of us don't make enough beer to be able to do that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
That's what the blends are kind of about, because we have a lot of brewers who are blending yeast. We have winemakers who are blending yeast. We just had some wine today from a local winery that is blending 3 yeast strains here in Concord. And if, brewers can do that too. Home brewers can buy 3 or 4 different yeast strains, but it gets expensive.
Yeah.
So we're blending them together in the vial. And
unless you win the year supply by listening live in September and you're the winner of the drawing.
10 vials of yeast free, I heard.
And, we did a lot of...
just 2.5 vials.
Chris White's the opposite of Chris Graham. He actually cuts things down as the show goes on.
Oh, Chris told me to do that. I want him to have a 40.
We visited quite a few homebrew stores in the last year, and that's what we were hearing. Please come out with some more blends.
Okay.
That's what a lot of homebrewers are interested in these days. So
that is cool. So that's your new Saison. What's the name of that one?
Saison blend.
I see. Very
sexy.
Yes.
We're taking after Charlie on
Cry
that.
Saison.
One of the reasons we switched primarily to just being a White Labs house from being dual both yeast strains at the same time.
They pay the most.
Inventory is one thing, perishability is another. But it moves fast enough that we could easily carry both. But we did side-by-side experiments. We always enjoyed White Labs yeast strains from the experiments that we did, but also it's just being able to work with them, call them up, talk to them, ask questions.
Yeah.
And then they have a great FAQ on the website now, so you don't have to call Chris directly anymore.
Chris Graham, celebrity endorsement.
But if you do, here is his cell phone.
Yeah. But no,
1-800.
Yeah. But I'm saying, stuff
I like
this,
Mike.
they got these blends mainly from talking with homebrew shops as opposed to commercial brewing, which I would assume is your majority business.
Yes. About 70%.
Yeah, I never talked to Chris, actually. Never calls me.
Doesn't send
for instance, a commercial brewery...
Never even been to the brewery.
A commercial brewery will call us and ask us to blend...
I've been to that brewery.
Well, they'll ask us to blend certain strains.
I've had a good
and we can do that on a large scale.
Yeah.
So now we're trying to also do that on the homebrew scale as well.
I think that's I think it's great that we get, because like Graham said, we don't get to do it as much ourselves, so I like that you're blending them. I got a question real quick back to the Cry Havoc. Where did Charlie get it from years ago?
Great question.
A question that we won't talk about.
Yeah.
Do you know?
No, it's
You
I think
know.
Charlie's forgotten.
You know the answer.
Well, it's a company policy where, because you get strains from different sources, you get strains from friends, you get strains from yeast banks, and you generally you don't discuss where. You don't identify where a particular strain came from for many reasons. One of which is that strain is different, even if you say this particular strain came from this brewery. Well, that brewery might not be using that strain.
Yeah.
That strain might have mutated over time. So the strain is what it is. You know, the history of it, the genetics of it, is not something most people get into because it's really hard to pin down.
It really is funny because I have talked to Chris about this before.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, he'll be totally open about everything and, you know, whatever. And then you start asking him, well, where did this come? He's like,
yeah.
Can't tell you about that. It's like this huge, big secret thing about the.
Well, there's customer confidentiality. I mean, if you had, I guess, if you were buying you said your house yeast is the cow, but if you had some, magic yeast that you got from the whites, it would be your confidentiality that they're protecting as well.
And most of the yeast strains we grow now are these private strains.
Yeah.
So it'll be a strain for, I can't even, whatever, say a brewery name.
Okay.
Insert brewery name here.
Insert
Budweiser. Brewery network.
Yeah.
But, and then we make these other strains. So all these private strains are a big deal. So even doing Charlie's strain, we had to say, can we do a strain under somebody's name and undermine the confidence of our customer? So for us, it wasn't a brewery name; it was a Charlie name. So that's okay.
Okay.
But we wouldn't go and say X brewery. Here's your yeast strain.
Right.
But here's a person.
Okay, and that makes it acceptable.
And for
I
a
think
lot
so.
Well, and also for a lot of these strains, you can search the web and whatnot to get an idea of it, and some of that is innuendo and myth, and some of it is true. So you can get some information.
I believe everything I read on the internet.
Information on your website is myth?
No, not on our website. But if you were to, for instance, the Cry Havoc strain has a lot of discussion boards. There may be 10 that I've seen that's very active and talking about it. But we don't know, and they discuss the origins of this particular yeast, and we don't know if that's.
I look at some of these websites a lot where they talk about the origins of white lab strains, and sometimes they're right. Sometimes they're wrong.
Really?
Now, which
and do you ever chime? You don't ever chime in. You just let it go.
I never chime in. No.
In fact,
I don't chime in. But I just look.
We all know you found them, right? You just.
And a lot of times they're wrong, though. Actually, because they're from yeast banks that we buy from in Europe, and they may be yeast strains that other breweries have bought from. But we generally go back to yeast banks in Europe. So, for example, a lot of people will think we have certain Duval yeast, for example, and not really. That's from a yeast bank.
Okay. When you drop off yeast at a yeast bank, do you have to not have drank for 24 hours and
go into a special room?
Or is it very different? You don't have to answer that. I understand it's private.
Secret.
It includes nudity.
Question from the chat: How do we determine what yeast strains are too competitive to blend, or is that not an issue when we're doing our own blending? That's a good question.
That is a good question. People talk about the killer factor of yeast, and certain strains have this kill factor, and most of that is exaggerated.
Okay.
Because even the most aggressive strains work with other strains.
Okay.
So what you're trying to do is you're trying to take certain aspects of strains that are positive and mix those with other strains, positive characteristics that you're trying to.
Yeah, but how do we know? Like, I don't know which ones work, right? Chris White.
Let me.
Dr. White's raising.
Chris, I'm talking to Mike over
Mike
here.
a little bit. Mike's doing great, but
he's gonna kick your ass later, though.
But what he's trying to say is, most brewing strains do not have competitive factor. So a brewing strain works with another brewing strain great.
Exactly.
Native yeast, some wine yeast out there have a kill factor.
Okay.
So they will kill other yeast strains. It's a native factor to try for competition.
Mm-hmm.
But brewers' yeast strains do not have this kill factor.
Would a yeast such as like champagne yeast be
yes
very competitive?
But it doesn't have it.
Oh, really?
There was a big study done by some European yeast labs. They looked at 4,000 different yeast strains. They found about 2 or 3 that had kill factor.
Now you have all 4,000 of these?
We have a lot of
available for sale.
Yeah.
But only 2 or 3 have kill factor, so kill factor is not a big issue.
Does anybody find it a coincidence that it's the wine yeast that's a little snobby and likes to kill off the other yeast? Anybody else notice that? I don't know.
They're not very refined, those wine yeast.
They like to kill.
Well, I think in the wine world, people do blending way after fermentation's done anyway, because you're not going to know what you're going to get based off of different years of harvest, different grapes. They have, create different characters, and every year is different from each other.
Yeah,
so you do all your fermentation, and then you're blending far after that.
Right.
So it's not really that big of an issue there.
Okay, I've got 2 main things to cover before we can get out of here. We've left out of our discussion that I want us to try to do quickly, but I think it's fascinating, and I want to talk about when you were doing the lab portion of the class, you went to a brewery and you did an analysis for them.
Yes.
They were really cool with you guys and with all the home brewers, and they said, yes, come on in here with your class of 30.
Right.
And you were looking for infections around the brew house, right? And just kind of different places that icky stuff might be hiding out. And I wonder if we can talk about it briefly, because I think it'd be good for homebrewers to know about where you found stuff too.
Yeah, very cool.
Okay.
You want to talk about it?
Yes.
So, we were at a brewery, and this is where Chris Graham was brewing his beer, and we were outside. So we knew outside is bad. But the brewery said we were having problems, in terms of contamination every once in a while after about 100 days.
Okay.
In their bottled beer out in the marketplace. So I said, well, we've got homebrewers here. Do you mind if they just go ahead and swab and plate your place?
Yeah.
Find if they can find the problem.
Yeah.
And this brewery actually was really cool, because I know a lot of breweries would say, no way.
Oh, yeah.
Not let the homebrewers in here.
I would let them in.
Yeah.
But they were very cool, and they said, okay, sure.
Cool.
So I said to the homebrewers, be creative.
Okay.
Go ahead and plate anywhere, just put open plates out for an hour. That was one thing we did. Set open plates out for an hour, because that will tell you what the airborne level of is contamination.
You're talking like a petri dish when you say plate? Okay.
Just set a petri dish out for an hour.
Okay.
1 hour. And also, so every student had 1 petri dish they set out for 1 hour, and they had 1 plate that they went and take a swab. So if you take a swab with a swab and then you swab it on the plate, you have also, like, you can swab a hose or a filler from a bottling line. So we split the whole class of 30 people into 2 groups. So the first group followed the lab person from the brewery. They went inside the brewery and they followed where she went. Now the next group, since they weren't back yet, they just went a little crazy. So the second group didn't go inside and plate in the bottling line. They plated the dog.
Nice.
Oh yeah, there's a brew dog, right?
Right.
Who hangs out?
Hangs out right next to, like, the boil.
So he's got a brew dog.
They're
You gotta
kind of
have a brew dog.
So somebody swabbed the brew dog. They swabbed the taps outside. They swabbed all these things. They swabbed
the telephone.
Telephone, yeah.
Nice, yeah.
Brewmaster's
the brewer's
girlfriend.
bathroom.
Oh, the bathroom. The girlfriends.
And so these are non-biologists being very, very creative.
Yeah, that's cool.
And we looked at these plates 2 days later. And I looked at this one plate with these green colonies. The first plate I saw, these green colonies, I know that's wild yeast.
Okay.
And I said, who plated this? Where did this come from?
Is that one labeled Brewmaster's girlfriend?
That one was blank, actually.
I see. Good for him.
The dog and the brewmaster's girlfriend were
clean.
blank.
They were clean.
Great.
The brewmaster was happy about that.
Yeah, of course.
Especially the girlfriend.
But I was really curious about this plate with these green colonies.
Yeah.
And it turns out this home brewer said, oh yeah, I saw some bottles sitting outside. So I just set a plate on top of it.
They weren't even outside, technically.
They were inside of a room.
Where they do the bottling.
Okay. But it's an open room?
So what happens is they have an open room. This is like a lot of breweries. They have a room and they bottle in there. So all the airflow, which we knew this airflow, we plated all these plates outside. The air outside was terrible.
Okay.
Full with wild yeast.
Well,
Really?
Chris, you should explain that this is during summer. This is during the time when this kind of yeast is most prevalent.
Okay.
And you have to be extra careful, especially if you're in hot environments.
So let's talk about the homebrew for a second. Chris's homebrew was made out there too.
Yeah.
And I was a little worried about it. So we plated his homebrew. We put plates out. We collected some samples. What you can do is when the wort is being collected in the fermenter, you can take some wort that you did not pitch, and you can collect it in a separate bottle. We call this forced wort. And you can see if it gets contaminated.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So non-pitched wort. And the next day, a lot of these homebrewers I was talking to thought, oh, this is going to be contaminated.
Yeah.
It was windy outside. It was bad. You know, we could smell the bathroom.
That's good.
It's actually the spent
outside.
grains.
You could. I see.
Well, and the spent grain. Yeah. Both, actually.
Okay.
But Chris's samples did not come up contaminated.
No kidding.
Free.
Look at you, rock star.
Yeah. Chris Graham knows what he's doing.
Yeah. But it's not easy to do that.
Okay.
So his samples came out clean. And the samples that did not come out clean were the bottling area. So they had the separate room where they did bottling, and they set the bottles. So a homebrewer just saw some empty bottles sitting out, so he set the plate on top. And it grew all this wild yeast. And I came back to the brewery and I said, what happened to these bottles? They said, oh, yeah. Well, those just went to the bottling line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they doing something before they get to the bottle? Are they being rinsed or sanitized? Really? Wow. Well, that's bad.
Nothing.
For those of you in Radioland, he was shaking his head no.
Well, and this is a lot of breweries. They buy the bottles, and they assume we don't need to clean them or sanitize them because, you know, they've been made in a bottling plant. They've been heated.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a company that is having troubles, and they're bottling without cleaning the bottles.
Yeah.
Sanitizing bottles.
Sure. And so this smart student of yours who put the Petri dish on top of these bottles was able to kind of pinpoint one of your problems might be right here.
Right. And it's not a big issue for this particular brewery. I mean, it is a big issue, but a lot of breweries do this. They do not sanitize the bottles. And they do not... I see so many breweries who put a bottling line in the middle of their brewery.
Uh-huh.
Roll up the roll-up door. They don't clean the air at all. They just say, okay, I'm going to put a bottling line right here. And this is what happened to this brewery. They just put a bottling line right here, and somebody else handled the bottles, and somebody else was supposed to clean that area.
Mm-hmm.
So they take their beer so clean all the way through.
Sure.
And right at the bottling line, they let their bottles be filled open to the air.
Yeah. See, I think that's...
I see so many breweries as well.
The open plates that we did in the brew house were all fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. The bathroom was great.
Even the
really?
bathroom.
Good.
The worst thing in the brewery was the telephone.
Okay.
That had the most amount of bacteria.
And that'll help you out, Justin.
Yeah.
I know. That's
feeds right into your
telephones
germ phobia.
are terrible.
Yeah.
That's why I like
you
my
should
cell
see
phone.
headphones. They grow them. And,
that's why I don't let anybody use my headphones either. Sully almost tried to use mine the other day. About kicked him.
He did.
So what's interesting to me is that this happens in breweries everywhere because we overlook things.
Yeah. They're like, well, we don't really need to...
Well, a lot of people, once
clean
fermentation happens, they're not as concerned about wild yeast or bacteria.
I mean, if you even rinse those bottles, you're probably even better.
Well, they rinsed them, actually. They didn't sanitize them.
Okay.
So, yes, those bottles sitting for an hour had all this contamination. So if you rinse them, yes, some bottles are going to be clean.
Yeah.
But over 3 months, some bottles won't be.
Okay.
And then you're going to fill in an area where the air quality is not... Why not filter the air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just bringing in all that air. So, like a lot of breweries, most of the time, July, January, it's great.
Yeah.
But 2 months out of the year, when the microflora is higher, you have problems.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you're going to start a small brewery, protect your bottling line.
Yeah.
Or canning.
Now, what about
Protect it.
Were there any other fascinating places that you found bacteria and stuff that maybe homebrewers would want to know about? You know, different parts of the kettle or...
You'd be surprised, actually. Most of the stuff was clean, except for the bottling operation.
Okay.
Well, even the filler heads were pretty clean. Like, they swabbed some of the filler heads for the bottling. Those were fine.
Okay.
It's just that air quality in there.
Yeah, okay.
By looking at air quality, it's very interesting because you can say, what are you fighting?
Yeah.
Like, we did all these plates outside. We knew Chris Graham, brewing outside, was fighting a lot of air quality problems.
Right.
But his beer was great.
Mm-hmm.
So all you have to do is take blank plates and lay them outside for an hour, and you get a great idea of air quality. I do this in a lot of breweries. We do it outside, we do it inside, and they see no difference outside and inside. All of that germs are coming inside.
Okay.
The ones that do a better job, they drop it about 50%.
Wow.
You know, at Jamil's house, there's plates everywhere, probably.
Yeah,
you know, his kids have to walk around like a
his
plate
kids brush
sweater.
their teeth, and then they swab the teeth to make sure those
and he
are-
checks,
Yeah.
and he's a sweetheart. You didn't brush your teeth long enough, and I need you to work on that.
To plate
I'm sorry, Justin. I probably lost half the listeners on this one.
I don't think so. I think this is fascinating to me, not only because I think it, like you're saying, it happens a lot, but just that people, you know, you got to pay attention, especially when you talk about how, you know, we'll baby our beer all the way through, and if there's any one point in the process post fermentation too, you know, or post boil, I should say. Any one point that you neglect, well, then you could have any number of problems.
Well, I personally had a problem in my kegging. For a while, I was getting this weird, and it was a seasonal thing. I couldn't pick out when it was happening, and you know, I would just find that I'd have this crystal clear wort, you know, or beer at that point coming out of my fermenter into the keg, tastes great, all this, and then, you know, 2-3 months later, I start picking up this weird little character, and I'm like, it's just going into a keg.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've gone to purging my kegs now with CO2 and filling them closed, and I mean, that took care of that problem. But it's amazing that most of us don't even think about post-fermentation as any kind of problem.
Yeah. But you have to. You got to think about all that stuff.
Yeah, and I think craft breweries about in the 80s really lost a lot of customers because we were filling 22s really badly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And filling bottles, and we lost a lot of customer confidence.
Yeah.
And the industry went down. Now it's coming back up again. 22s are popular.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be really careful. I want the industry to package beer better.
Okay.
Because if you package beer, like have you ever had a canned beer that had off flavors?
No.
Oh, this 2-1A once I had. Just kidding. That was a joke.
And why do we accept?
I've had a lot of canned beer with no flavors.
Right. Why do we accept that we can have a bottled beer with some off flavors? We all have, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
So now we're getting into canning.
Right.
If we start canning some beer with some off flavors, we're screwed.
Yeah, yeah.
So as an industry, we have to be so much better at packaging.
We can't lose that confidence again.
No, we can't.
Yeah. That's an excellent
That's a really
point.
good point, actually.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Let's just give him a round of applause right now.
We're mentioning cans.
Just saying cans.
Yeah.
I'll give you that $10 later.
Are you a believer in the can as a superior?
I think the can is awesome.
Okay.
I think it's a great delivery. You know, it's portable.
Mm-hmm.
It's low oxygen. It's stable. It's lightweight. It's recyclable.
Yeah.
Let's get microbreweries into. I mean, I know Sean's
just
doing
keep
it.
going, Chris. Keep going.
Yeah.
I'm getting hard on right now.
Let's only go by it.
I want more microbreweries into cans. I want small breweries into every custom package they can get into.
Okay.
Because, you know, we're fighting. You know, the big breweries can get into all sorts of things. The small breweries need to customize whatever.
Yeah.
They need to be in a bottle, a can, a 5-gallon, a 20 liter, what?
Wow.
Package. They need to be in
everything.
A lot of packages. Yeah.
I'd like to see them in White Labs vials.
Yes.
Like to be able
You know, I've actually put beer in those big, 2-liter bottles that you have, or 1 liter.
Yeah.
That I get the yeast in. That's actually a good use for those on the brewery level.
Yeah.
All right, we've got one last thing to cover, but we're going to take a break first. And when we come back, we're going to talk about, just briefly, because we want to get out of here, I've got another giveaway to do. We're going to get you guys registered for the Great American Beer Festival all-expense-paid trip giveaway. And we're going to talk about yeast around the world. Just briefly, we'll find out what's happening in the different places that Dr. White has been. And I think it's going to be, I think it's pretty interesting. Mike White was briefing me a little bit about something to do with Brazilians and breasts. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it was. But we'll find out when we come back. We're with the Whites. We're going to wrap things up and another giveaway. So hang in there. Just a couple of minutes away.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
What color are my new shoes? 'Cause my feet and belt buckle are things I rarely see. My problem is not my glands. It comes poured from aluminum cans. And Pabst Blue Ribbon
And honey, when you buy my shirts, make sure they're triple XLs. 4 or 5 people I know at work have started calling me Orson Welles. I got endorsement offers from Michelob Light and Stroh's. And Junior Sample's family called and they're saving me his old clothes. Beer belly blues, what color are my new shoes? 'Cause my pants and my zipper are things I rarely see. My mama says I'm big boned, I can't fit in her mobile home. And old Milwaukee's been awfully good to me. Yeah, I used to be a lean 175, now I'm way over 3. It's a getting to the point where my own wife don't want to slow dance with me. 'Cause I like to eat and watch TV and knock out a case or two. Even people like Sally Struthers say that I need to lose a few. Beer belly blues are something that I can't lose. If Richard Simmons saw me, he'd cry and hold my hand. Yeah, but I couldn't touch my knees if I was sweating to the oldies. And old Milwaukee's been awfully good to me. Yeah, Pabst Blue Ribbon's been awfully good to me. Yeah, Yeast in general's been awfully good to me.
This year, the Great American Beer Festival will last for 3 days, have more than 40,000 visitors, more than 380 breweries, more than 1,600 beers. But only one lucky listener will be going for free. Beer, and more beer. The Brewers Association, White Labs, and the Brewing Network are sending you on the beer trip of the year. Airfare, hotel, all festival sessions for free. Brought to you by the Brewers Association, White Labs, Beer, and more beer, and the BN. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com for more details.
Did you know that you can not only order from More Beer online at morebeer.com and receive free shipping on most orders over $59, but you can also shop in person at their 2 retail locations located in Concord and Riverside, California. In fact, the Concord facility has grown to over 15,000 square feet to fit all the new products, expanded showroom, and new Knowledge Center classroom. And now, in conjunction with the Brewing Network, More Beer is making it easier than ever to keep up on what's happening. Download the More Beer monthly podcast by clicking podcast at morebeer.com. You'll learn about More Beer's history, sales and discounts on More Beer products, get to know team members, and hear ways to save you money. They're also launching a brand new website soon with more features and a better online shopping experience. So go to morebeer.com or call 800-600-0033. That's 800-600-0033. Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Back to the Brewcasters.
The Brewcasters.
On the Brewing Network.
This fly is driving me nuts.
You know, you're going nuts. You know, every station in this house, there's Germex everywhere.
Yeah.
And now the fly with a waving hand.
I even showered yesterday. I don't think that I smell. I was talking to somebody about my germophobia last night. They were like, yeah, you're a bit odd. But, yeah, I don't know what this flies.
It's all over by you, too. Really, it's kind of leaving us alone.
There's one right in top of your beer right now.
Oh! God, I can't drink it. Mike McDowell brought over a bunch of beer. It's really good.
This beer is amazing.
This robust porter is awesome.
I don't even like Mike. I just invite him because he brings all this great beer every time.
The man is a gentle giant. Why are you saying that?
Mike is awesome. He's one of my
He's a rock star.
people.
He's going to win this whole... this whole thing, long shot
Yeah,
thing.
Mike, I don't think you'll be doing our show anymore if you win the Sam Adams thing. You'll be too big for us. You know, you won't be able to hang out with us lowlies anymore. You'll be a long shot winner.
Mike always brings great surprises.
He does. He brought us a Belgian Pale Ale that we've been drinking all show long, which is really great. And now we're drinking his Porter, which is also really good. Good stuff.
There's no napkins, too, or anything like that.
Don't need anything like that.
The doctors are wiping each other.
McDowell, you do starters every time?
Yeah, would never.
So even if say you haven't brewed for a couple weeks and you go get a vial, you'll then do a starter. You won't pitch the vial.
Otherwise it won't brew. Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise it won't brew quickly.
Yeah, I'll have to wait. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to.
But I'm way ahead of the game. I always plan out when I'm going to brew and
that's
have
weird.
Starters to match.
For me.
Planning what?
Yeah, plan. I plan to drink Mike McDowell's beer is about as close to planning as I get.
Good for you. You know me, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, what do we got going on here? We got to do this giveaway real quick, and then
we do. Everybody keeps calling in, and we haven't even announced anything.
We haven't announced what they're calling in for.
Am I number 7? For what? The competition.
We're not going to do the same number. We have to do a different number.
Yet.
I wanted to do a trivia question, but I'm not positive. Now, the first interview you did with us, Whitey, was it a phone call?
Yes.
Because the trivia I wanted to do was how many appearances has Chris White done on the Brewing Network?
Okay.
And I'm trying to think if we know a definitive answer. If that's the case, if you did one on the phone, then I think I have a definitive answer. Am I right? You're looking at me and you're telling me I'm right.
See?
Yeah, are you white right though? Because are
you white?
Are you white or right? Because let me say this: there's one time
at band camp
where he was maybe on.
Really? But wasn't really?
Wasn't really, or maybe was.
Oh, I remember that now.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Oh, that doesn't count. I know what you're talking about, Sully. And that doesn't count because I mean his show. So it has to be his official appearance.
Okay.
Let's do that. Callers, 888-401-BEER. First one to call in and tell us how many times has Mike White been on...
A guest.
Not Mike White. No, Chris White. It has to be Chris White.
Dr. Chris White.
It's
Mike White's a different
number by
Mike White's been here 32 times.
Yeah, Mike White's here all the time.
Just checked with his lawyer on that one.
All right, that's it. That's the official trivia. 888-401-BEER. Tell us how many times Chris White has been on a show. The anniversary show doesn't count. Okay. That's what you're talking about.
That's what I was doing my little
anniversary show doesn't count because everybody in the world was on
I wasn't there.
Show.
Mike was there.
And,
anniversary show, I wasn't here.
Oh, you were at the first one, though.
Okay, well, that was really quick.
You've already got the right answer?
Because the first person is the winner.
Oh, well, that's not very fun, is it?
It's Dave from San Jose.
You want to take this one, Chris Graham? We gave it to Mike White last time. This time it's yours.
Sure.
Go ahead, Dave. You're on the air with Dr. Chris Graham.
What's up, Dave?
Oh, maybe
I was pretty good.
I think I hung up on him.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Dave, you're the winner.
Can I answer your romantic queries?
We already had a winner, sorry.
So it's Dave from San Jose.
Yeah.
Where's Dave?
Do you know the way to San Jose?
Poor Dave.
Have him call back.
Yeah, Dave, either call back or at least just send your information to chad@thebrewingnetwork.com, chad@thebrewingnetwork.com. You're a winner even though I hang up on you. Good thing he said his name to you or we wouldn't have known who it was. She's a good call screener. JP doesn't screen.
JP would be like, what? I'm too busy throwing kerosene in the chat room right now.
JP's like, Justin, you have a call on line 1? You're like, who is it? Call on line 1.
Yeah.
Telemarketer.
I'm pretty sure it's line 1.
You want to put him on?
No, JP
I love JP.
Been doing a great job.
Yeah, he's a good egg.
People have said that the problem with our show lately, the reason all of you sponsors are very upset.
And I've been writing angry.
That's why we're here.
I'm angry, JP, by the way.
We all got together on that one.
Is that it's been too much of a sausage fest. We haven't had the female presence that we used to have, and that kind of messes it. That's Dave again? Okay, hang on. Let me, don't hang up yet. There we go. I've got, go ahead, hang up. And Chris Graham, Dave is all yours.
Dave, how you doing tonight?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Do you know the answer? Can we hear it publicly?
It was 3.
That's absolutely right.
Absolutely
Dave.
correct.
Oh,
Where are you calling from?
San Jose.
Oh, that's right. Dave.
Does he know or is he guessing?
Yeah, did you guess or you knew definitively?
No, I knew that he had. I listened to the call-in show, and I had heard you guys talk about one before, and then obviously tonight.
He does math very well.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I couldn't figure it out, but this man did. Well, Dave, we're now going to put your name in a hat to go to the GABF. You ever been to the GABF?
No, I have not.
All right, man. Well, I'm rooting for you, and I'm rooting for everybody. I want everyone.
Congratulations.
Go Sharks.
Mike White lives in San Jose.
Ah, very cool.
He does?
I do.
I thought you lived in that dirt hole down there in...
called San Jose.
Not that one. I thought you lived in, like, Newark.
Well, I live in Greater San Jose. Which includes Fremont/Union City.
Can we have your exact address?
But you don't live in Newark.
I do not live in Newark,
Okay.
although I have neighbors in Newark.
You do.
What does that mean?
I don't even know where that is. So you're like San Jose adjacent.
But the thing is, if you go internationally, where I live, I can say, yeah, I live in San Jose, or I live in Oakland, or I live in San Francisco, because I live about the same distance from each of those places.
Yeah, but you actually, I'm going to go ahead and differ, and you can't say that you live in all those places.
I can, because you're just trying to give a name that people can recognize.
I see.
If you
I live in the USA.
yeah. If you live in a suburb of Kansas City, you don't say that. You don't say you live in
Say hello to my wife, Leona.
Bobville. You say you live in Kansas City.
What?
Dave wants to say hi to his wife.
Leona. She just walked in the garage and trying to turn you guys down.
You're listening to us in the garage.
That's what
I'd like to. What are you doing in the garage?
I'm brewing.
He doesn't want to know.
You're brewing tonight?
Nice. What are you brewing?
Oktoberfest.
How much are you going to pitch?
Except with an ale yeast.
A little ale Oktoberfest.
Which yeast?
Yeah, that's a brew pub thing.
The Kolsch.
The Kolsch yeast.
Oh.
Okay. You will fool people with that.
How many? What's your pitch rate going to be?
Good question. I didn't do my starter last night. We went to the drive-in last night, so I did my starter.
Drive-in?
They have drive-ins.
They have a
in San
drive-in?
Jose still.
Drive-in? Capital Expressway or where?
We have one here
exactly,
too.
That one.
Yeah?
Right around the corner.
We do swap
See,
meets.
I
We
know.
don't watch movies.
The White family knows.
Yeah.
We grew up in San Jose.
Oh, very cool.
That would
Near
explain
the Capital Expressway.
So you're just going to pitch a vial?
No, I got a 600 milliliter starter going.
Okay.
No?
And
my wife's now laughing because of the delay.
okay.
Your wife is mocking you because of the delay. I love it.
Yeah, that too.
I love that.
Tell her
too.
you're a
Just
winner.
registered us to go to the Northern Homebrewer thing today.
Oh, awesome.
Ah, that's a great event.
Yep.
Oh, the NorCal thing? Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
up in Dobbins.
Oh, we're going to be at that.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to that. Hey, what temperature are you going to ferment your Oktoberfest, do you think?
Good question.
Chris?
Good question. I've got some temperature control, so I'll probably start it at 65, and then when it starts picking up, I'll try to keep it
He's
lower.
shaking his head no. I'm
Whitey,
kidding.
what would be the ideal fermentation temp for his Kolsch yeast
No, that's great.
Oktoberfest?
Start 65, low 60s for Oktoberfest style beer with Kolsch yeast. Sounds great.
I'm
I
doing
think it'll
my
be good.
alt beer with Kolsch yeast at 60. Is that okay?
It's on the low edge. If you can, as low as you can get, and you can still handle the fermentation, that's great.
Okay.
The problem is if you get too low and you stick the fermentation.
Yeah.
But if you can get it low like that, and you can have a good fermentation, that's perfect.
See, now that I know that you don't care about flavors, you only care about healthy fermentation,
You're not going to listen.
I get nervous about your answers.
Yeah.
Because I think, well, what do I know? I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
but I
sure.
think that 60 degrees, nice and cold, it'll ferment, but I won't get a lot of flavors
Do
out
you
of
think it likes 60 degrees, though?
I don't know.
It does not like 60 degrees.
It doesn't?
He's talked to the yeast cell, and it was
told him.
It was Mike White's voice on the other end,
and it said,
I don't like it.
Get me out of here.
You're killing me right now. I don't know what to do.
So
everything below 65 is bad for yeast. Everything. So you have to be careful, that's all.
Okay, if I was going to force you to drink my homebrew.
Yes. I want you to cold ferment it. I'd love that if it would work.
Okay, but let's assume that the next time I see you, I'm going to force feed you my alt beer.
Yeah.
What temperature would you want me to go put it at right now?
Right now for serving?
No, to ferment. I've just pitched today, so...
Well, I'd love you to ferment at 60. That's great.
That's good.
But I want you to watch it like a hawk.
Okay.
Because it might stick.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Justin, we're getting kind of sticky here.
I'm starting to shiver.
Could you turn us up, please?
Yes,
my
that's what I'm
nipples-
careful about.
My nipples are getting hard.
We just talked to Mike White. He told us to go hotter. Please.
Heat it up.
Dave, I'm sorry to put you through all this. I just thought it'd be fun. Okay, so send your information to Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com, and we'll get you entered in the competition.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, brother.
And,
Have a good
say hi to Phil in San Jose, or Los Altos.
Will do.
All right. Cheers, brother. Was that your new store, Chris Graham?
That's our new retail store.
What's going on?
He
Oh, brand new?
Like how he snuck that in there?
Yeah, good. That's a good man. He's going to get a free vial.
Yeah.
He'll probably get 10 by the end of the show.
What is it with you guys in world domination? What is that, your third location now?
3
What about Russia?
freaking locations.
Uh-huh.
That's it. And none of them are outside of California.
That's true. You guys are all yeah.
But we are eyeing this brewery 2.5.
you get
Let's stock. Let's stock.
Yeah.
There's $1.
What do you think about Russia?
It's a great place. A lot of wives come out of there.
They want some beer there.
Yeah?
They want homebrew.
I see your wheels turning. You and Mike White been talking about opening up a place in Russia?
Yeah.
Really?
Russia's a crazy place to do business in, though. It's like...
Yeah, it's a wild.
All you need is Mike White.
It's wild.
Mike would show up there with his hands like they are right now on the table and be like...
Look at that. All you need is that.
Look,
it's like a
I know you have guns. Disregard for the law, but I'm Mike White.
Yes.
And I got the yeast cells on my side.
Here's my vials. If you don't move out of my way, I will throw them at you.
Well, this is a good segue to
They're
some of your
explosive.
world travels.
Yeah.
I want to talk just a little bit about what's going on in the rest of the world and the beer scene. How many different places have you gone in the last, let's say 5-6 months? I know you've been doing some traveling.
About 30 different countries.
Are you kidding me? In the last 6 months?
Yeah.
Are there even that many countries on this earth? I didn't even know. 30?
Yeah, 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's all been you're going and talking to people about your products.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Singapore, Korea, China, South America, Brazil, Argentina. They all are getting into American-style microbreweries.
Okay. That's so great.
Yeah.
Gotta like that.
It's a bigger story than that.
It is?
Yeah.
Give us the bigger story.
Just
Mike
the
White.
real story.
Yeah.
Well, and the Chris's and people know this is that we are seeing a transformation in the last 5 or so years, 5-10 years, maybe 2.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Of a lot of other countries trying to open up small breweries.
Okay.
And they're using America as an example. And this is really the first time in history in terms of, all these breweries around the world were opened up by Germans. They were lagers. And that's great. There's lagers all over the world. There's interesting beer.
Yeah.
There's high quality beer. But what we're seeing now is a transformation of American style breweries opening up in countries. Because if you're opening up a small brewery, your only example is the U.S.
Okay.
Is North America. So we're seeing a tremendous amount of small breweries open, and when they open, they're hiring a lot of times they're hiring Americans as their brewers.
Okay.
They're making American style beers, which craft beers a lot of times are ales. So we are seeing the spread of beer these days is more American than it is German or European.
Okay.
And it's kind of interesting.
It is interesting.
And
Yeah, God, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's a great thing because we're, exporting a losing war in Iraq. I'm sorry, that was a political commentary.
Go ahead. I've seen some of your comments where you think that beer is a great ambassador for America because a lot of our other exports are evil.
Yeah.
I think it's fascinating. I think maybe I should finally learn how to brew because I'd love to get out of this place and go brew for somebody in another country. That sounds cool that they're hiring Americans to go do these things too.
Well, a lot of times when Chris visits these other countries, he's visiting Americans who are starting these breweries in other countries. And,
Okay.
Chris, you should tell a little bit about Argentina, which is pretty interesting.
Is that one of the coolest places you've been to so far?
I think so, yes, because they like...
Playing with that damn camera, you all right there? Don't hurt yourself.
Just took a picture of my
Chris has a new toy.
Yeah.
Well,
which he bought in Hong Kong or something.
Yeah, they like beer, they like food, they like wine. They have a lot of...
they like the white.
Argentine people...
They like Chris
the white.
You like a Chris White. Argentinians like the white, huh? Is that what it is?
They do.
How do these people... do you contact these other countries and say, hey, I do this, I'd like to come talk to you? Or are they contacting you?
Well, Argentina was kind of strange because I was in Korea with our distributor there, and then there's a guy a brewer in Argentina named Boris.
Interesting.
From Russia or
from Spain?
Boris from Spain.
I'm Boris from Spain.
In Argentina.
No, he was in Korea.
Oh, Boris from Spain in Korea.
Boris from Korea, from Spain and Korea. He went to he didn't go to Weinstein. He went to VLB in Berlin for brewing school.
Okay.
So here's a Spanish guy who went to brewing school in Berlin.
Yeah.
Met a Korean woman.
Isn't that the way it always happens?
Yeah. Then what happens? Let's move to Korea.
Happens all the time.
So he moved there, and he started a brewery. But in Korea, you can't have a bank, as a foreigner, you can't have a bank account. You can't really own a brewery.
Okay.
So it's all under his wife's name.
Oh, dear.
He's screwed.
Oh, he's in trouble. Poor Boris.
He's going to make a ton of money and he'll be back in Spain, quote unquote.
Where did he meet his wife?
So he met her in Berlin.
Okay.
So they had a son. So he speaks to the son in Spanish.
Okay. And she
speaks to the son in Korean.
Interesting.
They speak to each other in German.
Jeez. Wow. That poor kid.
That's effed up.
It really is. Yeah. So it's all this crazy stuff. But then I said I was going to Argentina for this beer thing, so then he knew the Argentine Microbrewers Association. So then he put me in contact with them.
Okay.
So I ended up spending a couple weeks with the Argentine Microbrewers Association because of the Korean connection from the only, let's say, white guy I met in Korea.
Okay. Amazing how this...
Who's not white, right?
This really weird network of people.
Yeah,
the only white guy who's not white.
Right.
He's not a white.
Well, he's the only guy that...
he's Boris. Let's just leave it at that. Boris is Boris.
And did Boris speak
Boris
English?
is a great guy. No, so all these other languages I said, yes. In addition, he spoke English.
See, am I the only American who just feels like a moron when I find out how these people from other countries speak like 3-4 languages?
Yes. No, you're not, actually.
And they grow up like that, and I really feel like an idiot. Like, what happened?
Well, you are, but...
That's extra.
I still feel the same way as you.
Okay, good.
Well, every other country, they speak their language, probably one other language, in English.
And English, yeah.
So, yeah, we are idiots.
Yeah. Cocky idiots.
Yeah.
So I think one interesting thing Boris is doing in South Korea is he's making beer with non-malted barley.
What?
Yeah. He's a VLB graduate. He understands malt, but he can't buy malt in Korea. So if you buy malt in Korea, you pay a huge tax. But if you want to buy American malt or German malt, you pay 30% more tax.
I see.
So there's no way around the tax. So what he has done is buy unmalted barley. So he's brewed beers with 70% unmalted barley.
No kidding.
And he says the beers are fantastic.
Well, did you try any?
Yeah, you didn't try.
I didn't try any, but he's described them, and he's German trained, and he knows what he's talking about. And
wait, how long were you there for?
I was there for a couple weeks.
And you didn't try the beer?
Because his brewery's on an island in the very south of South Korea, so I didn't get to that island.
And if he
that's
had gone
where
there...
KJ Choi is from, by the way, the famous golfer. But that's another story.
Thanks, Mike.
That's neither here nor there.
You had to order in Korean.
Just in case anyone was curious.
That's why.
We hung out in Seoul, Mike. Sorry.
Right. In case anybody wants to call it about PGA.
Mike White's ready.
I'm here for you.
He's doing that beer golf crossover moment right now.
Yes.
No golf course there, by the way. He learned on a driving range. Continue, Chris.
I thought it had to be malted in order to be usable. How do you use unmalted?
He is saying he can use it unmalted. Well, it's an interesting brew pub, for example. He's in the city. You want to hear all the details about his brew pub?
We do.
I don't want it to take all night, but yeah, I'd like to
Why
hear
not? Let's go for it.
You teased us.
Mike's got more beer. Don't
Mike
worry
McDowell
about
just handed me his celebration clone. It's freaking awesome.
Could I have some more beer, please? This is going to be a long... Chris White starts getting into something.
Well, it's no big deal. It's all. The only thing is his brew pub is in a place... So he's on this island in South Korea. and the places around him are the kind of establishments for ladies.
Aha. So
for ladies or for men?
Are we talking like the women's department at Target?
Yeah.
That's hot.
I love walking through there.
It's more about
99 cents.
The guys coming in with the women.
Yeah, I see.
You know what I mean?
Well, I know why you didn't try his beer now. You were too busy getting happy endings.
No. I was not in his city.
Okay.
And he can't participate in his city because his wife is Korean and he's not Korean.
Okay.
So since he's foreign...
Yeah.
He cannot participate
in the other establishments.
Right,
I see.
But if he was Korean,
he'd be allowed to.
She would have to accept
white on rice.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Yes, since he is foreign, it's different.
Really?
But if he was not foreign, there would be no.
Then he could have his wife and his happy endings.
Yes.
Wow. No kidding.
So this all happens in his establishment.
But he can't participate.
He cannot participate because he's foreign.
But at his place.
It's at his place.
What a torturous life this guy has.
Can you imagine? People coming into beer and more beer, little brothel going on the side.
Well, and all his...
I thought you did. What are you talking about?
All his Korean buddies, they're like talking about it, and he can't do anything.
They're all talking about it. They all...
Participate.
Right. He cannot participate.
Oh, man, what a miserable life.
But if he was Korean... It would have to.
She'd have to accept.
She'd have to
part
accept
of the culture.
But since he's not,
his life is more miserable than Sully's.
Right.
Why is my life miserable?
I don't know. Look at you.
I'm great. I'm doing great.
Are you okay?
I'm doing
In the meantime, he's making
I gotta
great
tell you,
beer.
well, thank you for saying. Oh, I thought you were talking about my beer.
Could you make all malt, non-alt? If you were,
why would I want to? Jesus Christ! I got malt companies like out my ears right now.
Yeah.
Could you do this?
Could you do it? Could you do
it Korean style?
I'll tell you what. I think you could if you had the proper temperature control. Because when you think about the malting process, it is just a variant of mashing in a lot of ways.
Yes,
that's what I think.
It's like a pre-mash, right?
It's a it's like pre-mash. It's like KYOU. It's like the pre-show.
Yeah, it's a pre. All right. I don't know where we're going with this.
KY what?
So you were in Korea, kind of, but then and you're like kind of you've been traveling around a lot.
Yes.
Where else you been?
Singapore.
And are these places that you're going to, are you selling beer yeast or wine yeast, or what are you doing?
Mostly beer yeast.
Okay. And these are small breweries or big breweries?
Well, there's small breweries, but there's a brewer in Singapore, Fal Allen.
Fal Allen, great guy. The old brewer at Anderson Valley.
Anderson Valley brewer. He got a job at this brewery in Singapore, which is owned by Asia Pacific Breweries, which is Tiger Beer.
Big brewery.
Big brewery. And so now they sent him to India last week. So he's researching a brewery in India. But
he's being attacked by that fly right now.
Yes, I am.
Told you.
But he loves Singapore.
Okay.
So I've seen him twice in Singapore. This American brewpub brewer who went out and brewed beer in Singapore, and there's a bunch of Americans actually brewing beer in Singapore.
Really? Does he love it even though he's not allowed to have his dirty magazines in Singapore?
You know, Singapore is not as... it's not a police state like you'd think.
Okay.
They have a lot of rules, but you don't see police.
I see.
So you can...
You can do what you want.
Do what you want.
Okay.
You can pee in the elevator is what you're saying, and avoid the caning.
And the caning that you get.
Yeah, right.
But you can't chew gum. They'll find you for that one.
That one you're
kill him.
What is what is the of all these 30 countries you've been to and these experiences you've been having? What has been the most sort of fascinating one for the beer world? Was it the Argentina one that you talked about?
Well, Argentina, I think, is unusual because they don't have money.
Okay.
So they're brewing beer in a MacGyver style. You know, they're trying to just make things work.
Yeah.
They lost most of their money in 2001.
No.
So, but they love flavor. They're mostly, Argentina has a big Italian influence.
Okay.
So they love wine and food and beer.
Beef.
Yes. It's great. Because of this Italian influence.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's also leads into the beer interest.
Okay.
So they're trying to make good beer at 100 liters at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you talk to a brewery there, they're like, yeah, we're a brewery. We make 100 liters.
I drank 100 liters this weekend.
And Mike McDole poured me 100 liters in my glass already right now.
I'm pretty sure Sully had 100 liters yesterday.
Because it sounded like when you were there, you had better hospitality and better treat. You know, you were treated better than most places you've been to.
The Argentine Microbrewers Association
Yeah.
brought me around for a couple weeks, and they're some of the best people.
Are you kind of like a god down there?
Well, I went down there and...
it's not the god, just a god.
No. Charlie Papazian was there over the summer, over the winter. And then I went down there. I didn't know that I went there in the winter, because I went there in, like, June.
And that's winter?
And I wore this.
Yeah. He's wearing shorts.
Yeah. When I got there, people are wearing, like, winter coats. It's freezing.
Well, it's the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't really get that.
Who's your travel or assistant?
Mike.
Well, I knew it was going to be cold.
Mike, how come you didn't know that?
I called him when I was there. I said, "How's winter?" And he goes, "Cold." And he didn't bring any clothes. So I
thought San Diego winter.
Clothes.
Well,
San Diego winter.
You have a lot of things.
It's like
Yes, what I'm thinking. Like he's a really smart guy, but couldn't figure out
when you're
that
a doctor, you know, your brain's muddled with operations.
So
and
I was
surgery
freezing.
Wow.
Yeast cells talking to you.
The guy from the Argentine Microbrewers Association, his name was Alberto, but everybody called him Tio Beto.
And he was Korean.
He had a Korean
from
friend.
Africa.
And he spoke to you
Tio Beto.
Russian.
No, he said, every time he talked to me, he said, "Chris, the Argentine people no like happiness."
So he sounded like Mike White.
Yeah, whatever he'd say. Whatever he'd say to me, he'd say, "Chris, the Argentine people."
Wow. That's great.
Yeah, he's a great guy, Tio Beto. And if you go to Argentina, you need to go around in his limousine.
Hey, Chris, this is Cal Ale Yeast. It's
the limousine, Chris. What was a
It's
limousine?
really cold in the
It's
southern
a
hemisphere.
truck that should not be on the road.
It's a truck that should not be on the road.
No, it should not be on the road.
Okay. All right, let's wrap things up,
Anyway.
huh? Let's get out of here. If you feel like you didn't get enough information out of Chris White today,
the guy's...
I'd find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
For one, maybe you're not listening close enough. But there are two other shows with Chris White on it. There's the first show, the call-in show, and then there's a show that he did here when Mike White made his first appearance along with him. And you can just search our archive page. Just put in White Labs or Chris White and or Mike White, and you can find those shows. Just search for it. It's really easy to do on our archives page, and you can get. We've talked about starters before. We've talked about viability before. We've talked about fermentation temperatures. We've talked about cold pitching and hot pitching. We've covered all this stuff that you may feel that we left out today. So check out all the Chris White archives, and I'm sure you'll find everything you need to know. Or these two guys are pretty cool about answering questions and responding to people, so you can go to the website and email them that way. They have a whole contact button, and you can check it out. Check out the new yeast strains.
Yeah, that sounds exciting.
Yeah, the Cry Havoc.
Is that what you're going to move the brewery to?
What's that?
All Cry Havoc now?
All the time. All Cry Havoc, all the time.
Well, it makes sense because American microbreweries want to make a lager like ale.
Yeah.
So this yeast strain can work for a lot of people.
Right. I think that's the part that's pretty amazing to me. Anybody in here used it yet? McDole used it yet? You haven't checked it out yet?
First time I've heard about it.
Okay.
As I'm sure
hang on. Get to the mic there.
Listening is the first time they've heard about it too. So
our marketing arm is, slowed down.
Hey, we're working on that right here on the Brewing Network. We're going to help that whole marketing thing.
Mike must not be on my email list.
Mike, tell us about the customer program that people can join up to hear about all this stuff.
Yeah, you go to whitelabs.com and you can sign up for our customer club. Well, you get regular emails on these new strains, as well as, like I said, you get free yeast. It's a great thing for the stores. It's a great thing for the customer.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much for us. We give away a lot of free yeast.
But it's fun.
But it's a good thing. It's a
Okay.
good program, and stores and customers love it. And you should do it. I
There
mean,
you go.
otherwise you're wasting money. So, do the customer club.
Whitelabs.com. You can sign up for the customer club, and we're going to be telling you more about White Labs stuff here. Just stay tuned to the Sunday show, and you're going to get to hear about all sorts of new things that they got coming out as we put together their promos. And in fact, you'll be hearing a little bit about it next week. So stay tuned to us, and you'll find out more about the Whites and what they're doing there. Chris Graham, thanks for hanging out and doing the Dr. Doc thing for us today.
Thank you.
You're with us again next week, because Doc, I don't know what he's doing. What's he doing next week?
Well, he's in Hawaii. He doesn't want to come
Still?
back to this.
I see. It's a long...
Ouch.
He doesn't want to be with us schleps. So you're back with us next week. It's actually going to be another great topic next week. We're going to talk about tricking out your home brewery. Everyone loved the show Chris Graham did about brewing on the cheap. He did a budget show for us. And now we're going to talk about how to kind of soup up your brewery.
Now it's brewing on the
expensive,
dole.
yeah. Shat's going to like this one. He likes gadgets and kind of sprucing up the system. And we've got a whole, like a multimedia package that you're going to get to go right along with us. And by multimedia, I mean it's a PDF. And so you can kind of scroll through. You'll be able to follow along, look at pictures and the whole outline of the conversation. That's next week with Dr. Graham. Make sure he stays serious next week, too. JP's back with us next week, unless there's some mutiny in the chat room and they can't live without Stephanie anymore.
Stephanie, wake up.
Who's apparently
sweetheart.
asleep in the corner right now. Maybe if I play her the Watermelon Funk song, she'll wake up. I think we got it working.
She's eating mangoes.
Push and Sven did this for you?
I did.
Laboratory.
This is for the Watermelon Funk, which we poured last night at the Cathedral Hill.
Scientist. Taking the watermelon beverage and applying the funk. Applying the funk.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So funky.
Who do they get to do that?
They're so talented, Push and Sven.
These guys, I dropped this in their lap on Thursday, and they
did it by Saturday.
Pumped it out, yeah. Friday.
It's a good thing those guys work.
They work for us.
Yeah.
They do great things.
Whoever
for us.
hires them.
You guys want them to do your commercial, Whites? They're good.
I could see White Labs in that kind of rhythm. Yeah.
Do something funky for you.
Techno, the yeast getting down,
The yeast rapping.
I'd love it if your banners had like a dancing Mike White on the.
We used to have a dancing yeast character. But
you did?
Yeah. It just wasn't as popular.
What was that?
But
little yeast.
It was like a little yeast character,
but only Chris White liked it.
It was funky. No, it was funky, but brewers, homebrewers, they like a little more seriousness with their beer. That's why this is a serious show tonight.
Yes, that's why we're being very serious.
Yeah, it's funny because as the show's gone on, the White brothers are like, you could definitely tell they're brothers. It's like my brother and I. They look at you. You're like. Chris is looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about right now?
Occasionally he's giving me the cutoff sign, like, shut the heck up. What he's doing right now.
Wasting your money buying
We're going to go and plate this room, so we're going to get some tests. And we're going to get some cell counts. And,
let's plate these flies.
Yes, can we plate the flies? What was that, Chris? You got to speak in the mic.
Chris, it's the show. You got the microphone.
Still on the air.
Still on the air. So.
There you go. Now he just looked at you like you're his brother. He's going to punch you, Sully.
I'm Michael White.
Are you surprised that the students didn't call in more? Yeah. You know, it's intimidating to call into the show sometimes. A lot of people, they say in radio there's these weird statistics about how many listeners you have compared to how many participate in the show, and it's really a very, very small number of people that will participate.
Well, we had a JP in our class.
Oh yeah,
he was going to call. I thought he was going to call. So maybe he thought we were making fun of him. We made fun of him.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see. You guys had a. You mean his name was JP?
Yeah, his name was JP.
Oh, I thought you meant you had a class clown.
You.
No, we weren't talking about the JP from the JP we all make fun of.
We were talking about our JP
right.
that we're allowed to make fun of.
So maybe JP thought we were.
No, I doubt it. but hopefully
He just emailed me yesterday, like he's ready for the show.
Oh, right.
Well, if he's listening, call now.
Oh, if he doesn't call in the next couple of minutes, because we'll still be on, then there's always next time. You guys will be back.
And the phone number is?
888-401-BEER. 888-401-BEER. Pretty easy to do that. All right, make sure that you go and you buy your vials of White Labs. Steph, stop looking at me like that.
Yeah, Steph, what's going on over there, honey?
Are you looking at him like that?
I'll tell you what, the two of you must practice your miserable looks because you both got it down. When you want to look miserable, the two of you really look miserable.
I'm not miserable. I'm having a great time.
No, not right now. But I'm saying that you both,
when you got here.
Well, just there you did. Now you're smiling because I woke you up, but a second ago.
Well, were you looking at him like?
Yeah. Do you guys know
when Stephanie gets tired, she cries. You can see it. She has not been involved in the show for the last hour.
Yeah. She's working the chat, and that's what we appreciate.
There were a lot of questions, though, so people were really into the show.
Good. Make sure you buy your vials of White Labs yeast from Beer More Beer. Every time you buy one, we enter your name into a hat for our Great American Beer Festival, all expense-paid trip giveaway, courtesy of More Beer, whitelabs.com, thebrewingnetwork.com, and the Great American Beer Festival.
Oh, you haven't plugged me yet on the wrap-up here.
I was fascinated last night that you got up and gave your speech, and you didn't once mention 563 2nd Street, just 2 blocks from
I got to tell you
Park.
something. This is the way it works, Justin.
Okay.
My mere presence exudes 218ism.
I see.
Chris White, because the name of his damn company is on his name.
Yeah.
He just doesn't say his name. It's just me.
I kind of was pissed at the beer chef because he wanted to take the mic from you and stuff.
He should have.
And there was even a point where he started describing Watermelon Funk, and you're like, "Well, I want to talk about that," and he's like, "No, I'm talking about it." And I
don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and he probably made the right decision. Yeah. But I'm a Sully fan, so I was like, I really.
Were you there? I don't even remember you being there.
Let the drunk bastard talk.
Shat and I totally crashed it. There weren't even seats for us. We pulled up extra chairs, and we crashed your party.
I'm glad.
It was fun. We had fun.
But I should have stopped talking, honestly.
You and I talked for 20 minutes at the event, and then once at the urinal too.
Your table was the fun table, though.
I
kept coming back to that table.
Let me tell you something. My table is always the fun table. All right? I don't care where we are.
Brother.
Yeah, it's always the fun table. You got all nervous, you got all self-conscious at the pisser. We're both at the urinal. Different ones, of course.
I don't.
And
we usually share them. That's why I was pissed.
And you were like, am I doing okay? I'm worried. And I was like, no, you're fine. It's great. Don't worry about it.
I got to tell you, Justin, I don't even remember that.
Any of that. That's great.
Yeah, president of a company. There you go. Anyway, let's just say something embarrassing now so I feel better.
Sully's not so... there you go.
Just have Mike say some stuff.
As a doctor, I'd like to thank everybody for listening to the show.
And
for all the doctors out there.
Yeah.
And I could tell a few stories about the real doctor.
I bet you could. We might do a
whole show.
And, the chat room is getting smaller and smaller.
We're not going to do
fun.
that.
This is the point in the show where I guess I should tell people there's a stop button on your media player, and you should hit it when you stop enjoying the program. Thank you. All right, everybody. We're back next week with Chris Graham. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And I don't know, maybe there'll be some other surprises hanging out. The real JP will be back in the studio. Shat will be here serving beer, I'm sure, doing something exciting. There was a new chapter in the Crazy Bitch saga with Shat, but
I wish I would have heard that.
What?
I can't tell. It's the serious show. I'm not allowed to tell any more crazy stories about people, and I have to keep it. I tried a new segment. I thought that this Brewcaster Adventures segment would be a hit, and nobody gave a shit. So you don't get to hear about the new chapter in Shat's Crazy Bitch story.
Can we do 10 minutes next week?
I don't know. I don't think so. We'll see.
The chat room wants it.
The listeners dictate how the show goes. We'll see.
Inquiring minds want to know.
We'll see what happens in the forum. If you're a new user, you can go to our forum and join up, and there's a bunch of people there just like you. They're all beer geeks like me and like you and like Chris White over there, and you can talk beer and you can make fun of each other, and it's really a good time. It's, in my opinion, my humble opinion, the best forum on the interweb.
Absolutely.
And because we let you do whatever you want, and as long as you don't act like a jerk, we let you stick around. Yeah. And it's a lot of fun. If you're looking for a more comprehensive and serious forum, you can go to the More Beer forum, which has been around a lot longer than us. You can mess around over there. And you can also find a bunch of good information. Mike McDole, I think, frequents the More Beer Forum. He's on that one. Okay.
All the time.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Whites, always a pleasure.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Whitelabs.com.
Yeah, check it out. Whitelabs.com. Join the customer club. Mike.
Dr. Mike, Dr. Chris, Dr. Stephanie.
I want a Mike.
Dr. Justin.
I want a Mike doll.
Dr. Chris.
Pull the string. Will you guys get that in the store soon? A Mike White doll?
We need one.
That has just little quotes, little things.
Right.
It has the pause that each one did.
He's got the pause.
Yeah.
The pause.
All
the knowledge.
Pause and talk. Pause and talk.
What else do I have to say on here? Oh, yeah, buy books and stuff from the store. Buy Brew Your Own Magazine, which is a great magazine. It helps you and it helps us. They help us out for everyone you buy. So do that. It's a good mag. Click those ads that rhyme with frugal. And listen, visit and support our sponsors because they're the ones who make this show happen for you. And they deserve your appreciation. Go check them out. You can go to Northern Brewer. You can go to More Beer. You can go to White Labs. You can go to Fermentap. You can go to the 21st-amendment.com. Lots of great sponsors out there, and they really make this thing happen. So support the people who bring this show to you. We'll see you next week. Cheers, everybody.
Buy cans.
Buy cans.
Out!
Mike White's wife is gone. He's allowed to talk about cans again.
Mike White.
Out!